This audio presentation of You Are the Splendor, The Way to Spiritual Illumination by Marie S. Watts is brought to you by audioenlightenment.com, copyright 2014, all rights reserved. To you, the reader, you will discover that the truth presented within these pages are already included in and as your own consciousness. A contemplative study of this book will serve as a reminder of the basic truth that you know but seem to have forgotten. Marie S. Watts. Who is the author of this book? You are, because you is only a word that has been used to signify the I that I am. If the one called you had not existed, this book would not have been revealed or written. Every word of truth in this book you already know. Every truth revealed within these pages you are. For this reason, when you reread this book, you will say I wherever you find the word you. You will say I am wherever you see the word you are. I am is your name. I am is my name. I am is the only name by which anyone can be identified. During early childhood, Marie S. Watts began questioning, why am I? What am I? Where is God? What is God? After experiencing her first illumination at 7 years of age, her hunger for the answers to these questions became intensified. Although she became a concert pianist, her search for the answers continued, leading her to study all religions, including those of the East. Finally ill and unsatisfied, she gave up her profession of music, discarded all books of ancient and modern religion, kept only the Bible, and went into virtual seclusion from the world for some 8 years. It was out of the revelations and illuminations she experienced during these years, revelations that were sometimes the very opposite of what she had hitherto believed, that her own healing was realized and that her book, The Ultimate, came. During all the previous years she had been active in helping others. Since The Ultimate was published, she has devoted herself exclusively to the continuance of this healing work and to lecturing and teaching. Revelations have continued to come to her from within her own consciousness, and these she has set forth in her new book, You Are the Splendor. To all seekers for light, for truth, for God, for an understanding of their own true being, this book will serve as a revolutionary but wholly satisfying guide. Marie S. Watts. For consistency of interpretation, the following words almost always have a capital letter initialed because each one stands for God or God's identification of itself as the attribute for which the word stands. Almighty, body of light, consciousness, earth planet, essence, identity, intelligence, life, light, love, mind, omni-action, omnipotence, omnipresence, perfection, principle, reality, soul, spirit, substance, truth, universe. Other words are capitalized when they are used as a synonym for God, but not as a descriptive activity or attribute of God. Absolute, activity, actuality, allness, awareness, beauty, being, body, completeness, ear, entirety, eternity, everything, everywhere, existence, existent, experience, I, hearing, heart, I, immensity, immutability, the infinite, infinitude, infinity, itself, joy, the known, nature, oneness, oneliness, peace, presence, radiance, self, sense, something, supply, totality, vision, wholeness. You Are the Splendor takes the mystery out of illumination, reveals the way to experience illumination, reveals the way by which illumination solves problems. Introduction. Always whenever need seems great enough, the truth that is necessary at the moment appears. Today the world seems to be in its greatest trouble it has ever known, and mankind itself seems to be beset by continuously increasing mental and physical difficulties. All efforts by human organizations have failed to solve the self-made problems of the world, and all efforts of the human mind have failed to solve the self-made problems of mankind or to arrest the appearance of new types of problems. Laudable as these efforts may be, they cannot succeed because they are being made from the level of the problem. In other words, it is the assumptive human mind which is the basic reason for all the problems, and the mind that engenders and prolongs the problem is incapable of solving them. Something greater than the assumptive human mind must be realized if the apparent problems of the world and of mankind are to be obliterated. This something is illumined consciousness. The specific purpose in the presentation of this book is the illumination or enlightenment of everyone who reads and contemplates the truth herein presented. If it is possible for this purpose to be filled, and it is, the world as well as the individual will be enlightened. Thus the people of the world will enjoy greater freedom, health, peace, and joy. The world is constituted of individuals. Thus the truth perceived and evidenced by the individual must benefit the entire world. There is no way to estimate the tremendous power of one enlightened individual. As the number of these illumined individuals increase, so it is that the entire world becomes more enlightened. An enlightened individual is a healthy, joyous, free individual. An enlightened world would necessarily be a harmonious, joyous, peaceful, and free world. Illumined consciousness is the answer to the problem of the world and its people. But if illumined consciousness is to be realized, it is necessary to know that it is, what it means, and how it functions for the benefit of the identity of the world. This book differs sharply from the commonly accepted theory that illumination is the prerogative of but a few chosen ones. It reveals that there is nothing mysterious or supernatural about enlightened consciousness. It takes all the mystery out of this perfectly normal experience and shows the way in which the individual can discover illumined consciousness to be his own consciousness. A contemplative study of this book will acquaint the reader with an aspect of his own consciousness that he may have not realized heretofore. All revelation is necessarily self-revelation, and revelation of the self reveals the splendor of the limitless consciousness, which is the normal mind of every individual. A normal mind engenders health, peace, and happiness for the individual as well as for the world. In other words, this book is a means of self-discovery, and in this discovery the self that seems to have been hidden is revealed. You Are the Splendor, Marie S. Watts. Chapter 1, Illumination. In him was life, and the life was the light of man. John 1:4. Much has been spoken and written about illumination, yet there seems to be little understanding of the true meaning of this word. There are some who avoid the use of the word illumination because it has to them a mysterious or supernatural connotation. Actually, there is nothing mysterious or supernatural about the experience of illumination. On the contrary, this experience is perfectly natural and normal. Furthermore, it is possible to live as illumined beings. It is possible to walk, talk, and carry on our daily affairs as illumined ones. Those who have realized this fact discover they are living normal lives in every way, the only difference being that the struggle, the strain, and the worry are completely eliminated. Needless to say, there is no more fear, sadness, or grief. An illumined being is a happy, busy, normal individual. An illumined being is an identity who lives, loves, and acts impersonally, in freedom, in strength, and in joyous peace. There are many such individuals walking the earth today in freedom and in joy. Let us perceive just what it means to be an illumined being. Our first step in this realization must be the obliteration of all false sense that illumination is a mysterious or supernatural experience. Heretofore it has been widely believed that illumination could only be experienced by a small select group. These favored ones were considered to be particularly gifted with spiritual insight, and were given the title of master, leader, guru, or some other title which set them apart and placed them above their students and followers. It is true that spiritual insight is requisite for illumination, but this does not mean that only a chosen few are endowed with the faculty of spiritual perception. Actually, there is no one living who is completely devoid of spiritual perception. Spiritual perception really means spiritual perceiving. Perception must be an activity of consciousness, and it follows that spiritual perception is consciousness actively perceiving. Enlightened consciousness is spirit. Of course, when we speak of enlightened consciousness being spirit, we are not referring to the human consciousness. That which is called the human consciousness can never be or become spiritually perceptive. The things of spirit are only perceived by the consciousness that is spirit. Job was aware of this fact when he said, "But there is a spirit in man, and the inspiration of the Almighty giveth them understanding." Job 32:8. John also perceived this truth, and he made it clear that every identity in existence is imbued with this spiritual awareness. That was the true light, which lighteth every man that cometh into the world. John 1:9. You will note that John speaks of the light as the true light. The true light is the genuine light. The genuine light is spiritually enlightened consciousness. The genuine consciousness of every identity that cometh into the world is enlightened consciousness. Enlightened consciousness is illumined consciousness, An illumined consciousness is the consciousness of an identity who perceives the thing of spirit with the spiritual vision that is illumination. It is true that some of us appear to be more aware of seeing spiritually than others, yet the fact remains that each and every identity has the capacity to see with the eye of the Spirit. By this we mean that every identity is imbued with the enlightened consciousness, which is capable of spiritual perception or illumination. The word faculty is often used to denote the visual, the oral, and one of the other 5 senses. Yet there is a much greater and more satisfying concept of this word. Shakespeare has said, "What a piece of work is a man! How noble in reason! How infinite in faculty!" Certain it is that this use of the word faculty means more than a human faculty called vision, hearing, etc. The word faculty, when understood in this larger sense, may be used to denote the illumined consciousness, which is a faculty of every identity in existence. Throughout the ages, there have been those who are aware of the endowment of this faculty. Lao Tzu, the great Chinese illumined one, was called a mystic. Yet he claimed no such title or distinction for himself. Beyond doubt, he was one of the greatest, if not the greatest, of all illumined ones. Another one of the tremendous spiritual insight was Shankara. Then, of course, there was the great Buddha, our own beloved Jesus the Christ, and numerous others. Our own Bible record many cases of illumined consciousness. Abraham, Jeremiah, Isaiah experienced moments of tremendous illumination. David the psalmist was certainly illumined. He must have experienced being illumined consciousness as he watched over the sheep under the limitless skies. This is obvious from many of his psalms. At least one illumined episode is recorded of the disciples of Jesus. It is recorded that Jesus took Peter, James, and John, his brother, to a high mountain, and was transfigured before them, and his face did shine as the sun, and his raiment was white as the light. Matthew 17:2. Here is a definite description of that which takes place when illumined consciousness perceives the genuine being and body of anyone. One such incident as this should convince us that enlightened consciousness is not an exclusive endowment of but a few individuals. The next important fact to be recognized is that illumination, or enlightened consciousness, is perfectly natural. It is a normal experience. And when we arrive at that point of living as an illumined being, we realize that this is the only normal way to live. As stated before, illumined consciousness is an innate faculty of each and every individual. Furthermore, illumined consciousness is frequently experienced by everyone in one way or another. We have biblical authority for the foregoing statement. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. John 1:4. This is an absolute truth. The life is the light of men. But we must realize that light is the life of men also. Without life, there would be no light. Conversely, without light, there would be no life. To be alive is to be a light. To be a light is to be alive. Now let us perceive how it is that often we experience illumination, although at the moment we may not recognize it as such. For instance, everyone has had the experience of realizing the knowledge of some fact without having been taught this fact. Furthermore, he knows that he has not heard it, read it, or in any way learned it. He cannot humanly explain just how it is that he knows this fact, but he knows it beyond any doubt. Illumined consciousness is the only consciousness that can know any fact without the aid of some human agency. The innate knowledge of certain facts exists within and as the consciousness of every one of us. This is noticeably apparent in the case of prodigies. A prodigy is simply one whose consciousness is illumined in some specific aspect. This illumination may pertain to music, to mathematics, to art, or to innumerable other aspects of existence. Just as there are innumerable aspects of existence, so it is that there are innumerable aspects of illumination. As the student perceives and understands the various aspects of illumination, he will also recognize the fact that his own consciousness is already enlightened consciousness. This eradicates all the mystery and supernaturalness attached to the word illumination, and the student can approach greater illumination with more confidence, and without any feeling that he is unworthy or inadequate to have this glorious experience. It also gives him the basic from which to start, and his approach will be made with more freedom and expectancy. Most important of all is the fact that illumination will now be perceived as a perfectly normal experience. Thus he can live a perfectly balanced and normal existence as an illumined being. Chapter 2. Aspects of Illumination. As stated in the preceding chapter, there are innumerable aspects of illumination. In addition to this, there are various degrees of the awareness of illumination. Let us now explore some aspects of this experience and begin to understand just how complete is an illumined experience. Illumination may be experienced visually or orally. It may be evident as a delightful sense of perfume. Again, it may be a bodily experience. This experience may appear as a wonderful tingling sense throughout the entire body. It may be compared to a vibrant but gentle electric sense, as if the body were charged with electricity. Again, it may be just a warm flow of peace and love throughout the body. Illumination may be just knowledge of some fact without having acquired this knowledge in any way. Again, it may be a sudden awareness of some act that must be performed immediately. Perhaps a letter must be written, a call made, or it may be that trip must be taken. Again, this is an inner knowledge which cannot be explained from the standpoint of the human experience. In some moments of illumination, there is a sense of being weightless. Not only is the body without weight, but there is an awareness that the floor has neither solidity, density, nor weight. Now let us explore in greater detail some of these illumined experiences. Let us begin with the aural, A-U-R-A-L, aspect of illumination. All of us have heard of the music of the spheres. In fact, Guy Murchie, a well-known writer, has written a wonderful book entitled Music of the Spheres. Mr. Murchie does not claim to be a metaphysician or a mystic. In his approach, we find a blending of literature, philosophy, and science into one universal harmonious whole. There can be no doubt but that he has heard the music of the spheres. One such instance as this is proof that it is possible for anyone to have this experience. Herein is the primary fact revealed. Illumination is not just the prerogative of those who call themselves mystics or metaphysicians. There are many individuals who have heard the music of the spheres. It is noteworthy that many of these individuals made no claim to exceptional spiritual insight. In fact, some of them would scoff at the very suggestion that there was such a thing as illumined consciousness. Yet the fact remains they did experience aural illumination. Only an illumined consciousness can hear this divine music. We mention this aspect of aural illumination first because this is the most frequently reported experience of this kind. No human instruments or voices could possibly reproduce this music. It is beyond description. In fact, it must be heard if one is to know and experience its beauty. In the most complete awareness of this aspect of illumination, one has the feeling of actually being the music one is hearing. Sometimes the music of the spheres may be heard as it were the singing of innumerable birds. It is so beautifully blended that the song of no one bird is distinguished from another. Yet there is a joyous, surging, rhythmic, tonal, audible harmony. Furthermore, one knows that one is actually hearing this music, and that it is no hallucination. Music of the spheres may be heard as if it were being played by an infinite symphony orchestra comprising innumerable instruments having no earthly counterpart. Here again the music is so beautifully merged that it would be impossible to distinguish one instrument from another. One also hears the same surging, joyous, rhythmic harmony that is heard when the bird-like music is audible. Of course, all of us love good music and the joyous song of birds. However, right here it must be noted that it is impossible to compare any earthly music with the music of the spheres. For one thing, there are no earthly birds that could produce this glorious divine music. Furthermore, there are no orchestral instruments that could possibly reproduce the delicate yet intense tones and harmony one hears as this heavenly music. After having heard the heavenly music, one would expect that any earthly music would appear gross and coarse. In one way this is true, but paradoxically more often than not, our enjoyment of good music, whether of birds or of orchestral music, is greatly enhanced through having heard the indescribably beautiful music of the spheres. We seem to sense the more glorious music, even as we are listening to concerts or to the song of birds. I have found this to be particularly true when I have heard the music of Bach being exceptionally well performed. The music of Bach has been said to be the most spiritual of all music. This may account for my experience of great illumination when hearing his music beautifully played. It is essential that we diverge for a moment here because there is an important point that must be clarified. We have mentioned various aspects of illumination. We have discussed to some extent aural illumination. This does not mean, however, that there is a genuine separation between various aspects of illumination. It is consciousness that sees, that hears, and that experiences. The consciousness that sees also hears and experiences. Consciousness is not divided, although consciousness must be aware of various distinct aspects of its awareness. We get a hint of this fact when we realize that we may see, hear, and experience simultaneously. The indivisibility of consciousness will be thoroughly revealed during the succeeding chapters of this work. There have been reports of aural illumination experienced in ways other than those mentioned here. However, the foregoing aspect of this experience are sufficient for our purpose. Anyone experiencing aural illumination of any kind should now recognize and understand just what is taking place. Let us now turn our attention to another aspect of illumination. There are events of illumined consciousness that can be described only as an experience. For instance, one may be in a room with all the doors and windows closed, and suddenly one will feel a soft, gentle breeze wafting across his face. This is one of the most frequent experiences of illumination. Sometimes for no apparent reason, a wonderful sense of peace will permeate the entire being. This sense of peace is beyond any human understanding or explanation. It is so complete that the entire body suddenly experiences a warm glow of ineffable peace. Often this glorious sense of peace will suddenly be realized when one seems to be greatly disturbed or even in bodily pain. It is an assurance that all is well, despite all appearances to the contrary. And generally this subsequently proves to be true. It is noteworthy that, more often than not, this infinite sense of peace presages the full realization that all is well. Furthermore, this realization is evidenced as that which is called healing. It is obvious that the foregoing experiences can only take place in and as illumined consciousness. The assumptive reasoning human mind could never be aware of such peace when one seemed to be in the very midst of great trouble or pain. Illumined consciousness may be compared to the sun, which is always present, but may temporarily be obscured by the very dark clouds. Sometimes there will suddenly be a rift of the clouds, and the glorious sun will show forth in all its splendor. Thus it is that enlightened consciousness may suddenly burst through the seeming barrier, and omnipresent perfection may be realized and evidenced. Another aspect of illumination is joy. Suddenly an inexplicable sense of joy will flood the entire consciousness. This illumined event may transpire when one is in deep contemplation, or it may instantaneously be manifested at any moment of the day or night. It is an ecstatic, vital, living sense of joy which cannot be accounted for or explained from any human standpoint. It is sheer joy, without any human reason for being particularly joyous. It far transcends any experience that could be termed human happiness or enjoyment. The ecstasy of this illumination may be experienced even when you are seemingly troubled or in pain. Obviously, then, this is illumination, because from the standpoint of human reasoning, it simply could not take place under such circumstance. It often happens that this illumination may be evident just prior to the obliteration of some seeming problem. From this it is evident that illumined consciousness simply reveals the perfection that does exist, rather than the imperfection which does not exist. Actually, all phantasmic sense of inharmony is obliterated when you are experiencing illumined consciousness. This is true where the predominating factor of the illumination appears as peace, joy, an illumined experience, or whatever. From this it should be clear that illumination reveals the genuine and only nature of existence once the eternal, immutable perfection which does exist is perceived. Any distorted misconception about genuine existence is obliterated. Then you will probably say that you have had a healing, but deeper perception reveals that no healing has actually taken place. Rather, it is that the omnipresent perfection has been so clearly realized that the fallacious appearance of illness or trouble is simply cancelled out. This explains just why it is so necessary to consciously experience illumination and to recognize the true nature of this experience. In fact, this is one reason why this book has been written. Among the various phases of illumination is one outstanding experience that must be mentioned here. This experience is particularly difficult to describe in words, as there are so many ramifications of the one experience. Nevertheless, we shall attempt to portray this aspect of illumination. It is important that you understand this type of experience for the following reason. So often it engenders much fear. Many of you have experienced the following phase of illumination, and because you have not understood it, have been very frightened. Some of you are even loath to talk about it. Now let us calmly and intelligently investigate the illumination in which all solidity and density disappear, yet you are aware that you exist, and that your existence includes a body. However, you discover that you are not confined to the body or even to its immediate vicinity. You may suddenly feel that you are standing just behind the body, but the body has no solidity. You may be seeing the body from across the room or even from the ceiling. Again, you may suddenly discover that you are in another city entirely. You may be walking around, fully comprehending all the various elements that constitute that city. You may be aware of the body, but again, you may have no awareness of body at all. In the latter event, it is just a matter of being in that specific city. One outstanding fact pertaining to this event is that you have no awareness of having projected yourself anywhere. You have no sense of going anywhere. Suddenly you are there. There is much greater illumination of this timeless, spaceless nature, but we will not discuss this just now. For the time being, let us just say that you have discovered the limitless freedom that is inherently your divine nature. Please be assured that there is nothing to fear in this phase of illumination. It happens frequently, and it has been the experience of innumerable individuals throughout the ages. It is only recently that we have begun to realize that this is a perfectly normal experience. Jesus was well aware of the normality of this event. You will remember that the windows and doors were closed when he suddenly appeared in the room with the disciples. Then, too, we have biblical authority for the fact that Jesus saw Nathanael, although from a human standpoint they seemed separated by such a distance that this would have been impossible. You will find this episode recorded in the Gospel of John 1:43 through 50. There are also many recent authenticated incidents of this kind, and they are becoming more numerous all the while. We will not pursue this line of inquiry any further just now, but please be assured that there is nothing mysterious or supernatural about this aspect of illumined experience. There is a perfectly logical explanation for these occurrences. When illumination is understood, all false sense of mystery or mysticism is abolished. This leaves you free to let these illumined experiences perform the glorious work which is the purpose of their appearing. As you continue your study and contemplation of this book, you will perceive the nature of illumination, and you will discover the pure, logical intelligence of this experience. Furthermore, you will also realize the glorious freedom and perfection that naturally accompanies being an illumined individual. Chapter 3. Spiritual Perception. The subject of vision is of vital importance to all seekers along the spiritual path. This is true because our judgment of existence depends primarily upon that which we see. It is quite well known that the vision of man is incapable of reporting correctly what it seems to see. This knowledge is not confined to just those of us who are seen spiritually. Any physicist will readily admit that things are not as they appear to be when seen by the eye of man. Sir Arthur Eddington is acknowledged to be one of the greatest of many renowned physicists. In one of his later works, he makes it very clear that we do not see substance as it generally is. His inference is that between the scene of an object and the object itself, something happens which changes its appearance. Of course, in this instance, he is referring to matter. But matter is such an overworked and misunderstood word that I prefer the words density or solidity. Anyone who is aware of being illumined would thoroughly agree with Sir Arthur Eddington. It is true that existence cannot be seen as it is, when the vision seems to be filtered through the veil called the eye of man. You see, the eye believes what it sees. That which is called the eye of man consists of an illusionary substance. That which it seems to see and report is also constituted an illusion. The illusionary substance called the eye and the supposition substance called the object which it sees are exactly the same illusion. The meaning of this statement may seem obscure at the moment, but it will be clarified as you continue in this book. If you were unconscious, you would see nothing at all. This would be true even if your eyes were wide open. Therefore, it is obvious that the eye of itself sees nothing and can report nothing. Thus we arrive at the conclusion that the eye itself is not what it appears to be. From a human standpoint, there is still much mystery concerning the eye. It will continue to be a mystery until the true nature of all substance is perceived, and this can be realized only as consciousness is illumined. The following statement may seem completely unreasonable to you just now, but if you continue reading, you will perceive that it is entirely reasonable. More important, it is true. Illumined consciousness sees equally well, whether or not the eyes are open. Illumined consciousness sees everything that is in the range of so-called human vision. It sees much more than is visible to the veil called the human eye, and above all it sees things as they are. Neither the eye nor the eyelid can obstruct or confine spiritual vision. Illumined consciousness is spiritual vision, and spiritual vision is spirit or soul or consciousness seen. We are all well acquainted with the word spirit, yet this word has very little genuine meaning for most of us. Generally it denotes something intangible, nebulous, without essence, form, or activity. Perhaps one has a more definite concept of the word soul. This is true because the soul is supposed to have an identity and is presumably identified with the body. There is one word which encompasses the meaning of these two words, spirit and soul. It brings into intelligent focus their significance. This word is consciousness. There is no word in our language that is so fraught with spiritual significance as is the word consciousness. Spirit, soul, consciousness have exactly the same meaning. They may be used interchangeably, but the meaning remains the same. So let us dwell with this word consciousness for a while and discover, at least to some extent, the genuine essence and activity of that which we call consciousness. Consciousness is awareness. To be conscious is to be aware. To be unconscious would mean to be unaware. You are aware that you exist. If you were not conscious, you would not be aware that you exist. So consciousness is awareness of existence. We have just stated that consciousness, spirit, and soul are identical. Thus, spirit is your own awareness that you exist. Soul is likewise the same awareness. Spiritual consciousness is illumined consciousness. It will not be difficult for you to perceive that soul is spiritual. On the contrary, it will be simple for you to realize that soul, being conscious, is spiritual consciousness. Thus it should be clear that illumined consciousness is the soul you are, being aware of existence as it is. There is another expression used to denote illumined consciousness. Sometimes we hear or read the word cosmic consciousness. This is a much misunderstood expression. It is often used with a connotation of mysticism, as it were something supernatural. The word cosmic pertains to the cosmos. Webster defines the word cosmos as the universe as an orderly and harmonious system, contrasted with chaos. Cosmic consciousness is universal consciousness. It is the universal awareness of perfect order and complete harmony. Thus, cosmic consciousness is consciousness of being order, perfection, and harmony. Spiritual consciousness is cosmic consciousness. This means that cosmic consciousness is illumined consciousness. It is illumined or enlightened universal awareness. Cosmic consciousness is an awareness of the infinite we call the universe. It is illimitable, and it cannot be contained or confined. Certain it is that universal consciousness can not be limited to just one little area, much less can it be imprisoned within the bounds of time and space. It has no awareness of boundaries of any nature. It is indivisible. It is immeasurable in terms of fallacious time and space. This is the consciousness that is illumined. This is enlightened consciousness. This is the only genuine consciousness in existence. Thus it is that consciousness that you are, and it is the consciousness that I am. The pseudo-mind of man is not this glorious, free, boundless, limitless consciousness. Just as surely as there is a soul, there is illumined consciousness. It is impossible to conceive the soul as being mortal or material. No one denies that he has a soul. Why then should anyone deny that he has an illumined consciousness? Before you have finished with this book, you will discover not only that you have a soul, or an illumined consciousness, but that you are soul. You are illumined consciousness. At the beginning of this chapter we stated that we do not see things as they really are. Now let us begin to perceive just why our vision apparently reports such distorted pictures. Earlier in this chapter we mentioned the fact that existence cannot be correctly seen when viewed through the veil called the eyes of man. There are many references in our Bible pertaining to the veil which seems to cloud our vision. And he will destroy in this mountain the face of the covering cast over the people, and the veil that is spread over all nations. Isaiah 25:7. The great prophet Isaiah must have had many illumined experiences. Many of his statements are pure absolute truth. You will note his perception that all people and all nations appear to be victimized by this veil that obscures the true and only existence. Only an illumined consciousness could have been aware that the veil only seemed to cast a shadow over that which is genuine. Furthermore, he realized that this covering would be obliterated. Isaiah was seeing things as they are, and he knew that ultimately everyone must be aware of existence as it is. A veil could be referred to as something which is interposed between the vision and that which is seen. This would mean that a separation exists between the seer and that which is seen. Thus there would have been an assumption of two-ness or dualism. Now we have arrived at the key word of all our seeming difficulty, dualism. In Webster's unabridged dictionary we find the following definition. Dualism, a twofold division. Any theory which considers the ultimate nature of the universe to be twofold, or to be constituted by two mutually irreducible elements. Dualism is division. It inevitably presents an illusory picture of separateness between the one who sees and that which is seen. This is the veil spoken about in the Bible. In my book entitled The Ultimate, there is a chapter with the title, Seen is Being. I will not repeat the truth revealed in the Ultimate, but it would be helpful to read and correlate that chapter with what you are now reading. Now let us perceive just what it is that seems to separate the seer from that which is seen. Let us also perceive the reason why that which is seen appears to be distorted. It is the false concept called the human eye that appears to separate the thing which is seen from that which is seen. It is the fallacy that vision must be filtered through these same eyes of man that presents a distorted vision of that which is seen. We have said that if one were unconscious, one would see nothing. This is proof positive that the eye does not see. Vision is perception. Perception is an activity of consciousness. So vision is consciousness perceiving. In other words, vision is an activity of consciousness. It is impossible for the eye of man to see things as they are. That which we call man is but an illusion about the eternal identity. Any illusion must be an illusion about something that does exist. The identity does exist. The illusion about the identity does not exist. It has no identity, no substance, form, or activity. The illusion called the body of man is but one aspect of innumerable illusions. These innumerable illusions are but aspects of a universal illusion. An illusion can appear genuine only to one who is deluded by it. This one would have to be man with breath in his nostrils, but the Bible makes it clear that we are to cease ye from man, whose breath is in his nostrils, for wherein is he to be accounted of? Isaiah 2:22. There is no accounting for man with breath in his nostrils. If God be all, and God is all, then this temporary, assumptive man is non-existent. The eternal life, which is God, cannot live as a temporal life. Thus there is no such life. Yet this assumptive man does appear to be born, to live temporarily, and to die. This is the illusion. All that pertains to human birth, human life, and human death is illusion. The very deluded one, called a human being, is an illusion. The assumptive mind and body of this illusion must consist of the illusion itself. Thus it would have to be the deluded one. Here we have the fact. The deluded one is the illusion itself. Neither the illusion nor the deluded one has existence. Assumptive man, the deluded one, and any illusion are the same thing, illusion. Assumptive man can see only his own illusions. A so-called deluded one, seeing its own illusions, is intrinsically illusory. It is a phantasmic delusion about the eternal, perfect, indivisible identity that is your identity and mine. But the genuine and only identity is completely immune to any illusion. The genuine and only identity is God identified, and God is not deluded. Now we have arrived at the part played by the eye in this illusion. The eye of man consists of an illusionary substance. They are not the genuine substance of spirit, soul, consciousness. Thus they are not substance at all, being an illusion about genuine vision. They can see and report only an illusory concept of that which they appear to see. This is why the false concept of vision reports separateness. This is the reason the eyes of man seem to see a distorted picture of that which is within the range of his limited vision. Spirit, consciousness, life are one indivisible whole, entirety, all. Consciousness, being indivisible, cannot see division or separateness. All of us have heard of the eyes of the Spirit. We have read about spiritual vision. Well, the eye of spirit and spiritual vision are one and the same essence. The eye of spirit is spirit. The vision of consciousness is consciousness. There can be no separation between consciousness and that which it sees, because consciousness is the very essence which comprises that which it sees. All that appears to be dense, solid, and dark is but the non-existent illusion reported by the eye of the assumptive man. All that appears to be confined within certain forms is but an illusion about that which genuine vision sees. An illusion can see and report only the distortions of his own illusions. Genuine spiritual vision can see and report only the genuine indivisible essence of its own being. Spiritual vision is spirit seen. Spirit seen is enlightened consciousness perceiving. Enlightened consciousness perceiving is illumined consciousness seen and being that which it sees. This is visual illumination. Please know that we have only touched upon some aspects of this phase of illumination. Right now it is essential that we realize two tremendous facts. First, that which the illusory eye of assumptive man sees consists of its own illusion. Second, that which the eye of consciousness sees consists of its own genuine essence. If these 2 points are clear, you are prepared to go on to the greater revelation of visual illumination in the following chapter. Chapter 4. Visual Illumination. The Bible abounds in references to the light. A comprehensive study of these references will be most enlightening. By contemplating the spiritual significance of these references, you will perceive that many who are called prophets or leaders were sometimes greatly illumined. Furthermore, you will realize that they experienced visual illumination. An outstanding example of this fact may be read in Psalm 139:11-12. If I say, surely the darkness shall cover me, even the night shall be light about me. Yea, the darkness hideth not from thee, but the night shineth as the day. The darkness and the light are both alike to thee. David was experiencing tremendous visual illumination when he sang this song of joy. Anyone who experiences great visual illumination will thoroughly comprehend just what David was perceiving. There is a twofold meaning in this song of joy. First, David knew what it meant to be seemingly engulfed in darkness. He knew that sometimes this darkness would threaten to obliterate the light he knew himself to be, but he had experienced visual illumination, and he knew that the darkness was but illusion. Whether the darkness appeared to be trouble or whether it appeared to be the darkness of the night was not important to David. What mattered to him was that he had seen existence as it is, and could not be deceived by any illusion of darkness. Second, he was aware that, even if he seemed to accept an illusion, the light which he knew himself to be remained the same. Many of us have had experiences which parallel those of David. We too have felt as if the darkness would surely submerge us, but we too have experienced being the light, and we are not deceived. We stand, no matter how grave the darkness may appear to be, in absolute conviction that the light does exist. Furthermore, we know that even the illusion of darkness cannot obliterate the light. We too have experienced the sudden radiance of visual illumination, right in the midst of what seemed to be Stygian darkness. To us the darkness and the light are both alike, because we know that there is no darkness. All is light. Of course, there are many aspects of visual illumination. It is only in the greatest illumination that the universe and all existence is seen to be light. Let us now explore some other phases of visual illumination. No doubt you will recognize some of your own illumined experiences during this exploration. If so, never again will you misunderstand your own illumination. Neither will you limit your enlightened consciousness by denying that already you have experienced illumination. One aspect of visual illumination which frequently occurs has to do with color. It may be that suddenly the grass, the leaves, the flowers, and the shrubbery are perceived in much deeper, more intense hue. Paradoxically, this intensity of color also has a gentle, beautiful delicacy. You cannot describe it, but it is both intense and delicate. It never seems to be harsh or blatant. Always it glows, and there is a certain feeling of warmth about it. These intense colors are vibrant, and you have a sense of dynamic, living, loving life existing as color itself. There is visual illumination in which the outlines of objects are exceedingly distinct. Objects stand out more clearly, and the delineation is more definite. It may or may not be an outline of a very fine light. Always the beauty of that which you are seeing is greatly enhanced during visual illumination. In some instances, the appearance of solidity will suddenly vanish, and you will see right through a supposedly solid object. This often happens with the body. After having attended a class in the ultimate, one student reported the following experience. While shaving, he was standing in front of the mirror in line with the door. Suddenly he was aware that his body was transparent, and that he was seeing the door right through the body. His illumination was so great that for many days his friends commented upon his radiant appearance. They apparently did not see the body as a transparency, but they did see the radiant glow that comprised his body of light. During this period he went about his daily affairs quite normally and freely. Needless to say, he is an exceedingly enlightened student, and he understood the experience. He knew it was no hallucination. There are illumined situations in which the indestructibility of a substance is apparent. For instance, a lawn that has been mowed very close to the ground will be seen at its normal height. In this phase of illumination, grass that appears to be withered is suddenly seen to be gloriously green and alive. Broken boughs and dying leaves disappear as perfect branches and fresh, beautiful leaves are perceived. Visual illumination never reveals imperfection. Rather, it is that all appearance of imperfection is obliterated, and what had appeared as imperfect is seen to be beautifully perfect. All that you see has a shining, glorious appearance of newness and freshness. Sometimes you will be aware of seeing everything in its completeness. The tree, branch, leaves, even the roots and the seeds will be seen. A fruit tree will be complete, including the blossoms and the full ripe fruit. You will never see a withered branch or a barren tree in illumination. Neither will you see a disfigured form of any kind. The form is always beautiful and perfect, even as in the substance of that which appears in form. Right outside my study window stands a tall tree. I love this tree. The former owners of my house had used this tree for target practice, and it seemed to be dying. Furthermore, it appeared to have grown crooked and distorted in shape. Shortly after our arrival, I really saw the tree. I see it as the beauty of perfection. I saw it as beautifully symmetrical, with no horrible scars from the target practice. I saw it as eternal life and form, completely new and fresh. I saw it as living beauty at the very height of its perfect being. Above all, I saw this tree in all its completeness. Although it was not supposed to be in bloom, I saw the blossoms. In addition to all of this, I saw the roots and the seed from which it had supposedly sprung. It is noteworthy that the tree showed no solidity. On the contrary, it was beautifully transparent, light in form. I will not attempt to describe it further, but I can tell you that now I always see this tree in all its pristine beauty. You will also be interested to know that even to those who apparently are unillumined, the tree appears more beautiful and symmetrical, and they see no sign of an injured tree. I could mention many such instances, but this will suffice to reveal two important facts. Visual illumination reveals things as they are. The evidence of this illumination, even to the seemingly unillumined, is manifested as greater perfection and beauty. In metaphysical terms, it would be said that the tree has been healed. There is visual illumination in which you may suddenly find yourself in the presence of someone who has called for help. You may or may not have met this one. Often you will recognize just a silent plea from help for someone who imagines that he is appealing to a God other than his own God identity. If your consciousness is sufficiently illumined, you will often be aware of that plea. After all, an illumined consciousness is not personal. It is not the consciousness of a person. An illumined consciousness is the infinite impersonal consciousness which is God. So a prayer to God is simply an offering, an opening of the consciousness of the one who prays. Thus God, who is your enlightened consciousness, is aware of this prayer. When the one who calls for help is a student of the ultimate, he is enlightened. In this event, he is very apt to see when you are aware of being present with him. He may even hear you, if that is what seems necessary at the moment. One whom I loved deeply was awakened by what appeared to be a great pain. He cried out for help, and suddenly I was standing beside his bed, talking with him. He saw me and heard my voice. Instantly the pain was gone, and he fell asleep again. From a human standpoint, we were several hundred miles apart when this experience took part. Right here I must say that this loved one had to be illumined in order to see me and hear my voice. Although I mentioned just this one illumined experience, I assure you that there have been many others of a similar nature. I have no sense of projecting myself anywhere. I have no sense of going anywhere or of returning. It is just that suddenly I am there, and again suddenly I am here. When I am there, there is here to me. Yet here is here to me when I am conscious of being here. Please do not mistake my purpose in telling these wonderful experiences. I would not imply that I am the only one who experiences this phase of illumination. On the contrary, there are many students of the ultimate to whom this is a perfectly normal activity. Then, too, I have read and heard of enlightened ones who have seen and heard, even though many miles seem to intervene between this one and ones who seem to need help. This is no new or novel experience. It has been going on throughout the centuries. The only reason it is now more generally known is that the participants are loath to mention it. There has been great reticence about this because of fear of being thought ridiculous or abnormal. The day is rapidly approaching when it will be realized that this is a perfectly normal experience. Illumination reveals what the physicists and scientists are just now discovering. Those engaged in the space effort are finding that there are no spatial barriers. Actually, there is no space. If the things of the spirit had been nearly as important as the foolish things of the world, these facts would have been known eons ago. Let us now discuss the visual illumination which appears as color. There are many aspects in which color appears. Sometimes you will be aware of but one color. Again, you may see an infinite variety of colors. Even the body may appear to be a warm, glowing, golden shade, or it may appear to be a blue-white light. Sometimes it will appear as a rose-like color, or it may be the color of a pure white light. When the body is seen to be transparent, it is generally seen as the essence of pure light, although it has no solidity. I can assure you of one thing. It is completely free of darkness. Furthermore, it is always beautiful, perfect, and symmetrical. We know that the music we hear in oral illumination is completely unlike any earthly music. This same fact holds true in regard to the colors we see in visual illumination. We may see just one color, or we may see innumerable colors simultaneously. One of the most beautiful and satisfying colors is a glowing flame, like shade. Always when this exquisite color appears, you will experience a tremendous surge of infinite love. I might add that often this will take place when you have someone in consciousness who is called for help. This flame-like sense of love will invariably bring to light the perfection of that which appeared to be imperfect. One thing I must make very clear. There is no spiritual scene so fraught with power as is the consciousness of being love itself. When innumerable colors appear simultaneously, you will note that they are indivisible. There will be no line of demarcation between the colors. There will be no line where one color leaves off and another color begins. You will also notice that each color is specifically that particular color. Yet each color includes all the infinite variety of colors which constitutes the entire illumination. In other words, each color is complete as itself, yet its completeness includes all the colors in the universe. In this illumination there is always a wonderful sense of being complete. You will realize that you are complete in all aspects of your being and body. You will also realize that you are complete because you are completeness itself. Many of you have had this experience, so you are aware of this glorious realization of being completeness. It cannot be described in words. It can be understood only through having the experience. In any event, you who are yet to experience this illumination will understand it, and you will know that its spiritual significance is completeness. Furthermore, you will know that it is your own completeness, revealing itself to itself as itself. There is another fact pertaining to illumination and color which is of vital importance. There is activity going on in and as these colors. It is intense activity. It is nothing like vibration. Rather, it is as if the colors were a living, active essence. There is a reason for this appearance of intense activity. As you know, life is active. Activity is life. God being omnipresent, life is omnipresent, for God is life. Thus, life is God also. So when you are beholding the intense activity in and as these divine colors, you are beholding life itself. It is not surprising that you will be ecstatically alive as you experience this illumination. There is another aspect of illumination as color that is the most glorious experience. This takes place when both visual and oral illumination are simultaneously experienced. You will see the most wonderful and indescribable colors while you are hearing the most sublime music. Now here is a seeming paradox. You actually seem to be seeing the music as well as hearing it. Conversely, you are aware of hearing the color as well as seeing them. This is explained when you realize that there is no separation in consciousness. It is the same consciousness, whether it is manifested as seeing or hearing. We hear much about the 5 physical senses. Actually, there are no physical senses. There is but one sense, and that one is consciousness. This one indivisible sense may appear as seeing, hearing, touching, tasting, or smelling, but these are only certain aspects of consciousness. We have often heard of a 6th sense, which is not so easily defined. Well, there are an untold number of activities of the one consciousness. Each one is specific or distinct activity of the one indivisible consciousness. There is a sense of direction, the sense of peace, of harmony, the sense of justice, and numerous other distinct but indivisible aspects of the one consciousness. It is important to realize that inseparableness of consciousness. There really is no line which separates hearing from seeing. Neither is there line of demarcation between hearing, seeing, tasting, touching, or any other of the distinct aspects of consciousness. Time magazine printed a report that brings this fact into focus. This has to do with a psychiatrist who conducted an experiment in the presence of several of his colleagues. He blindfolded a young woman, and the blindfold was carefully checked. Then she opened a book, and by passing the fingertips of the right hand slightly across the page, she was able to read the text fluently. She proceeded to read a newspaper in the same way. Then they tested her with colored lights. She had stated that she could feel colors. They shone a red light on a light green book, making it look blue. She said it was blue. When the red light was turned off, she recognized the fact that the book was green. That incident is very revealing. It points out a fact that it is known to all who experience visual illumination. Vision is not confined to a small area of the eyes. There will come a day when it will be well known that consciousness is unconfined, whether it is functioning as vision, hearing, or whatever. When you are experiencing the greatest illumination, you are gloriously aware that the consciousness you are is infinite. You see the universe as it is. You see countless suns, moons, and planets. You have no sense of time or space. You are fully aware that you are inseparable from that which you see, because the consciousness which sees constitutes that which is seen. In this full illumination, you may or may not be aware of the body. More often you are not. The light is so very bright indeed, the light of the sun is pale in comparison to it. It is as if the brilliance of the light conceals the outline of the body. Yet you are certainly aware that you exist, and that you exist as an identity. You do not lose your awareness of the fact that the body exists. It is just that it does not come to your attention at the moment. In like manner, you may know that a beautiful painting hangs upon the wall of your room. You may look at it a dozen times each day, and yet you do not really see it. Yet you know it is there, and if you suddenly feel that you would like to enjoy its beauty, you focus your attention upon the picture. In full illumination, you are so absorbed in the infinite beauty and perfection of the light that you do not notice the body at the moment. It is in this illumination that you are conscious of being all that you are seeing. It is useless to attempt to describe this experience, but those who do experience full illumination will know what I am trying to portray. It could be said that full illumination is visual illumination, yet it is more than just visual. It is as if the various facets of consciousness are infinitely aware simultaneously. Complete illumination means a complete awareness of all existence. It also means a complete awareness of being the essence and the activity of all that exists. This experience may last for just a few seconds. Sometimes it is difficult to realize that it actually took place. Yet, if you are unafraid, it will be repeated again and again. Finally, it may last for hours or even days or weeks. One thing I know, you are aware that it is no hallucination. You know beyond any doubt that you have seen and experienced being reality. And no one can shake your conviction that what you have seen and experienced is genuine. If this were all, it might not be of a supreme importance to experience full illumination, but this is not all. Your entire perspective is changed. Your daily experience becomes altogether different. You cannot live in the old way of materiality. Above all, you know the genuine meaning of love, of life, of consciousness, and of intelligence, and you find it necessary to act accordingly. There is one point that must be emphasized here. The experience of full illumination does not mean that you live abnormally in any respect. You go about your daily affairs as usual. You do nothing ridiculous. You find that it is impossible to talk about what you are seeing and experiencing. Your friends and associates are not aware of anything different except in one way. You do not become disturbed, no matter how trying a situation may seem to be. You are joyous and free, and your work or profession goes smoothly. Some of the students say they realize that everything is being done for them, and they are completely free of any false sense of labor, struggle, or strain. There is no sense of weariness or exhaustion. Neither is there any sense of depletion. The activity of each day is effortless, although much more is accomplished than formerly seemed possible. You do arrive at the point where your days and nights are a constant illumined experience. Oh, you are not in full illumination constantly, but you do see the wonderful glow of all existence. You do see perfection right where others imagine they see imperfection. You see beauty where its opposite is generally believed to be. You see light where others seem to see darkness. Above all, you love. Oh, how you love. You love everything you see. You love because you can do no other. You are love. You know it, and you must be yourself. You can no more keep from loving than you can keep from breathing. Almost constantly you are experiencing a warm, flame-like glow of infinite love. To those of you who have not yet consciously experienced being an illumined identity, some question may arise. These questions concern your attitude toward others. For instance, you may question something like this: doesn't this experience set me apart from others? Doesn't it make me feel superior or higher than others? Doesn't it make me cold or impatient with the problem of others? The answer to each one of these questions is no, no, no. Quite the contrary is true. You do not feel apart from others. You have perceived that there is one indivisible consciousness, life, mind. You know that each one of us is this one life, consciousness, mind. You have seen that this conscious living mind is inseparable, and the fact of being identified does not divide it into sections of itself. It is not a matter of feeling one with others. It is far more than that. It is a matter of realizing that you are the same consciousness, the same life, the same mind that is identified as everyone in existence. Actually, to you the word others has a false connotation. You know that there is no line of demarcation where they leave off and you begin. No, you are not one with anyone. The one you call another is exactly the same living consciousness, loving mind that you are, and you know it. There is biblical authority for this realization of oneness. At that day ye shall know that I am in my Father, and ye in me, and I in you. John 14:20. Yes, at that day, when illumination is consciously realized, you do realize that the Father and the Son are the same one. You are the Father, and the Father is you, and there is no other. The one called other is the same life, consciousness, mind that you are. This knowing precludes the possibility of being one with anyone. You can only recognize the same mind, consciousness, life, love that constitutes your entirety. Jesus was certainly fully illumined when he made the foregoing statement. He had gone all the way, and he knew that there was no such thing as separateness. Certain it is that the one called Jesus had clearly shown his great love. He knew that he had to be love in order to exist. He knew the meaning of impersonal love, and he knew that love is not something that can be given or withheld. Love simply is. Life, consciousness, mind, love are all one in the same consciousness. Walking as an illumined being does not make you feel superior to those called others. You never know the meaning of the word humility until you consciously experience illumination. How can you feel superior to or higher than yourself? You can't. You know that only because God is can you be. You know there really is no one higher or lower than yourself. You are aware that the one whom you call another is the very same God consciousness, and equally the same consciousness that you are. You limit no one. The whole basis of the ultimate is that each and every identity is equally the one and only identity, which is God. No, indeed, you do not feel cold or impatient with your problems of those called others. Remember, you are love. You know how genuine and formidably these apparent problems can seem to be. True, you know that there is no problem, and no one actually experiencing a problem, but you do not ignore the fact that the appearance of a problem seems most real to the one who has accepted it as genuine. It is as if you were standing beside someone who is dreaming. You know that the dream is completely spurious. You know that this one is completely immune to the dream. You also know the nature of the dream. If it is a pleasant dream, you will probably feel it is better to let it continue, but if it is a tragic nightmare, you certainly will attempt to awaken him. Oh, you will do this most gently. Whatever you do, it is done in gentleness and in love. Love is always gentle. Love is compassionate, but love does not descend to the level of the nightmare. Love stays awake, because only a consciousness which is clear and alert can see clearly enough to dispel the nightmare. Love and intelligence are inseparable one. Therefore the love that is mind acts intelligently. To accept the nightmare that seems to be the experience of a supposititious dreamer would be to manifest love without intelligence. Sympathy is not love. Sympathy is a so-called human emotion. Sympathy never eliminates a nightmare. Compassion is love. Compassion is a deep spiritual understanding of the seeming needs of the one called other. Compassion speaks and acts lovingly and gently, but it also acts intelligently. Compassion is a realization of what the problem seems to be, an understanding of how real and tragic it appears, and a joyous consent to cancel the mistaken sense. It is sufficient just to see and to be the consciousness which knows that perfection is all. The glorious ways in which visual illumination may be experienced are innumerable. I have mentioned only a few of these aspects. Many books would be required to present thoroughly the infinite variety in which visual illumination is experienced. This is one most important aspect of this illumination, which has been barely introduced in this chapter. This is illumination in which the body is clearly seen. The visible body of light is of great importance. Because this subject is of such vital spiritual significance, the entire next chapter will be devoted to the eternal, immutable, glorious body of light. Chapter 5. The Body of Light. Enlightened consciousness is spiritual consciousness. Spiritual consciousness sees the things of spirit. The illusion called immortal consciousness sees its own illusion. Being an illusion itself, it can only see the substance, forms, and activities of its own delusions. We know that an illusion must be a delusion about something. There can be no illusion about nothing. So the illusory picture of darkness, density, matter is an illusion about spirit, light, consciousness, intelligence, and life. There is no darkness or solidity existing as spirit, light, consciousness, intelligence, life. Yet these aspects of existence comprise substance. The illusory substance that appears to be solid dark matter is but an illusion about the genuine substance, which is comprised of spirit, light, life, mind, consciousness. Often we hear or read the word darkness used to define ignorance. Ignorance would be an absence of knowledge pertaining to something which does exist. An illusory concept called the mind of man is not mind. It is not intelligence. Thus it must be an assumed absence of knowledge of that which does exist. This darkness must of necessity see darkness. Being dense, ignorant of genuine existence, it must see only the objects and delineation of its own density or ignorance. The body which appears to be material is constituted of an illusory substance. It is an illusion forming its own objects and delineation out of its own ignorance. Solidity, darkness, density are comprised of an illusory sense of substance. This illusory ignorance of that which does constitute substance is all there is of that which appears to be material. It is vitally important to realize one fact pertaining to the illusion versus that which does exist. Mind has no awareness of an illusion. Consciousness is its own immunity to any illusory concepts about it. Consciousness, being all, is only aware of itself. Conversely, the illusory mind of man is only aware of itself. For what man knoweth the things of a man, save the spirit of man which is in him? Even so the things of God knoweth no man but the Spirit of God. 1 Corinthians 2:11. There can be no intermingling of the genuine and the spurious. The genuine is, the spurious is not. The consciousness that does exist has no awareness of that which does not exist. In other words, God is conscious only of itself. The sun is completely untouched by the dark clouds that seem so dense and formidable. It is its own immunity to darkness. It just goes right on shining as its own light. Thus it is with enlightened consciousness, which is the only consciousness. It is completely immune to any illusory appearance of darkness. It just goes right on being the illumined consciousness which it is. There is a body of light. This body is comprised entirely of consciousness, life, mind, love. We have heard and read much about the spiritual body. The body of spirit does exist, and it is the only body. The body of spirit is consciousness, life, mind, love, and form. As stated before, consciousness is spirit, and consciousness, life, love, intelligence are inseparably one. This one is God. The genuine and only consciousness in existence sees the body of light. Enlightened consciousness is the only consciousness that exists. The only body in existence is comprised of the only consciousness in existence, and this is enlightened consciousness. There is nothing supernatural about this body of light, and neither is there anything mysterious about it. Seen as it is a perfectly normal body. But it can be seen only by the consciousness which is light itself. The one called Jesus certainly saw the body of light, and he was not alone in his perception. There is nothing new about the visibility of the body of light. It has been seen again and again by enlightened ones, and this fact is recorded in many ancient religious writings. Jesus said, "The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light." Matthew 6:22. The eye is comprised of consciousness. If you are perceiving as illumined consciousness, you will actually see and experience the body of light. However, Jesus added, "But if thy eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness?" Matthew 6:23. Yes, the light already exists in you, because the light exists as you. But if the you that seems to see is in darkness, in ignorance, and that which stands before you, then you are completely ignorant. This would mean that you were not mind, but absence of mind. This is impossible because there is no absence of mind. Mind is God, and God is omnipresent. The omnipresent, there are no vacuums, so even the appearance of darkness is illusion. If you do not consciously see the body of light, you are not really seeing the body at all. Now we have arrived at what seems to be a paradox. It is possible that you may not appear consciously to see the body of light, yet you actually do see the body of light. You cannot help seeing it if you are conscious, and you are conscious. Nothing can be conscious but consciousness. Just as surely as you are aware that you exist, you are a consciousness being conscious. So actually the illusion that you do not see the body of light has no basis in fact. Again, it is an illusion deluding itself. An illusion is nothing, and there is no deluded one. So an illusion is nothing, seen nothing. O beloved one, do you see what we are doing here? We are dissolving the mist, mistaken concept, which has seemed to bind you and blind you to the glorious heaven which is right here and now. The illusory mist is being dispersed in order that you may see and consciously be the enlightened one, which you already are. That which you have been reading here is no mere theory or work of fiction. It is absolute fact. It is true. If you can accept its truth, you may be sure that you can see things as they are, including the body of light. Let us now enter into a more thorough discussion of the body of light. We have perceived that the light is illumined consciousness. We have also seen that consciousness comprises the body. You know that you are conscious, and that only consciousness is conscious. Therefore it naturally follows that the substance of the body is the very consciousness which is conscious as your awareness of existing. Yes, the body consists of the consciousness you are, but you will remember the inseparability of consciousness, life, mind, and love. Thus you will perceive that the body must be constituted of the consciousness you are, the life you are, the intelligence you are, and the love that you are. If the conscious, living, loving mind you are is enlightened, and it is, then the body is a body of light, comprised of your own enlightened consciousness. Right at this point, some positive, unequivocal facts must be stated. There are not two of you, one that is enlightened consciousness and another that is unenlightened consciousness. There is just the one you, and this one is spirit, or illumined consciousness. Furthermore, you do not have two bodies, one a body of spirit and another an illusory body of solidity. We are not trying to enlighten an unenlightened consciousness. There is no such consciousness. We are not trying to change a body of darkness into a body of light. There is no body of darkness. Actually, we're not trying to do anything. We know that nothing could be done about something that does not exist. So the whole purpose of this book is to be fulfilled as your eyes are opened, and you perceive your genuine and only life, substance, being, and body. Just about now you may be asking some questions too, and they may be quite pertinent questions. For instance, why is it important that I see and experience the body of light? I just want to be more healthy, wealthy, or more joyous and at peace. How is this perception of the body of light going to help me in my daily life and experience? How can this theory, beautiful as it is, be practical in my life? If perception of the body of life were merely an experience isolated from your daily living, then there would be no purpose in writing this book. If this were only a beautiful theory, you might just as well read one of the lovely Greek myth or a fairy story. However, if the perception of the body of light and the universe of light is a realization of that which is true, it is provable. Anything that is true can be proved. That which is not true cannot be proved. In order that anything be proven, it must be evident, and this evidence must be apparent in daily life and experience. When through the perception of the body of light a healthy body is apparent, we actually are seeing and experiencing the proof that the body of light is true, genuine body. This is proof that what we are experiencing is true. When a healthy body is experienced, right where an unhealthy body had appeared to be, you may rest assured that this truth is apparent in daily life and experience. This is exactly what has been taking place through the enlightened conscious perception of the body of light. So the spiritual perception is more than a beautiful theory. It is practical. You may discover just how practical is this truth through the study and contemplation of the words and works of Jesus. For instance, to the man who apparently had a withered hand, he said, "Stretch forth thine hand." And he stretched it forth, and it was restored whole, like the other. Matthew 12:13. Jesus did not change a withered hand into a normal hand. No one can change something which is not true into something which is true. Jesus saw the hand that was not withered. He didn't give a treatment to a withered hand. Rather, he saw only that which was already whole and perfect, needing nothing to become the perfection which it already was. In short, Jesus saw the body of light rather than a body of darkness, solidity, density. Jesus' perception of the body of light revealed the perfection that already existed. Furthermore, this perfection was apparent to the man with a withered hand and those gathered around Jesus. This is quite practical, isn't it? No mere theory would have brought into view a perfect hand instantly, right where a withered hand had appeared to be present. This incident is but one of many in which Jesus made a simple statement of what was true. An omnipresent perfection was revealed, perceived, and evident. To the man who was called a leper he simply said, "Be thou clean," and immediately his leprosy was cleansed. Matthew 8:3. Did Jesus really see a leprous body? Indeed, he did not. He saw the pure, uncontaminated body of light. The evidence of that which Jesus saw was instantly apparent. This evidence did not come into existence. It was already the established fact. You will remember that the ruler of the synagogue believed his daughter to be dead. Yet Jesus simply took her by the hand and said, "Maid, arise." And her spirit came again, and she rose straightway. Luke 8:54-55. Jesus knew the genuine nature of the body. He did not accept a kind of body that was destructible or perishable. He perceived the eternal, immutable body of light. Jesus made one significant statement before entering the so-called death chamber. He said, "Weep not, she is not dead, but sleepeth." Luke 8:52. From this statement it is apparent that Jesus did not accept the illusion of a body that has died. He knew that the body of light could not die because it was never born. As evidence that this is true, we have the record that the maid was discovered to be alive. The scene enacted before the tomb of Lazarus is profoundly significant. Lazarus was said to be dead and in a tomb 4 days, yet Jesus simply said, "Lazarus, come forth." John 11:43. Lazarus did come forth, and he was not minus a body. The body of Lazarus was apparent to those standing around the tomb. It was evident as a perfectly normal, healthy, alive body. Yes, Jesus' perception of the eternal body of light proved to be very practical. It has been said that these seemingly miraculous healings were all ended when Jesus no longer walked the earth. It has also been said that Jesus was the only one who could perform these wonderful works. But Jesus himself said, "He that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do also, and greater works than these shall he do." John 14:12. From this statement it is apparent that Jesus did not expect the so-called miracles to cease when he was no longer visible. We know that Paul and Peter continued to perform the works of Jesus. This is a matter of record in our Bible. Witness the account of the lame beggar at the gate of the temple called Beautiful. Peter did not hesitate to take this man by the hand and to tell him, "Rise up and walk." Act 3:6. Peter might as well have said, "What is stopping you? You are perfect, and your body is perfectly capable of walking." In any event, the supposedly lame man leapt, walked, and went with them into the temple. Paul had much the same kind of experience as Lystra. To the man who was said to have been born lame, Paul merely said, "Stand upright on thy feet," and he leaped and walked. Acts 14:10. Of course, it may be said that these episodes took place years ago and that there are no evidence of such miracles in our modern days. Nothing could be further from the truth. There are such experiences going on every day. Jesus' promise of greater works is being fulfilled. Oh, you don't read about it in the newspapers, and it is rarely mentioned in the current magazines, but it does take place. Furthermore, these assumed miracles have been taking place for many years. Why these glorious events are not publicized is not important. What is important is the fact that the ability to perceive and to reveal the perfect body is present today, just as it was present when Jesus performed his wonderful works. It seems paradoxical that this power to reveal the perfect body should have been present all through the years, yet it is so little known today. One cannot help but question why this should be true. There is an answer to this question, and the answer lies in our failure to be illumined sufficiently to perceive the body of light. Furthermore, even when the body of light has been seen, there has been an unwillingness to accept it as genuine. In fact, sometimes there has been an unwillingness to admit the reality of the experience itself. It has been believed to be an hallucination or something abnormal. The body of light is no hallucination. It is genuine. It is eternal, changeless, and forever perfect. It is never born, it does not mature, deteriorate, or age, and it can never die. Our only hope of experiencing uninterrupted perfect health, strength, and perfection lies in our enlightened perception of this eternally perfect body. It is a documented fact that there have been many healings that have seemed miraculous. Whenever a so-called healing has taken place, the body remained, but the disease or abnormality vanished. Obviously, the mistake lies not in or on the body. It is in the failure to perceive the body as it is. This failure is due to the fact that we tend to judge the condition of the body by the way it appears to the human mind and the human vision. The assumptive human mind can never know the body of light. The human vision can never see the body of light. It takes enlightened consciousness to know or to see the body of light. If we are to be entirely free of all trouble and in harmony of all kind, illumination or enlightened consciousness is requisite. Thus it behooves us to recognize and accept enlightened consciousness. Above all, it is necessary for us to accept the fact that enlightened consciousness is our consciousness right here and now. You will remember Jesus' promise that the greater works were to be performed. It would seem impossible that these could be any works performed greater than those performed by Jesus, but he knew what these greater works were to be, and he knew they would be performed. These greater works are the illumination which reveals uninterrupted perfection to be a constant fact, and the evidence of this fact is the eternal perfect body of each and every identity in existence. Of course, the next question would be, how can I experience illumination? What can I do that will enable me to be an enlightened being? The answers to these questions are, stop denying the fact that you are already an enlightened consciousness. Admit that you must be somewhat enlightened in order to be conscious at all. I have never known anyone to experience full illumination by a denial that he was an illumined being. This would be a denial of the Christ itself, for the Christ consciousness is an illumined consciousness. The first step in the realization of conscious illumination is the acceptance of the Christ. This is true because it is the Christ consciousness which is completely illumined consciousness. The illumined Christ consciousness is your consciousness and mind. The illumined Christ consciousness is the consciousness of everyone who is conscious. No matter how unaware of this fact one may seem to be, the fact remains that the illumined Christ consciousness is the only genuine consciousness in existence. Can you accept this fact? Can you perceive that it is possible for you to see as Jesus saw and to act as Jesus acted? If so, you have taken the first step in conscious full illumination. Paradoxically, the first step toward full illumination is the only step that can be taken. No mental gymnastics will bring illumination into your experience. No concentrated meditation will reveal the eternal body of light. No mental imaging will reveal this body, and no attempt to visualize it will produce it. It is a mistake to attempt any of these mental exercises. They will not work, and they lead to much confusion, or something worse than that. Certain it is that any mental effort along these lines will tend to delay the revelation of the eternal, perfect body of light. Having taken the first and only step toward conscious complete enlightenment, we have accepted the unequivocal fact. We are illumined Christ consciousness. It may seem that we are not aware of being enlightened, or that at least we are aware of very little enlightenment, yet we have accepted that fact that we are the consciousness that is enlightened. This is the little leaven that leaveneth the whole lump, Galatians 5:9. It is noteworthy that Jesus spoke of the kingdom as being like leaven which was hidden in 3 measures of meal, till the whole was leavened, Matthew 13:33. This is an apt description of what takes place when one recognizes and admits the illumined Christ consciousness to be one's only consciousness. The figure 3 has always symbolized completeness. The term 3 measures of meal signifies the fact that complete illumination inevitably follows the little leaven, or the first acceptance of the fact that one's consciousness is illumined. Throughout the years we have been told to accept the Christ. Even orthodoxy exhorts its followers to let the Christ be in the heart of man. Now we know the spiritual significance behind this admonition. To accept the Christ is to accept illumined consciousness as their own consciousness. No matter how small may seem to be our awareness of this fact, the very acceptance of it must ultimately reveal that the consciousness we are is fully illumined. To recognize that the Christ consciousness is your consciousness means to accept the fact that you can see as Jesus saw. You can know as he knew. You can experience as he experienced, and you can be what he was and is. The acceptance of the Christ consciousness is not an activity of the assumptive human mind. Only the mind which is God can recognize and accept the Christ consciousness. The mind which is God is the Christ consciousness. This is why Jesus saw only perfection where others seemed to see imperfection. The consciousness which is God, the Christ consciousness, has no awareness of imperfection. It has no awareness of anything other than itself, because God is all. There can be no doubt that the disciples were aware of the necessity to realize that the Christ mind was the mind of each identity in existence. Paul flatly stated, "But we have the mind of Christ," 1 Corinthians 2:16. He made another statement which is equally important. Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus. Philippians 2:5. Yes, the Christ mind, the illumined Christ consciousness, is your own consciousness. You do not have to make it to become your mind. You do not even have to make it become any more complete as your consciousness. The Christ mind is complete as your mind right now. In order to be aware of this fact, it is necessary only to accept it to be true. It already is. Let it be. The subject for this chapter is the body of light. It may seem odd to you that we have dwelt so much upon the illumined or Christ consciousness. It has been necessary to comprehend the Christ consciousness and to perceive that this illumined consciousness is your consciousness right here and now. This was essential to the perception and comprehension of the body of light. You see, it is the illumined Christ consciousness that sees and experiences this body of light. Now let us return to the body of light. We will explore this subject until it is completely clarified. Often the question arises whether or not the body of light has form. Well, indeed it does, but the outline or delineation of the form does not confine the light which is its body. Any attempt to describe this body would necessarily be faulty. It must be seen and experienced in order to be fully understood. Furthermore, the only vision that can see it is illumined vision, and the only one who can see it is an illumined Christ consciousness. However, it is possible to present a simile that may aid you in perceiving more clearly what constitutes this radiant, eternal, perfect body of light. Can you imagine a room that is ablaze with a glorious light? Distributed in this room are many transparent crystal globes. The light in the room shines right through the crystal glass on each globe. There is nothing about the outline of the globe that keeps the light out of the globe. Furthermore, there is nothing that can confine the light within each globe. The so-called outside and the inside, the above and the below, are all the same light. Of course, you know that the globe exists, and it has outline or delineation. But unless something causes you to focus your attention specifically upon the globe, you will not even notice it. The outline of the globe is not of primary importance. What is important is the light itself. These globes may appear in many distinct shapes and sizes. Each globe is that specific globe and no other. Yet the light within any specific globe does not differ in the least from the light within another globe. No one of the globes can divide or separate the light into the entire room. The light is equally intense at every point throughout this imaginary room. The light is no more intense within one globe than it is within another. The light within the globe is no more or less intense than is the entire light throughout the room. We can use this as a simile of the body of light as it exists in the universe of light. This universe is a universe of light. It is a beautifully radiant universe. Anyone who experiences full illumination will vouch for this fact. It is only an illusion that makes it appear to be both light and dark. The light which constitutes this universe is present in equal intensity everywhere. There is no greater or lesser light anywhere. There is not even so much as a pinpoint in which this light does not shine in equal intensity, and there are no vacuums or areas of darkness in this universal light. The light that constitutes the universe is eternal. The eternality of this light is never interrupted, not even for one split second. It never began, and it can never end. It is never any more or any less bright. It is immutable, infinite, and eternal. One more point should be perceived here. This light is active. It is in constant, intense activity. More will be said about the activity of the universal light later on in this book. Just now our purpose is to call your attention to the fact that the universe is constituted of radiant light. There is another aspect of the universe of light which must we now discuss. Within this infinite light is infinite variety. Please note here that the word within is used only to denote that which exists as this universal light. There is nothing outside the universe because it is infinity itself. Nevertheless, this universe is constituted of an infinite variety of its own essence. This variety does not mean that there is any more or less light existing as any specific aspect of the light. It is just that the universal light is identified as an infinite variety of the infinite light which it is. Each star is a distinct aspect of the universal light. Each planet, each bird, and each grain of sand is included in this infinite variety. In fact, everything that exists as form or essence in form exists as an aspect of the infinite variety which constitutes this universe. One aspect in which this universal light appears is the body of light. Now let us return to the simile of the room and the crystal globe. Compare the radiant light within the room to the universe of light. Then compare the outline of each globe to the form of the body. The universal light is not excluded from the body. The delineation of the form does not shut the light out of the body. Neither does it dim this light or divide it in any way. The light delineated by the form is identically the same light that constitutes the universal light. In other words, the essence outlined by the form is identically the same essence that constitutes the universe. The universal light is unconfined. It is not contained within the form. It is only when your attention is focused upon the form that you are specifically aware of the form of the body. In fact, in great illumination you may not be aware of the body at all. It is as if the light were so intense that it concealed the form of the body. In any event, you may rest assured that in great illumination your attention is not focused upon the body. You are so aware of the glorious infinite light that it is the important revelation and realization at the moment. Furthermore, you are aware of being this radiant light you are seeing. Now you may have some further questions about this body of light. For instance, is it active? Yes. Does it have weight? No. Does it function as the illusory body of matter functions? It functions, but the functions are not what they appear to be in the body made of illusion. Perhaps your greatest question will be, how do I know that I have a body, and why do I have a body? You know that you have a body because you are conscious. You are aware of the body, and awareness is consciousness. You have a body because the body is necessary to your completeness. This is a complete universe. The complete universe is God. The completeness which is God has to be identified as what God is, completeness. If the body were not necessary to your completeness, you would never have had an awareness of body. That which is necessary to your completeness right now is eternally necessary to your completeness. There is never 1 second in which God is incomplete. Thus there is never a second in which you are incomplete. If you could be bodiless, you would be incomplete. If you were incomplete, God would be incomplete. For your completeness is necessary in order that God be complete. This is the reason why you must rest assured that you are never without a body. Furthermore, you will never be without a body. The body of light is an eternal body. It never began, and above all, it never began to be your body. It can never end, and it can never cease to be your body. You see, it is essential to your completeness. If it is essential to your completeness this moment, it is eternally essential to your completeness. If there could be a period in which you were without a body, in that period you would be incomplete. If there could be a moment in which you were incomplete, in that moment God would be incomplete. This, of course, is an impossibility. It is apparent that you are not alluding to a born body when we speak of the eternal body. Do not be deceived. You do not have 2 bodies, one a body of light and the other a body of darkness. You have but one body, and this is the eternal, birthless body of light. It was this eternal, perfect body of light which Jesus perceived, and it is this eternal, perfect body of light which you perceive when you are illumined. It is this eternal body which existed as your body before the illusion called birth seemed to overtake you. It is the eternal body of light that was seen by the disciples on the Mount of Transfiguration. There stood Moses and Elijah, and their bodies of light were visible to the 3 disciples. No doubt there had been many friends and relatives who imagined they had buried the bodies of Moses and Elijah years before the event of the Transfiguration. But had they? Indeed, no. The body of light is the only body, and it can never be buried in the earth. For that matter, what is the substance of the earth in which these assumptive bodies of solidity are supposed to be buried? The substance of the earth is identically the same essence as in the body of light. How then could the body of light be buried? It can't. It isn't buried, and it never has been buried. Furthermore, it never will be buried. No one exists who can bury light, and there is nothing existing that can hide or conceal light. No, you do not have 2 bodies. Now we have arrived at an important revelation pertaining to the body of light. We must know what constitutes the light which comprises this body. The quickest and most simple way to explain the essence we call light is simply to say it is God. This would be telling the truth because it really is God. It has to be God, for God is all. God being all, everything, there can be nothing existing that is not God. But if we do not know what God is, this explanation does not help us very much. Specifically, let us discover what God is as the body of light. There are innumerable synonyms for God. In fact, God being all, every noun in our vocabulary should be a synonym for God. Among innumerable synonyms, we frequently hear the words life, mind, spirit, and love. It is true that God is life. It is also true that God is mind, but mind is intelligence, so we understand that God is intelligence. God is spirit, and spirit is consciousness. It follows that God is consciousness. God is love, and the love which is God is evidenced in ways that are all unsuspected in the illusory picture of existence. God being life, and God being all, the only life in existence has to be God. Now God, life, has to live as something, and this something has to be alive. It is. This something that is alive is the body of light. Life is as indivisible as is light. So life does not divide itself into confined areas of itself. The life that lives as the body is not confined to the body. Rather, it is the universal light, the universal life, which is alive as the life of the body of light. Life and light are identical, so the body of light is the body of life. It is true that God is eternal life. This being true, the body of light, or life, has to be an eternal body. The body of light is an eternal body, and it is alive eternally without beginning or ending. It is clear now that life is the essence of your body of light, but there can be no unconscious life. All life is conscious life, because life and consciousness are inseparable. There is no line of demarcation where life leaves off and consciousness begins. The body of light is not only a body that is alive, it is also a body that is conscious. We have arrived at the fact that the body of light is comprised of life that is conscious and consciousness that is alive. As stated before, we have heard much about the spiritual body. The word spirit has had a very vague connotation for many of us. Actually, spirit and consciousness are the same essence. So the spiritual body is the consciousness, living body of light. Consciousness is God, and God is eternal. Thus consciousness is an eternal existent. The consciousness, which is the essence of the body of light, is eternal. Thus it is eternally conscious. We can now perceive that eternal living consciousness comprises the essence of the body of light. Mind is God. Mind is a universal existent. Intelligence is inseparable from living consciousness. This is true because God is indivisible. There can be no body of light without intelligence or mind. Thus the body of light consists of living conscious intelligence, or conscious living intelligence, or intelligent conscious life. It makes no difference how it is said or written. The fact remains that indivisible conscious living intelligence constitutes the body of light. We have said that God is love. Intelligent living consciousness is inseparable from love because God is not divisible. There are no outlines dividing and separating life from consciousness, mind from living consciousness, or conscious living mind from love. So love is also the essence of the body of light. When we really know what love is, we will realize the importance of the fact that love is essential as the essence of the body of light. We are going to investigate the word love during the course of this book, and it will become very clear that love is essential to the completeness of the body of light. We have said that universal light is present in equal intensity everywhere and eternally. This is but one way of saying that the light is complete, as all that is everywhere and eternally. God is the universal light, and God is perfection. Furthermore, God is complete perfection. God is also beauty. So beauty and perfection are inseparable. Life, intelligence, consciousness, beauty, perfection are inseparably one, and this inseparable one constitutes the body of light. Another synonym for God is reality or truth. This means that God is all that is real. God is all that is true. All that is true is truth, and truth alone is real. So the body of light must of necessity consist of reality or truth. Every truth is an eternal truth. Everything that is real is an eternal existent. The conscious living intelligence which constitutes the body of light must also be the very essence of that which is eternally real, that which is eternally true. When Jesus said, "I am the truth," he was not excluding his body from the truth he knew himself to be. The true or genuine body is the only body. The real and the only body is the eternal, perfect body of light. There is no other body. The outline of this perfect body of light does not consist of a substance other than the light itself. Rather, it is the light delineating its own essence. There is nothing solid, dense, or dark about this delineation. It is all light, and when it is seen as it is, you will clearly perceive how it is, and why it is that the delineation and the essence of the body of light are identical. Those of you who have seen this body of light, or who do see it, will understand why it is impossible to explain further the paradox of an outline, which is not really an outline at all. Do not be discouraged if you have not experienced seeing the body of light. You will see it. In fact, you may be fully illumined before you have finished reading the book. In any event, you may be assured that complete illumination is inevitable. You would not have come this far in your search unless you were going to go all the way. Just refrain from trying to visualize anything. Refuse to try to become completely illumined. Accept the little leaven which leavens the entire consciousness. Accept the fact that you are the illumined Christ consciousness right here and now. Even though it may appear at the moment that you are not the Christ light, you can recognize the fact that the mind that was in Christ Jesus is in you. Indeed it is, because you see, it is your only mind. Chapter 6. The Universe of Light. To some individuals, the universe seems to be bounded by their own immediate environment. Others consider the universe to be our Earth planet. Those of wider perception envision the universe as the stars, planets, etc., which are included in our galaxy. Then there are those with vision great enough to perceive that our galaxy does not include all that constitutes the universe. These are the ones who are beginning to dissolve the seeming bounds of limitation, and they are well along on their way to the comprehension of the irrefutable fact the universe is boundless, immeasurable, and indefinable by any circumference. The limitless, boundless universe is God. This is an unequivocal fact. Furthermore, it is a fact that must be accepted if we are going to experience completely enlightened consciousness. We have made the statement, God is all. This is an absolute statement of fact. God is all. But if God is all, then all is God. This being true, it follows that God must be the universe. If God is all, this infinite universe must consist of just what God is, or else there is no universe. No assumptive human mind could grasp the infinity which comprises the universe. Neither can assumed human mind perceive the infinitude which is God. The assumptive intelligence that is called a human mind is bound within its own limitations. Its very nature is limited because its lifespan is limited. It is supposed to be born, to be centered in a brain, and after a limited number of years it is supposed to die. Being illusory by its very nature, it must of necessity be limited. Any illusion must have a beginning, thus it must also have an ending. There is nothing limited about the universe, neither is there anything limited about the mind that perceives the boundless, immeasurable nature of the universe. If it were not God, it is inconceivable that the universe could be boundless in terms of time and space. If we are going to continue saying God is all, we are going to have to accept the fact that God is the universe. This means that God is the entire essence and activity of each star, planet, moon, and of each galaxy which constitutes the universe. But this is not all. God must be the substance and the activity of our Earth planet. It is well to remember that this Earth planet is just another planet to those who may inhabit the planet Mars. No doubt that they are just as curious about us as we are about them. In any event, our point is, if God be all, God constitutes the essence and the activity of everything in existence throughout infinity and eternity. In Webster's Unabridged Dictionary, you will find the term homogeneous atmosphere. The definition for this term is given as atmosphere having the same specific density throughout and a given surface pressure. If you can translate this expression into natural terms, you will realize more clearly the nature of God existing as the universe. All that God is eternally present in equal intensity throughout infinity. It has to be thus, because God is infinity. Thus the universe is infinity. God is complete. This means that the universe is complete. In order to be complete, the universe must, of necessity, consist of everything that is necessary to comprise this completeness. We know that there are stars, planets, galaxies, suns, and moon in existence. We know also that there are an infinite variety of stars, planets, galaxies, etc. It is generally recognized that no two of the planets, no two of the stars are exactly the same, either in size, shape, or in atmospheric or other aspects. What is not generally known is that the astronomers often speak of the body of the planet Mars or the body of another planet. In fact, the astronomers consider each star and planet to be that distinct body, no other. It is obvious that the universe consists of an infinite variety of aspects of itself. There are innumerable heavenly bodies of various distinct natures and characteristics. Each star, each planet is distinctly that star or that specific planet. Yet each star is the universe. Each sun, each moon, each planet is distinguishable as itself. Consequently, each one is the universe. It has to be this way because the universe is the very essence of everything which constitutes its entirety. The body of each star and each planet certainly appears to be a body of density. The body of our Earth planet seems to be a mass of ever-changing solidity. But is it? Let us discover whether or not these bodies that appear to be so solid really are the way they appear to be. We have realized that God, the universe, is present in equal intensity throughout its entirety. We know that this universe is complete. The fact of being complete necessitates the inclusion of all that is necessary to completeness. Each star, each planet, sun, moon, galaxy, etc., is essential to the completeness which constitutes the universe. There are no bodiless stars or planets. There are no formless suns or moon. So there are bodies included in the completeness which is God, the universe. God is not dense, God is not solid, God is not dark, and God does not change. So the bodies which appear to be changing, solid, dark, dense bodies, are not the way they appear to be. These bodies can be no more solid or dense than is God, because God is the very essence that comprises each one of them. God does not solidify itself through the incident of being the body of a planet. God does not become density or darkness by reason of being the body of the Earth planet. God is a homogeneous God. God remains the same essence despite the fact that this essence is evidenced as the body of a star, of a planet, or as the body of you or me. It is utterly impossible for anything to be a solid mass. If there could be such a thing, God would have to be solidity. If God were solidity, God would have to be darkness, because solidity would necessarily include darkness or density. There is no density of darkness. There is only intensity of light, and God is light. The light, which is God, the universe, is present in the same intensity throughout the entirety, which is God. Now you can see why there can be no solid bodies. You can understand why even the physicists maintain that matter is not the inactive solid mass it appears to be. Throughout the ages it has been known that God is light. Our Bible is replete with reference to the light, and this is also true of many other Bibles or religious works. Whether or not the fact that God is light has been fully accepted, this fact remains: God is light. Our own Bible states it plainly and emphatically. This, then, is the message which we have heard of him, and declare unto you, that God is light, and in him is no darkness at all. 1 John 1:5. Yes, God is truly light. Indeed, there is no darkness in the light which is God. There is no solidity, no density, no materiality, and no matter existing in or as God. And as we have said, God is the universe. It is obvious that the universe is light, and that in this universe there is no darkness at all. There is no such thing as a body of solidity, whether this body be called star, planet, moon, or sun. Even if it should be called the body of you or me, the fact remains: there are no bodies consisting of solidity, heaviness, or darkness. Now, you know the reason why there can be no solid dark bodies. You can also see why the essence and form called body has to be comprised of light. So let us go on and discover just what comprises the light, which is the essence of every body in existence. This is not all we are going to discover. We must perceive the nature of the activity of the universe, and the activity of each and every body constituting the completeness which is the universe. To know the nature of this activity will not be sufficient unless we discover why the omnipresent essence, which is God, is in constant action. This is an intelligent universe. No one who observes the perfect order of the heavens can doubt this. If there is activity, and there is, there must be an intelligent purpose in this activity. We have agreed that God is mind, or intelligence. If God is present in equal intensity throughout its entirety, then intelligence must be present in equal intensity throughout the entirety which is the universe. It follows then that intelligence must be present in and as equal intensity throughout the body of every star, every planet, the Earth planet. This is the very same intelligence that exists in equal intensity throughout your body and mind. Conscious living intelligence is a universal fact. It exists everywhere and equally everywhere. We can even go farther than that. We can say that conscious living intelligence is the everywhere. We know that God is indivisible. Thus we know that conscious living intelligence is indivisible. We have discovered that this living essence is not confined by the outline of the form in which it evidences itself. Now let us clearly perceive the tremendous fact that conscious living intelligence comprises the essence and the activity of the universe. This is why this is such a perfect universe. This is why the activity which is evident in this universe is such perfect activity. It could not be otherwise, because it is infinite perfect mind in action. Intelligence acts intelligently, and intelligent activity is perfect activity. Perfect activity fulfills a perfect purpose, and intelligence governs the activity and the purpose of the activity. We know that intelligence is enlightened consciousness. Even in everyday conversation we hear such expressions as the Dark Ages, meaning a period in which intelligence seemed to be missing, a period of ignorance. We hear an individual mentioned as being enlightened when he is thought to be exceedingly intelligent. Of course, these statements are symbolic because they refer to assumptive man. Yet they serve to point up the fact that intelligence is light, because God is intelligence and God is light. Enlightened consciousness is intelligent consciousness. Intelligent consciousness is an active consciousness. An intelligent, active consciousness is a living consciousness. This is true because activity is life itself. Without life, there could be no activity, and without activity, there could be no life. This universe is comprised of intelligent, living consciousness. This is enlightened, living awareness, and this awareness is light. That is why this is a universe of light. That is why many individuals have known that God is light. That is why in complete illumination we are aware of such tremendous light. Indeed, this universe is light, and in there is no darkness at all. There are no dark spots called bodies of density in this infinity we call the universe. It is of the utmost importance to accept the fact that this universe is God, fully aware of being itself. That it is a simple statement of fact, yet it is one of the most profound, if not the most profound, truth you can realize or know. The universe is a living essence. This living essence is a conscious essence, for it is conscious life itself. This universe is an intelligent essence because conscious living intelligence constitutes its entirety. You will note that I have not mentioned the word love in the foregoing. This omission does not mean that love is not important. On the contrary, love is of such vital importance that an entire chapter must be devoted to this dynamic aspect of the living light. You may have also noted that the word principle has not been used in the discussion of the universe of light. It seems apparent that the realization of intelligence in action precludes a necessity for the word principle. Intelligence is omnipotence, and omnipotence in intelligent action is principle. Principle cannot deviate from being itself, because it is immutable by its very nature. We have said that this universe is a living essence. The activity of this living essence is an intelligent living activity. Furthermore, it is an orderly activity. The perfect order of universal activity is evident in the orderly way in which the heavenly bodies function. It is also apparent in the orbiting of our earth planet and the turning of the earth on its axis. The coming and going of the tides, the seasons, etc., are evidence of the precise order in which this intelligent activity functions. Oh, there is precision in this orderly activity. Any deviation from this precision would not be intelligence in action. Now we have arrived at an important question. What is the purpose of intelligence in action? We know that God, the universe, is eternal, without beginning, change, or ending. So there could be no creative purpose in this intelligent omni-action. God is all, and God does not create, destroy, and recreate itself. This would not be intelligence in action. So there must be another purpose in this activity. Well, there is. We know that God is a perfect God. We also know that God is perfection. In order to be eternally perfect, perfection must be maintained and sustained. It is maintained and sustained, and that is the purpose in the omni-active intelligence we know to be evident. The infinite essence, which is God, is actively maintaining itself. Not only that, this infinite intelligence is maintaining itself as the perfection of its infinite activity. The purpose of intelligence in action is the harmonious maintenance of this universe in complete, uninterrupted perfection. If an interruption in this maintenance could take place, God, the universe, would have to vacillate between perfection and imperfection. If there were periods of creation and destruction, God would have to create itself, destroy itself, and be engaged in the ceaseless cycle of its own creation and destruction. This would not be intelligence in action. Thus it is not God in action. If it is not God in action, it simply cannot be taking place, for there is nothing to act but God. No one can deny that creation and destruction appear very real. Neither can it be denied that there is every appearance of inharmony, imperfection, and friction. We do not deny that there is apparent overwhelming evidence to the effect that the stars and planets do collide, deteriorate, and fall away from their orbits. This same appearance of the absence of God can be seen in an airplane, automobile accidents, and in every incident that does not reveal perfect intelligent activity. For that matter, there is apparently every evidence that objects and bodies seem to consist of solid massive matter. Furthermore, there appears to be no evidence of the presence of activity in many of these deceptive masses of solidity. Yet leading physicists have discovered that this is false evidence. They have proved that matter, as it appears, does not exist. In fact, they have said that this appearance of solidity is energy. Yet they recognize that the activity of this energy is perfect, orderly activity. Thus even their experiments have proven that we cannot trust the evidence of the human mind or of human vision. Now, what mind is it that knows anything about accidents? It makes no difference whether these accidents appear to be taking place in the heavens or on the streets of earth. The undependable, illusory human mind is the only mind that can know them. The only vision that can see them is the vision of the same illusory man. And the only one who can recognize and report these non-intelligent accidents is the assumptive man of faulty human intelligence. Being illusory by its very nature, it is inevitable that this illusory man will see, experience, and report the illusion of his own illusory nature. Yet even an illusion points up the fact that there is something here to be deluded about. As stated before, there could be no illusion about nothing. The something that does exist is God, the perfect universe, in eternal, harmonious existence. Assumptive man's mistaken concept of the universe, the world, and the body can be compared to a mathematical mistake. No mistake could be made about the answer to any mathematical problem unless the correct answer did exist. No child would ask a teacher a question about mathematics or anything else unless he knew there was an answer to the question. The true answer to any question is the perfect answer. The true answer to any question about this universe is that it is an eternally changeless, perfect existent. This is the perfect answer. If any evidence to the contrary appears to be present, it is false evidence, a mistake, and the perfect universe which does exist. The same fact holds true whether the false evidence is about the universe, the heavenly bodies, the body of the earth planet, or about your body or mind. A perfect universe must of necessity act perfectly. It does. Intelligence, God, in action is perfect omni-action. This is the perfect answer to any question about the apparently imperfect activity of the universe, the earth, or the body. An illusory concept of anything can see, experience, or produce only the evidence of the mistaken concept. This would be the case so long as the false evidence was believed to be true and genuine. Instantly the fact concerning anything is known, the mistaken concept vanishes. Thus the mistake is corrected automatically. This correction is simultaneous with the true or genuine concept of that which the mistake was about. This takes place every day among those who are engaged in discovering the genuine nature of the universe, the world, and the body. When the true concept is revealed, they say they have experienced a healing. But have they? No. They have simply become aware of the mistake, and they have corrected it. Where have they corrected it? Right where it seemed to be true. How have they corrected it? By the conscious perception that there is no illusion, no mistake, and no deluded one. In this perception, the seeming mistake has simply vanished. Of course, in the fictional realm of illusion, it is possible for a fabled mortal to live an entire lifespan of illusion. It is also possible for innumerable mortals to experience illusion of their own illusory nature. This is why the false evidence of imperfection appears to be so overwhelming. Yet the fact remains, God is eternal, infinite perfection, and God is all. Thus all is perfect. No illusion can change this fact. No world mass of illusory evidence can change the fact that there is one alone, and there is not a second. Yea, he hath neither child nor brother. Ecclesiastes 4:8. Indeed, there is one alone. This one is the universal God who constitutes the only universe in existence. There is no second universe, there is no second world, there is no second man or identity, and there is no second body of man. There is never the necessity to change an illusion into the fact. This could never be done. It is necessary to perceive the fact, to know that which is true. No one can change an illusion into a more perfect illusion. This has been tried, but always there will be another imperfect illusion. In short, no matter how many healings one may see or experience, there is always going to be a need for further healing, so long as the primary illusion persists. The primary illusion is that there is something existing that is not God. The primary fact is God is all. All is God. It is as simple as that. Whatever you know God to be, that are you and nothing else. If you do not know God to be what God is, you are still dwelling in mass illusion. You know what you are just to the extent that you do know what God is, and your entire life, mind, and experience will be the evidence of that which you know God to be. You need not seek to change yourself, your world, or your universe. It won't work. It can't be done. You can no more change yourself than you can change God, for God is yourself. For the same reason, you cannot change your world, your experience, or your universe. God is your world, your experience, and your universe. You can change nothing that is genuine, but you can discover what is real. You can recognize and accept enlightened Christ consciousness to be your consciousness. In this way only are you going to know what God is. Only in this way are you going to know what you are, what the world is, and what constitutes your universe. What you know is what you are. It has been said that the universe consists of God, consciousness of being what it is. This same fact is true of you. All there is of you is what you know yourself to be. You cannot know what you are unless you know what God is, for God is all. When you do know what God is, you cannot help knowing what you are. You see, the only mind that can know what God is the mind that is God. For what man knoweth the things of the man, save the spirit of man which is in him? Even so the things of God knoweth no man but the Spirit of God. 1 Corinthians 2:11. Your consciousness is your universe. This is true because your universe consists of just what you know. Furthermore, that which you are conscious of constitutes the entire essence and activity of your universe. This is your answer to whether or not this truth is a practical aid in your everyday living. Indeed it is. As you recognize, accept, and experience the universal fact that perfection is all, you will discover that your daily life and experience is the evidence of this fact. Does not the living intelligence which governs itself as the universe also govern itself as you? Does not the same living mind govern your life, your activity, and your body? Indeed it does. Let us proceed to discover how it is and why it is that your life, activity, and body are constantly governed and maintained by the infallible, universal intelligence which is God. We have discussed the fact that the essence of the body of each star and planet consists of God. We realize that the body of everything in form is active. In fact, we know that there is intense activity going on throughout this entire universe. This intense activity does not stop at the outline of the body of any sun or star. It is not excluded from the body of the sun or the moon. It continues to be the very same activity when it is evidenced as the intensely active Earth planet. Above all, this perfect activity does not cease to be active at the outline of your body. One of the leading physicists has said that it is possible that the body does not generate or contain life and intelligence within itself. He infers that it is even probable that life and intelligence are elements of a universal nature that flow and surge through the body. Well, this physicist is coming close to the absolute fact. One day he will discover that living conscious mind is a universal existent, and that the body is comprised of this universal existent. Then he will realize that intelligent living consciousness does not merely surge and flow through the body. He will perceive that it is the very essence of which the body consists. He already knows, as do we, that living conscious mind is not confined within the outline of the body. We know why it is not confined. We know that the body really is. We perceive the body of light, which is the universal light delineated. Often we hear or read something to the effect that God governs this universe. This is true, but it doesn't go far enough. God does not govern the body of the stars and the planets in the way we drive a car or run a lawnmower. The heavenly bodies are not something other than God, to be governed by a power outside the substance of the body. God does not govern the activity of any body as a presence or power outside that body. God governs the essence of every body in existence, but God itself is both the essence and the activity of that which is governed. In short, God eternally and infinitely governs itself and only itself. How could it be otherwise when there is nothing other than God to be governed? Those bodies that appear to consist of solidity and darkness are not what they appear to be. Actually, they are bodies of light. This universe is a universe of light. It can be nothing but light because God is light. The seeming darkness is not in the universe. It is not in the heavenly bodies. It is not in the body of our planet, and it is not in the body of you or me. In fact, it is not in the body of anything. It is not even in the body of a table, a chair, or an apple box. The seeming darkness is in the way we appear to see these bodies. It is an illusory concept of an illusory man. Thus the seeming darkness is not in any body. Rather, it appears to be in us, so long as we apparently continue to see through a glass darkly. 1 Corinthians 13:12. The illumined Christ consciousness dispels all apparent darkness and reveals the perfect universe of light. No longer do bodies appear dense and dark. No longer does life appear to be discordant and filled with problems to be solved. No longer does the body complain of pain, sickness, exhaustion, or depletion. No longer does a seemingly inevitable threat of old age and death constantly hang over our heads. We have realized the fulfillment of the promise. But when that which is perfect is come, that which is in part shall be done away. 1 Corinthians 13:10. Yes, we can even go further than that. We can say with conviction, I know even as also I am known. 1 Corinthians 13:12. Indeed, we do know ourselves as we are known. God is the only one who knows anything. God knows only itself. We are known of God, but it is God knowing itself. Even our own consciousness that we exist is God knowing itself. The only self-consciousness there is God conscious of being itself. The only self-knowledge there is God knowing itself to be, and to be the eternal perfection which it is. Indeed, this is a universe of light. The light is the all-intelligent mind which is God. The light is the all-living life that is God. The light is the enlightened consciousness which is God. And this is your intelligence. This is your life. This is your consciousness. Furthermore, this universal light is your body of light. The body that was never born, can never change, and will never die. The universal light is the Christ consciousness, which was evidenced as the one they called Jesus. It is the Christ consciousness of the one they call Mary, John, or whatever. In fact, it is the Christ consciousness of the one they call you. Chapter 7. Love is light. It has been said that God is love, and this is true. It has also been said that God is light. This also is a statement of fact. This being true, it follows that love is light, and light is love. Let us perceive in what way this universal truth functions in the universe, in the world, and in our daily affairs. Let us also see how the love that is light functions in and as our bodies. Our first approach to any truth should be from the universal standpoint. There are two primary reasons why this universal approach is advisable. First, whatever is an existent in and as the universe is an existent in and as the life, body, and experience of the specific identity. Second, when we consider any truth from the standpoint of its universality, we are released completely from any little personal sense of knowing, having, or being this universal truth. It is well to realize that it is the fallacious sense of a personal ego which seems to have all the trouble. There is no personal truth. There is only the impersonal universe, infinite truth. Therefore, the only successful approach to any truth must of necessity be from the point of view of its universality. Love is a universal existent. It is a universal fact. It is present everywhere and equally everywhere. It is as omnipresent as is life, mind, consciousness, or light. Love is inseparable from conscious living mind. There is no place where love leaves off and conscious living intelligence begins. There are one universal existent with no lines of demarcation between them. Wherever there is consciousness, life, or intelligence, there is love. Obviously, we're not referring to human love. This temporary emotion called human love is indeed a sorry imitation of the infinite, omnipotent love which is God. There is nothing temporary about infinite love. It is an eternal existent. Furthermore, it is an omnipresent fact of all existence. That which is called human love must have a beginning. Thus it must also have an ending. It is subject to change, to fluctuation. It can easily turn into its opposite, which is hate. Human love is possessive. It is often used as an excuse to dominate the so-called loved ones. There is no greater bondage than the change of one who seems to be bound by human love. How often have we seen someone struggle to free himself from the domination and restriction of human love? Too often the one who loves in this mistaken way considers that he is the only one who must change. This is not true. It is as wrong to permit oneself to be dominated or bound as it is to dominate or enslave another with a false sense of love. We have heard about the parent birds pushing the youngsters out of the nest when they are ready to fly. This is true, but there is another fact it would be well to consider. Once the young birds are independent of the parent birds, they remain independent. They do not keep right on flying back to have their parent bird feed them or to help them in any way. They have discovered that they are free, and this very freedom necessitates their own maintenance and self-sustenance. Thus both the parent birds and the newly freed birds are completely free. This is one more lesson in this example. The young birds do not keep coming back to see how the parents are getting along. They feel no responsibility for the so-called old folks. They go on about their own affairs and permit their parents to do the same. In order to be completely free from the bondage of human love, it is necessary to dissolve the chains you have forged around yourself. If you are still bound by your own false sense of love, how can you be free enough to help another to freedom? You can't. Never look to another for your freedom. Complete freedom must be realized by the individual himself. Actually, no one can free another. By the same token, no one can really bind another. Freedom is a private affair, and each one is responsible for his own freedom. No one can give freedom to another. Each one must realize his own freedom. That which is called human love has within it the seeds of fear, hate, jealousy, domination, and human bondage. Human love engenders fear because there is always an inner realization that it is transitory. An assumptive human being believes that he can either receive or give love. He also believes that love can be given or withheld from him. He is always fearful of the loss, either of this loved one or of the love of his loved one. In either case, it is fear. No matter how happy one may be in one's love, there is an undercurrent of fear. Thus it is never completely satisfying. More often than not, human love is a very frustrating experience. Human love is an illusion. It is an illusion of assumptive man, who himself is part and parcel of a phantasmic world of illusion. It builds its own illusory images, then loves what it has built. It is always in bondage to its own fallacious nature. Being illusory by its very nature, its images and its emotions are necessarily delusions. There is but one love, and this love is God. God does not consist of attributes. Therefore, love is not an attribute of God. Rather, it is God itself. God does not give love. Neither does God withhold love. God cannot help loving, because God cannot help being what God is. It is futile to appeal to God for love. It is useless to expect God to show or prove his love for you. The love which is God is impersonal, and God can no more help loving than God can avoid being love. God must ever be what God eternally is. God is infinite, eternal love. This love must of necessity be completely impersonal. It never begins, it never wanes or fluctuates, and it can never come to an end. It is never interrupted by periods of fear, discord, jealousy, or hate. In the infinite love which is God, there are no unloved ones. There can be no vacuums in omnipresent love. We have stated that love and intelligence are inseparable. If this be true, and it is, there can be no such thing as non-intelligent love. Intelligence must fulfill an intelligent purpose. Thus intelligence must fulfill its purpose in being love. Yet love must also fulfill its purpose in being intelligence. If intelligent love did not fulfill its purpose in being, God's infinite purpose would be only partially fulfilled. Thus God itself would be incomplete. God comprises all that is necessary to his infinite eternal completeness. Both love and intelligence are essential to this completeness. The presence of intelligent love would be purposeless if it were not active. There is no fulfillment of any purpose without activity. God is omni-action, and God's purpose is fulfilled through omni-active living, loving, conscious intelligence. Now let us perceive just how omni-active intelligent love functions as the fulfillment of this purpose. As always, our approach must be from the standpoint of the universe. As we contemplate the heavens, we cannot help noticing how beautifully perfect is the function of the universe. Each galaxy is like a community of stars, planets, etc. Each galaxy is that specific galaxy and no other. There is no friction between one galaxy and another, neither is there friction between one star, planet, or another star or planet. Everything, galaxies, stars, and planets included, function in perfect harmony. There is a notable oneness evidenced in the perfect activity of these heavenly bodies. This oneness is love, and the purpose of universal love is the intelligent maintenance of the universe in perfect harmony. The omni-action of universal intelligent love is the harmonious intelligent activity which governs all existence. It is active as the intelligent activity of each galaxy, each star, and each planet. It is active as the activity of our Earth planet. It is also active as your life, consciousness, your daily experience, and your body. There is no barrier to omni-active love. The delineation which is called the form of your body does not bar universal love from its own essence. You see, omni-action is not an activity that is isolated from life, consciousness, intelligence. Rather, omni-action is the love that is life, consciousness, mind. Conscious, living, intelligent love and action is omni-action. Conscious, living, intelligent love is the essence of each galaxy, each star, and each planet. This perfect essence and action is omni-action. Omni-action is God in action. God is love, so omni-action is love in action. Love, being intelligent, acts perfectly. Mind, being love, acts lovingly. In this way, the purpose of universal love is being fulfilled. There is no interruption of the fulfillment of this purpose, and there is no vacuum in which the intelligent purpose of the universal love is not being fulfilled. Let us repeat. The purpose of universal love is the perfect, eternal maintenance of all that constitutes the universe. We can take note of a simple example of this fact. Let us consider an ordinary pocket watch. Every item in the watch is necessary to its completeness. Furthermore, each item in the watch is exactly where it should be, doing what it should be doing. No one part of the watch could function of itself. It would be no purpose in being if it were not necessary to the completeness of the watch. The activity of one part of the watch does not replace the activity of another part. For instance, the function of the mainspring does not take the place of the function of the balance wheel. One does not interfere with the other in the slightest degree. If there were any interference or friction, the perfect activity of the entire watch would be impaired. It might even be stopped. So the purpose of the activity of each part of the watch is the smooth, perfect functioning of the entire watch. If this were to fail, the watch itself would not fulfill its purpose. The watch existed in and as the consciousness of someone long before the so-called material watch ever appeared. In fact, we can truthfully say that the watch, including its perfect functioning, always existed. The assumed inventor simply discovered it. Certain it is that the intelligence that discovered the principle of the watch always existed, and it was always complete. Thus the activity of the watch had to be an eternal existent. As you know, any simile is inadequate, but the simile of the watch does help to point out the fact that love is an eternal, infinite, essential aspect of God. It is essential for the harmonious activity of the universe, for the intelligent activity of each star and planet. It is necessary for the perfect fulfillment of every purpose. In fact, it is necessary for the fulfillment of God's purpose in being you, your life, and your body. It is love that keeps everything in existence in perfect, peaceful harmony. It is love that precludes the possibility of friction, displacement, usurpation, or clashing human wills. It is love that makes accidents an impossibility. It is love that functions as every event of your life and experience. This same love is active as the activity of the entire essence of each star and planet. It is the activity of the body of the Earth planet, and it is the activity of the entire essence of your body and of mine. You can see that there is nothing personal about infinite love, but do not be deceived. Love is a living essence. It is alive. It has to be alive, for it is life itself. It is not personal, but it certainly does function in and as the daily experience of each one of us. We could not live if this were not true. If it were possible for love to be completely absent, there would be no life existing as this universe. Neither would there be intelligence or consciousness. Love is the radiance of the light. Love is radiant light. It is dynamic, intense, living, conscious intelligence in action, and this is omniactive God. Love worketh no ill to his neighbors, therefore love is the fulfilling of the law, Romans 13:10. Indeed, love does fulfill the one and only law. Love fulfills the laws of eternal perfect life, the law of infinite, conscious, living intelligence. Omniactive love is perfect fulfillment. Love never criticizes. It knows nothing to criticize. It is always gentle, and it always speaks and acts with compassion and understanding. It is omnipotent, but it is only the power of being love itself. It is impervious to offense. It is immune to seeming hatred, envy, or criticism. It knows only itself, and it knows itself to be love. The power of love is almighty. The activity of love is the Almighty God in action. There is nothing in existence that can resist or obstruct infinite impersonal love. In fact, there is nothing in existence to interfere with the omnipotent, omnipresent, living light which is love. There is no illumination so fraught with ecstasy as that which the infinitude of love is seen, known, and experienced. There is no revelation so fraught with the power of instantaneous perfection as the revelation that all existence is infinite, living love. Chapter 8. The Omniactive Light. There is a word in our spiritual vocabulary that has received very little attention. This word is omniaction. It seems very strange that more attention has not been focused upon this word, because activity is always an important aspect of illumination. We have discussed omniaction to some extent in previous chapters. However, this dynamic word is of such great importance that it is necessary to devote much more attention to its consideration. As stated before, activity is an important aspect of illumination. Indeed, it is important because without activity there could be no illumination. Consciousness must be vitally active, alive, in order to experience being illumined. A fully illumined consciousness is an intensely alert consciousness. It is true that sometimes the velocity of this activity is so great that one appears to be in a tremendous void of stillness. Yet even in this experience there is an inner awareness of dynamic, surging activity. One may compare this experience to the wheel that is turning at great speed. If the speed of the turning wheel is accelerated sufficiently, it appears to be immobile. If one judged by appearance, one would believe that the wheel was completely motionless. Yet one would have an inner awareness that the wheel was turning at a great rate of speed. In the stillness of some aspects of illumination, there is this inner awareness that intense activity is taking place. I know of no instance of illumination in which existence is perceived to be completely static. On the contrary, in most moments of illumination, there is an indescribable sense of activity. This wonderful sense of activity is the very basis of the ecstasy one experiences during illumination. This is an active universe. Its activity is so omnipresent that the only word to describe it is omniaction. The word omniaction, in common with so many other words in our spiritual vocabulary, denotes God. It is a small wonder that this word is of such vital importance to every one of us. It is impossible to perceive or to realize the allness which is God unless this allness is known to be omniactive as well as omnipresent. Omniaction means everywhere active, but its meaning goes far further than this. It also denotes equally active everywhere. Omniaction is God, the universe, in constant, uninterrupted action. There are no degrees of intensity in this activity. It is present in equal intensity everywhere. Because omniaction is God, it is an infinite fact or truth. But God, the universe, is eternal as well as infinite. Thus omniaction is an eternally infinite fact. God is the infinite, eternal essence which comprises this universe. Omniaction is this infinite, eternal essence in ceaseless, unwavering, immutable action. There are no vacuums in omniaction. It is indivisible, even as life is indivisible, because it is life. It is beginningless, changeless, endless. It is irrepressible, it is irresistible, and it is unobstructed. There is nothing in existence that can repress omniaction. Neither is there anything which can resist or obstruct it. Omniaction is as existent as is life, consciousness, mind. We know that every star and planet is in constant motion. We know that our Earth planet is ceaselessly active. We know that this activity is not an activity which is excluded from the bodies of the stars and planets or from our Earth body. The same omniaction that functions as the orbiting of each star and planet is omniactive throughout the entire essence of these bodies. This is also true of the body of our Earth planet. Right now there is one point that must be clarified, and it must remain completely clear throughout our contemplation of the bodies of the stars and planets. It is exceedingly important that this point be clear in the perception of the body of our earth planet. This point is, the body of each star and planet, the body of our earth planet, consists of spirit, consciousness, intelligence, life. Thus they are not comprised of solid or fluid masses of density or darkness. Unless this point is clear, we are going to fall into the trap of materiality. God is all, and God cannot be the body of a mass of solidity, density, or darkness. With this point completely clear in consciousness, let us proceed to discover the nature of universal activity, what it is, and above all, why it is such an important aspect of God. We have clearly seen that life, intelligence, consciousness are indivisibly one. We have also seen that the form of the body does not enclose or confine living, intelligent consciousness. From our example of the light in the room, we have discovered that the conscious living mind, which comprises the universe, exists as the essence of the body. Now let us perceive the way in which omni-action fulfills its vital purpose. As always, our first approach must be from the standpoint of the universe. This universal activity is not excluded from the body of one single star or planet. It certainly is not excluded from our earth planet. It is not a governing activity outside the body of our planet. Rather, it is the very essence of this planet in ceaseless, irresistible, unobstructed movement. Sometimes we hear of God governing the movement of the stars and the planet, as if God were performing his work from outside the bodies which he governs. Nothing could be farther from the truth. The activity that holds each planet in its proper orbit is equally active within, and as the essence of each heavenly or stellar body. There is no line of demarcation which divides omni-action into separate little areas of activity. It cannot be blocked off into large or small blocks of itself. It is one indivisible, surging, omnipresent, rhythmic activity, and it is the activity of the essence of all form. Furthermore, it is equally present, whether it be time activity of the body, of a planet, or the activity of that which is called the atmosphere. We have just mentioned the word rhythmic. This word is particularly important in what we are going to perceive, so it would be well to entertain it quite consistently in consciousness. All activity is rhythmic in nature. Universal omni-action is a universal, balanced, orderly, rhythmic movement. This perfect rhythmic activity is equally present whether it is active as the body of the universe, the body of a star, or the body of a grain of sand. This is an orderly universe, and all movement or activity of this universe is perfectly orderly, rhythmic activity. Intelligence in action is perfectly orderly, rhythmic activity. It has been said that all action is mind in action, and this is true. Thus all activity is intelligent activity. Intelligence in action does not act chaotically, non-intelligently, or destructively. It would not be intelligent for infinite mind to act in a manner that would destroy itself. Within the infinite, surging, rhythmic omni-action of the universe are innumerable specific rhythms. Each rhythm is distinctly that rhythm. Yet there is no dividing line between these rhythmic activities. There is rhythmic distinction, but there is no rhythmic division. No distinct rhythmic action can be divided or separated from the overall universal perfect rhythmic omni-action. First we have the surging, rhythmic activity of the entire universe. Then we may consider the rhythms of the activities of the galaxies, the stars, the planets, and of our earth planet. Let us for a moment consider the rhythmic omni-action of our earth planet. It is simultaneously active as three distinct rhythmic velocities. For instance, it is said to be rushing toward the outer rim of space, revolving around the sun and rotating upon its own axis. All of these specific rhythms are going on simultaneously as the activity of the earth planet. It is noteworthy that each distinct activity is said to be taking place at its own specific rate of speed or velocity. There is no way in which these three rhythmic activities can be separated. Neither is there a way in which the activity of the earth planet can be separated from the universal omni-action. We can continue this same concept throughout our earth planet and the entire universe. Let us consider the coming and the going of the tides. It is a well-known fact that the tides move in a precise, orderly, perfect rhythm. However, within this rhythm of the tides, there is a rhythm of the waves as they advance or recede. The rhythmic activity of each wave is inseparable from the activity of the tide itself. But this is not all. Within the rhythmic activity of each wave is the faster rhythm of each drop of water. Again, there can be no division between the rhythmic activity of the drop of water, the wave, and the tide. All of this is in perfect surging omni-action, and it is all taking place simultaneously. There are innumerable rhythmic activities going on right here and now. Furthermore, there are an infinite variety of distinct rhythmic activities. We have heard of the rhythm of the seasons, and in everyday experience we find countless rhythmic activities. We walk, talk, breathe, eat, and sleep in rhythmic patterns. An interesting fact is the rhythmic surge of the cities. Each large metropolitan center has its own rhythm. On a recent visit to New York City, I occupied a room on one of the upper floors of a tall hotel. It was fascinating to stand before an open window and listen to the rhythmic, surging sound of the city. It could be compared to the perfect rhythm of a huge motor, and the sound seemed to ebb and flow as the sound of the ebbing and flowing of the tides. When I descended to street level, I could discern countless rhythms within the overall rhythm I had heard from the window of my room. For instance, I could hear the distinct rhythms of the motors in the automobiles and buses. Then there were the calls of the newsboys, sometimes like a rhythmic chant, the rhythm of walking, and sometimes the staccato clicking of high heels upon the sidewalks. Oh, there were countless distinct rhythms that were distinctly audible. While each and every activity in the city moves in its own rhythm, each activity is essentially the overall rhythmic activity of the city itself. I have listened to the rhythm of many cities, and it is noteworthy that the overall rhythm of each city is distinctly that rhythm. For example, the rhythmic velocity of the city of New York is noticeably faster than is the rhythm of Los Angeles. The overall rhythm of San Francisco is somewhere between the rhythms of New York and Los Angeles. It has occurred to me that the rhythm of each city is essentially the overall rhythm of the entire nation. The rhythm of the nation is essential to the overall rhythm of the world, and the rhythm of the world, Earth planet, is essential to the overall rhythm of the universe. It is true that the foregoing is but a simile of that which is impossible to describe. Naturally, this simile is inadequate. But it does serve to point out the indivisible nature of the infinite rhythmic activity that constantly surges and flows in and as the universe. We have mentioned rhythmic activity that can be seen and heard, but there is rhythmic activity of a far greater importance. This is the activity that can be sensed, but that is neither visible nor audible. This invisible, silent activity is omni-action, or God in constant action. There could be no activity unless there were something to act. There is, and this something is God, the universe. The universe is an infinite essence. There are some who say that it is a spiritual universe, and they insist that spirit constitutes its essence. We do not quarrel with this statement, but unless we know what the word spirit means, this word must have a very nebulous connotation. That is why the word consciousness is of such great importance. The universe is constituted of consciousness, and consciousness is conscious. Consciousness is the something which is active. Consciousness is the essence which is in constant, intelligent, rhythmic motion. Consciousness in action is the rhythmic activity which is sensed, and it is consciousness which senses or is aware of this universal omni-action. Before we continue, let us be very clear about this word consciousness. Sometimes the word is misunderstood. This misunderstanding stems from the illusion that there is a human consciousness. If there is no genuineness in a human being, and there isn't, there can be no human consciousness. Universal omni-active consciousness has nothing to do with a personal consciousness of a assumptive man. It is indivisible. The constant activity of this consciousness is inseparable. It is the so-called personal consciousness of assumptive man that is supposed to be separated into consciousnesses. This is exactly why the assumptive person seems to have so much trouble. It always assumes it can do something or be something of itself, separate and apart from the all. Universal consciousness is never separated. Certain it is that it could not be divided into innumerable little assumptive personal consciousness. The activity of omni-active consciousness is never divided into the separate activity of innumerable little illusory personal consciousness. Universal consciousness is universal awareness. To be conscious is to be aware. The essence of the universe is consciousness aware of being itself. The activity of this essence is omni-action, or infinite consciousness in action. Omni-active consciousness may be seen, heard, or sensed in illumination. When in illumination, omni-active consciousness is experienced, there is always an awareness of being, that which is seen, heard, or sensed. In this experience, there is a tremendous awareness of the indivisible nature of the universe. But the glorious aspect of illumination is a consciousness of being this inseparable entity. The omniactive consciousness which comprises the universe is a living essence. This is a living universe. It is alive. There is nothing alive except life, and life is activity. The activity of the living essence, universal consciousness, is infinite life. We know that life, consciousness, intelligence, love are inseparably one. Thus it is apparent that universal omni-action is living, conscious intelligence in action. But of the utmost importance, it is the fact that omni-action is conscious love in action. In the chapter entitled Love is Light, we have stated that love is essential to the perfect harmonious fulfillment of the universal all. Now let us perceive the stupendous importance of omni-active love, or love in action. God is love, but God is life. Thus, love is life. Do you see what this means? It means that love is a living, acting essence. It has to be a living essence because it is inseparable from consciousness, intelligence, and life. Omniactive consciousness is love in action. Love can only act lovingly. Love is alive. Isn't this a tremendous truth? Indeed it is. You see, God is love, and he that dwelleth in love dwelleth in God, and God in him. 1 John 4:16. The living love which is God is alive as the omniactive conscious mind which is God. You are alive, you are conscious, you are loving, and you are intelligent. Oh, can't you see that love is your very life, your consciousness, your mind? The activity of the love you are is life itself in action. That is why your entire experience is so beautifully harmonious and perfect. This is why your entire activity is so satisfying and effortless. This is why your entire life, consciousness, being, and body are so perfect and act so perfectly. Is it any wonder that the enlightened one, called John, could say, "There is no fear in love, but perfect love casteth out fear, because fear hath torment. He that feareth is not made perfect in love." 1 John 4:18. Perfect love is perfect life, and this is your life. How can fear exist in a consciousness which is aware of being perfect, living, conscious intelligence? It cannot, it does not. What is there to fear? Who is it that fears? Fear is unknown to the mind which is God. Fear would claim to be the activity of an assumptive human mind. If such a mind could exist, it would be subject to fear because it could know nothing of itself. The assumptive mind of man fears the unknown. This very fear is manifested as skepticism, even suspicion of the unknown. But this is not all. If there could be anything opposite to love, it would be fear, for fear and hate are identical illusions. The phantasmic mind of man hates what it fears and fears what it hates. Love in action is the activity of infinite consciousness intelligence. There is no fear in love because there is no fear in conscious, living intelligence. It is necessary to recognize that infinite, rhythmic, surging, omni-action is love in action. If ever there were anything in need of healing, this realization would instantaneously heal it. And there is nothing in need of healing. The realization of being perfect, living, conscious love in action reveals the presence of perfection. This perfect, living, loving, intelligent consciousness is alive and active this very moment as your life, your affair, your home, your experience, and your body. Life, consciousness, intelligence, love constitute the entire essence of the universe. The activity of this essence is omni-action, or omnipresent activity. An assumptive human mind never recognizes, sees, hears, or knows this essence or its activity, but it certainly is seen, heard, recognized, and known by the conscious living intelligence which you are. There is scriptural authority for the statement that no mythical man with breath in his nostrils shall see or know God. And he said, "Thou canst not see my face, for there shall no man see me and live." Exodus 33:20. God can be seen, heard, known, and experienced, but no assumptive personal man can see, hear, know, or experience God. It is only the illumined Christ consciousness which can be aware of God. Jesus was well aware of this fact. Before he disappeared from the view of the worldly men, he said to the disciples, "Yet a little while, and the world seeth me no more, but ye see me, because I live. Ye shall live also." John 14:19. The fallacious appearance called man can no more see the illumined Christ identity than it can see God. Assumptive life is not life. Assumptive mind, consciousness, love are not conscious living, loving intelligence. Assumptive man cannot see the essence or the activity of the essence, which is living conscious mind. It takes the illumined Christ consciousness to see, know, or experience being, that life, mind, consciousness, love, which is God. Jesus felt that his disciples were sufficiently illumined to see him as he was and is. He knew that if they saw his body of light, they would see life itself. Furthermore, he knew that to see life is to be life. This is what he meant when he said that because the disciples saw him, they would live. Now we have arrived at the point where it is necessary to clarify further the living light which comprises the universe. When in illumination we are seen and being this omniactive light, just what are we seeing and what are we being? The answer to this question will, if understood, be evidenced as the illumined Christ consciousness. So let us proceed to inquire further into that which comprises this living, active, radiant universe. When in illumination you are aware of seeing and being radiant universal light, you are aware of seeing and being the very presence of God. No one who has had this experience can go on seeming to live as a selfish personal mortal. No wonder the Bible states that no man shall see the face of God and live. When one lives as an illumined being, it is impossible even to appear to live as a selfish little human life. As we have stated, the universal light is an intensely active essence. Everyone who experiences illumination knows this to be true. The universal light is pure radiance, but radiance must radiate, and the radiation of radiance is omni-action, or intelligent living, loving consciousness in action. The active radiation of radiance is the surging, rhythmical, irrepressible activity of this entire universe. In short, it is the universe in ceaseless, irresistible motion. Without rhythm, there would be no order to this universe activity. But there is order, for this is an intelligent, orderly universe. The radiation of the universal radiance is the activity of each star and planet. It is the activity of the planet Earth. It is the activity of the infinite essence in or as any form. But this is not all. It is the activity of what is called the atmosphere, the universal presence which is said to be uninhabited space. Omniactive radiance radiates universally. It radiates in equal intensity everywhere, and there is no smallest point where it is not in complete radiation. Neither is there a moment in which this universal radiance is not complete as its own radiance. The radiant infinite is the infinitesimal, radiating as the living light. There is no greater or lesser radiance. Neither is there greater or lesser radiation. There is distinction of rhythm, but there is no separation of the universal radiation. Neither is there any greater or lesser intelligence, life, love, consciousness in that essence which is radiating. The irrepressible surge and flow of light may be compared to an infinite universal tide. Within the irresistible flow of this universal rhythmic omni-action are countless rhythmic impulsions in ceaseless, uninterrupted activity. Even as the rhythm of the drop of water in the tide is distinctly that specific rhythm, and the rhythm of the wave is distinctly that rhythm, yet they are inseparably one. So it is that the numberless rhythms of the universe are inseparable from the infinite universal rhythmic omni-action. It is all one intelligent, rhythmic, orderly omni-action. It is infinite in nature, yet specific. The specific is the infinite, even as the infinite is the specific. Illumined consciousness is the essence of the radiance you see when you are in illumination, but you have to be illumined consciousness in order to see this radiant universe. So the radiance you see is your own illumined consciousness. That is why you always have a tremendous sense of being the radiance you are seeing, because you are the radiance itself. The radiation of the radiance you see is the life that is conscious of being alive, but you are alive, so the activity of the light is your very life. This is why you can never be separated from your life. Life is what you are. The surging, flowing, omni-action which is life is alive as your eternal, immutable life, right here and now. This omni-active, radiating light does not stop at the outline of your body. It is inseparable from the essence of your body. You see, consciousness, mind, life, love are indivisible. You will recall an earlier reference to the discovery by Sir Arthur Eddington, a renowned physicist. He says, in essence, that something takes place between the scene of an object and the object itself which changes its appearance. Experiments have proven beyond doubt that there is intense activity taking place right where an appearance of solid matter presents a picture of inactive solidity. He describes it as being somewhat like innumerable little gnats scurrying around. Sir Arthur Eddington, as a truly great physicist, was right at the standpoint of the great discovery that light is omnipresent. It is omnipresent, you know, because life is omni-action. That which is alive is illumined consciousness, living, moving, and having its being as the entire essence of the universe, the body of the earth, the body of you and me. As stated in a previous chapter, it has been believed that life enters the body and that therefore the body continues to generate life. This is also considered to be true of consciousness and intelligence or mind. You are not a center from which life radiates. You are conscious, intelligent, radiant life itself. The radiant life you are will seem to be more or less apparent according to the intensity of your consciousness of being the light. You are the light, and you are radiant as this life. In other words, you radiate light, but you do not generate light. You are the light, and the light is its own radiation. You are not a center from which the light radiates. It is well to remind yourself that the living light you are is present in equal intensity throughout and as infinity. There can be no boundary for the light you are because it is boundless, spaceless, timeless, immeasurable, and limitless. Omni-action is a universal fact. A universal fact is true everywhere, and it is equally true everywhere. Universal omni-action is the activity that is taking place in and as your bodily activity this instant. This statement has been made here before, and although I do not wish to be repetitious, it is well to restate this truth just at this point as a foundation for what is to follow. As previously stated, there is a growing conviction among leading physicists that the activity of the body stems from rhythmic impulsions from the universe. It is also recognized that this activity is rhythmic in its nature. They have experimented with oysters, snails, and even with various vegetables. Their experiments have convinced them that everything moves in and has the same rhythmic activity which takes place in what they call outer space. Of course, these studies and experiments are conducted from the standpoint of what is termed matter, yet they recognize the fact that matter as such does not exist. The physicists who are investigating the rhythmic patterns of activity call the impulse of these rhythms electromagnetic fields or electricity in the air. It is wonderful to realize that even those who believe so firmly in a world of materiality are beginning to perceive that universal omni-action is the only activity of the body, of a planet, of a carrot, or of you and me. One thing is exceedingly clear. The whole world is on the way to the discovery that conscious living, loving intelligence is not confined to the body, and neither does the body generate conscious living mind within itself. Furthermore, that which the physicists are laboring to discover, we already know because we experience illumination. In line with this fact, it is noteworthy that years before the physicists discovered that matter did not exist, a great illumined individual made the flat statement, "There is no matter." She knew this to be true because she was illumined. The physicists are still discovering more about the living conscious mind, although this mind is very well known by all illumined beings. This leads to the realization of one all-important fact. The only activity in existence is universal omni-action, and nothing acts of itself, separate from or apart from the one all-infinite omni-action. It makes no difference whether the activity is that of a planet or the activity of a so-called cell of a body. It is inseparable from universal omni-action. Furthermore, there is no activity that is not an orderly, surging, rhythmic movement. If you have read this far in the book, you are now aware of the indivisible universe which we call God. You are also cognizant of the fact that you exist only because this perfect, rhythmic, universal, omni-active all constitutes your entire life, being, experience, and body. The statement of truth you have been reading are irrefutable fact, but it is not enough for you unless these facts are apparent in your daily affair, in your life, and in your body. In other words, the evidence of any fact is necessary if you are to realize fully that any truth is absolutely true. If you have fully accepted the universal facts you have been reading, you are now prepared to perceive how it is and why it is that these facts can be evidenced in your everyday affair. But this is not all. You are now ready to perceive why these facts have not been apparent or evident in your daily experience and in your bodily experience. The way for this specific realization has been prepared. This has been done through the banishment of all fictitious boundaries and your own revelation that your own eternal living, loving conscious mind, through and through. Our next chapter will be devoted to perceiving and experiencing the evidence of the universal facts we have stated. Chapter 9. The Evidence. Illumination is not an experience that has just recently come into being. Throughout the ages there have been illumined ones. Yet these greatly illumined ones have apparently continued to have sick bodies and to die. From this it would seem that what they perceived as illumined beings was not evident in their daily lives and experience. If we are to experience the evidence of that which we perceive in illumination, we must realize that our illumined experience is our entire existence. We cannot accept one iota of anything which appears to be the opposite of or different from the glorious universe which is so vividly apparent in illumination. Any fact should be capable of proof. The evidence of any fact is the proof that it is true. If the evidence of a fact be missing, it can mean only that there is some misconception or some mistake about the fact. Let us examine a simple example of the truth we have just stated. The number 3 has always symbolized completeness. It appears repeatedly in the Bible, and it also appears in the religious writing of the East. You will note that Jesus mentioned 3 days as a symbolic figure for the length of time it would take him to raise his body from the sepulchre. When Jesus went up to the Mount of Transfiguration, he was accompanied by 3 disciples, Peter, James, and John. It has always seemed significant to me that the event of the Transfiguration involved 3 fully illumined beings, and 3 who were apparently not yet fully illumined. Jesus, Moses, and Elijah were certainly illumined. Apparently Peter, James, and John experienced some illumination during that event. There are numerous other references to the number 3 in the Bible, but this will suffice to clarify our point. The point we wish to make now is that completeness is a universal fact. God is this universe, and God is complete. Thus, this is a complete universe. God is eternality, so the completeness which is this universe is an eternal fact. However, this eternal universal fact may not appear to be manifested in your experience if any aspect of its completeness appears to be absent. Let us consider perfection for a moment. God is eternal perfection, and God is the universe. Thus, eternal perfection is a universal fact. But perfection must be completely perfect if it is to be perfection at all. If there were the slightest flaw or disorder in perfection, it would not be completely perfect. Thus, it could not be called perfection. So completeness is essential to the perfection of that which is perfect. Perfection is omnipresent as well as being omniactive. However, if you are not aware of this fact, it will not be apparent in your daily experience. So now we have stated 2 aspects of the completeness which is necessary to perfection, vis-a-vis the universal fact, complete perfection, and your consciousness of this fact. The 3rd aspect of this universal fact is also necessary if it is to be fully apparent in and as your daily experience, and as your bodily experience. This 3rd aspect is the evidence or manifestation of the universal fact, complete perfection. You know that the universal fact exists. You can know of its existence only because you are conscious. Consciousness is the essence of all existence, and consciousness is always actively being conscious. Consciousness is the essence of complete perfection, and consciousness in action is the recognition of this universal fact. Your consciousness, actively aware of omnipresent perfection, is the essence and the activity of that which it perceives. Thus the evidence, manifestation of complete perfection is constituted of your own consciousness. Here we have an example of the completeness of the universal fact, complete perfection. Furthermore, we have perceived the additional fact that you are inseparable from the evidence of the perfection you have perceived. You are never separated from your own consciousness and its activity. Let us now clarify this by simple illustration. It is a mathematical fact that 2 + 2 = 4. This is the universal fact because it is true throughout the entire universe. Furthermore, it is an eternal fact because it never began and it can never come to an end. Although this universal fact has existed universally and eternally, it would appear that you have not always been aware of its existence. In other words, it seems that you have had to learn of its existence before it could be a fact in and as your experience. Once you are aware of this fact, you may see the evidence of its existence at any moment anywhere. All that is necessary for the evidence to be apparent is that you focus your attention upon the existing fact. The universal fact is within your consciousness, so it is your consciousness. When your attention is focused upon this specific fact, your consciousness is actively aware of its existence. Thus its existence is evident to you. It is more than evident to you. The evidence of the universal fact exists within and as your own consciousness, so the evidence is comprised of your own consciousness. This is an example of the fact that the universal or infinite fact is the specific or infinitesimal fact. It is also true that the specific or infinitesimal fact is the universal or infinite fact. Wherever and whenever the fact exists, the evidence of this fact can be perceived at any moment. The fact is the universal principle. The evidence is the manifestation of the perfect principle as the experience of anyone who consciously perceives the universal perfect principle. The principle or fact of anything must always be approached from the standpoint of its universality. This is true because any truth is universal truth. It is a mistake to approach any fact from the standpoint of the infinitesimal or the evidence. Too often we have looked for the evidence first, then have attempted to make this evidence become true in our own little affairs. We have attempted to approach universal perfection from the standpoint of the manifestation, and then we have tried to force consciousness into being aware of the perfect evidence. We should have approached perfection from the standpoint of the completeness, which is universal perfection. In this way we can be sure that our approach is impersonal. Perfection is an impersonal fact. It belongs to no one. It simply is. If we attempt to personalize it, we are attempting to divide the indivisible God. Furthermore, we are trying to minimize the immeasurable infinite one. There is no imperfect fact. The fact is the principle, and the principle is always perfect. The perfect universal fact is all there is. There is nothing existing that is not the perfect universal fact. You are the universal consciousness, thus you are the universal perfect fact. You can never claim to be the universal perfect fact as a person. Only the consciousness, which is God, can claim to be God. If you are fully aware that you are the impersonal perfect fact, truth, you can truthfully and with humility say, I am the truth. I am the universal perfect fact. Your inseparability from the evidence of complete perfection depends entirely upon your impersonal recognition of the fact that, of yourself, you are nothing. It seems a paradox that only through the acceptance of a fact that you as a person are nothing can you fully realize that you are something. Only in this way can you perceive that you are the something which is this entire, completely perfect universe. As long as you are inordinately concerned about the evidence of perfection in your daily experience, you are seemingly separating yourself from the indivisible complete perfection which constitutes the universe. It is not until the little false personal ego is obliterated that the full power of the complete universal perfection can be realized and evidenced. Once you have perceived that you are the impersonal, universal, complete perfection, the evidence is inevitable. This is true because the evidence consists of the consciousness you are aware of being what you are. Once the little false egotistical concept of self is banished, you need have no hesitancy in saying, I am that I am. It makes no difference how severe may seem to be the problem. The universal perfect truth that I am is all that is present. Furthermore, the universal perfect fact that I am is all that I can know to be present. I know that I am, and I know nothing else. I am what I know, and I am nothing else. Therefore, I can and do focus my attention only upon the perfect, complete, universal fact which I am. In complete realization of being the perfect fact, you can confidently say, I am the perfect fact. I am conscious of being the perfect fact, and the consciousness that I am is the essence and activity of the perfect fact that I am. This is completeness. This is complete perfection. And this is the evidence of complete perfection. I am the fact that all substance is eternal and immutably perfect. I am the fact that all substance is imperishable, indestructible. I am the fact that all existence is ever new, and that all existence is inexhaustible and not subject to depletion. I am the fact that all existence is life, consciousness, intelligence, love. I am the fact that all substance is light and not darkness. I am the fact that all activity is omni-action or perfect God in action. In this way you have banished any fallacious sense of being a little egotistical person. You have also impersonalized any seeming problem. You have diminished that which seemed to be the problem, and you have diminished the illusion that there is a person having or aware of having a problem. Once the assumptive ego is obliterated, you can be assured that you are perceiving everything from the universal standpoint. This means that you are seen as God sees and knowing as God knows. It is in this universal awareness that you can say, I am impervious to any personal sense of being, for I am that I am. I am my own immunity to inharmony of any kind, for I am the universal perfect truth. If Jesus had not known this to be true, he would never have said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. John 14:6. Yes, the universal Christ consciousness is the way, and no one can perceive that God is the entirety of one's existence unless one realizes that one is the truth. By the recognition that one is the truth, the identity perceives one's universal perfect, changeless nature. Let us for a moment return to our mathematical simile. If you are conscious of the fact that 2 plus 2 equal 4, you can perceive the evidence of this fact at any moment of the day or night. You are aware that this fact exists wherever you are, and exists whether or not your attention is focused upon it. But if for any reason this fact were essential to your perfect knowledge or activity at any given moment, your attention would immediately be focused upon it. Thus, you are actively aware of this specific fact. Your omni-active consciousness is actively engaged in the perception of this particular fact. All that is necessary, as far as you are concerned, is that you focus your attention upon the perfect fact. Instantly, as your attention is focused upon this fact, it becomes an evident fact in your experience. You may read it, you may speak it, you may write it, or signify it in innumerable ways. The point is that you can see and experience the evidence of any specific fact simultaneously with the focusing of your attention upon it. This is the wonderful thing about the realization that you are a universal, conscious living mind. The instantaneity of omnipresent perfection is often called instantaneous healing. But is it healing? Indeed it is not. What is called instantaneous healing is but the sudden revelation of the evidence. This evidence has always existed, but has suddenly been revealed. And it is revealed the very instant your universal consciousness is focused upon it. Then you can joyously say, the universal eternal perfection is manifested or evident as the I am that I am. The evidence is not the primary aspect of perfection to be considered. The perfect principle is of vital importance. The perfect principle is the universal fact. Once the perfect fact is known and attention is focused upon, the evidence is inevitable. Does this seem impossible? Well, it isn't. It is being proved every day, and is beyond questioning or doubt. Oh, this is the practical truth. It proves itself to be true as our daily experience and our health of our bodies. If it were merely a beautiful theory, there would be no proof of its rightness or of its universality. But if this truth is to be evident in and as a daily experience of the student, there must be complete abandonment of an assumptive ego. I cannot stress too strongly the importance of obliterating the fallacious sense of a little personal self. Let us now perceive just why it is vitally important to completely banish the assumptive little ego self, the little I. First of all, the little I is but a pretense. Having no genuine existence, it can appear only to pretend to be something of itself. Because it pretends to be something of itself, it also imagines that it can do something of itself. It would, if possible, usurp the infinite identity and supplant itself as omnipresent omnipotence. Some of us have seen and heard it strutting around saying, I am God. Nothing could be far more ridiculous. Nothing could be farther from the truth. God alone is God, and there is none other. No little assumptive I, believing itself to be something of itself, can claim to be God. God speaks only when there is no little I around trying to talk. And when God speaks, there is no ego. There is one alone, and there is not a second. Yea, he hath neither child nor brother. Ecclesiastes 4:8. The assumptive little I would attempt to enthrone himself, to establish its own kingdom and govern of itself. It would attempt to rule itself and everyone else, if it could, as it were omnipotent. It appears as human ambition, selfishness, avarice, egotism, and innumerable other fallacious aspects of its pretense. It can even pretend to be the head of some great government enslaving its people. Being limited by its very nature, it would limit everyone and everything it seemed to control. It is unnecessary to go any further with this fallacious pretense of the little I. We know too much about these pretensions already. But let us perceive just why this assumptive man must be obliterated. So long as it seems genuine, it can appear to interfere with the perception of omniactive, conscious living intelligence. So long as it seems to imagine that it can do something of itself, it will appear to be in the way of the infinite rhythmic omniaction. In fact, it can even appear to act in opposition to omnipotent omniaction. And right here is where it gets into trouble. It struggles and frets. It strains for success. Its activity is labored and difficult. It seems always to be trying to swim against the current, and it finally has to relinquish all its effort. This relinquishment is inevitable, because the little assumptive I is temporal by its very fictitious nature. The wave might as well try to stem the tide as for one to attempt to act of one's own self and in opposition to infinite omniaction. Suppose the drop of water insisted upon going in the wrong direction. Suppose it tried to act of itself apart from and in opposition to the tide. How far would it go? Not very far. And neither can little assumptive man get very far by trying to do something or to be something of itself. Furthermore, even when that appears to be success is accomplished with great sacrifice, labor, and struggle. In contradistinction to all of this, Jesus said, "Take my yoke upon you, and learn of me. For I am meek and lowly in heart, and ye shall find rest unto your souls. For my yoke is easy, and my burden is light." Matthew 11:29-30. Indeed, Jesus was meek and humble. In his heart, consciousness, he knew that of himself he was nothing. He knew that he could have no existence unless it was God existing. He knew that he could not act of himself, separate or apart from the one infinite omniaction. He was not bound with a heavy yoke of limitation. Neither was he burdened with a fallacious sense of self-importance. He could and did act without labor, worry, struggle, or strain. You see, he did nothing of himself. He knew it was infinite omniaction consciously fulfilling itself as his activity. Jesus has been called the man of sorrows, but I cannot accept this description of the enlightened Christ consciousness. I am convinced that he was exceedingly joyous, and that nothing could diminish his joy. He was illumined, and who in illumination is sorrowful? Omniaction is joyous activity. Omniaction is effortless activity. It is without strain, worry, uncertainty, or struggle. It is limitless in terms of assumptive time and space. It is never interrupted, and it can never come to an end. Oh, if there were only words with which to tell you the dynamic joy of working because God is active as your activity. Of course, many of you are already aware of this joy. You know it cannot be described, but you know it to be pure, unlabored ecstasy. Is it an effort for life to be alive? Is it a struggle for consciousness to be conscious? Is it a strain for mind to be intelligent? And is it difficult for love to be loving? No. No, neither is it a struggle for you to be what you already are. The only reason there even appears to be a struggle is that there seems to be a little assumptive man to struggle. But the appearance is not you. The appearance is not your genuine and only identity. The appearance is just what the word denotes, appearance, and nothing else. And when you're illumined, Christ's consciousness reveals itself to be yourself. There can no longer be even an appearance of a little assumptive I. A few words of caution should be stated right now. In the process of recognizing your freedom from the little I, be sure that you do not honor it. Don't make something of nothing. Don't make an effort to rid yourself of something which has no existence in or as your identity. Sometimes one will try so hard to rid oneself of an assumptive identity that one will only temporarily submerge it, and it will seem to spring forth in another guise, perhaps more seemingly violent and aggressive than ever. Isn't it an effort for you to know that you are conscious and you are alive and that you are intelligent and loving? Is it an effort for you to be conscious, alive, intelligent, and loving? No. It is never a matter of getting rid of a pretense. It is always a matter of knowing so well what you are that the pretense just disappears naturally without any effort at all. Knowing what you generally are precludes the necessity for affirmations and denials. An assumptive little I does not vanish through the denial that it exists. Neither does it help to affirm that it must disappear. No mental gymnastics will dismiss the illusion called the little I. No concentrated mental effort will obliterate it. Never set up a straw man and then try to use it for target practice, hoping that in some way it will miraculously vanish. It won't disappear, you know, because you are watching it. You are too conscious of it. Once it is banished completely, you realize that you have banished nothing. You are completely aware of which does exist, and there is nothing else. You realize that never was there anything other than the complete, perfect, radiant, living existence which constitutes this universe. And this is you. This is all there is of you. In other words, the evidence of that which does exist is so complete and so apparent that you are unaware of any spurious evidence. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. 1 Corinthians 13:10. Yes, that which is in part is obliterated. Knowing the genuine I am, that you are, simply cancel the little presumptuous self. It never was anything, and you never knew it to be anything. Because you are infinite, you are everywhere. You are everywhere because you are the everywhere. Wherever your attention is focused, there are you. Whenever your attention is focused, then are you. In this same way you realize that there is here to you. In this same way it is apparent that then is now. You are centered everywhere, but you are without circumference. For instance, right now my attention may be focused in New York City, even though I am at home in Vista, California. Where my attention is focused, there am I. But because I am there, there is here as far as I am concerned. In like matter, my attention may be called to something that seemed to take place in what is called the past, although there is no past or future. Nevertheless, if I am considering something that was supposed to have taken place last year or 100 years ago, this supposedly past event is right now within my consciousness. So the so-called past in which it happened is now to me. If I supposedly look ahead a day, a month, a year, 100 years, the seeming future is within my consciousness now. So the future, is now to me. Thus it is apparent that there is no time and there is no space. There is only here and now. Full, complete, unconditional, unqualified perfection is here now. The full, complete evidence of infinite perfection is right here and right now. You have never been, and will never be, any more perfect than you are right now. You are not victimized by a human past or by an uncertain future. If a seeming problem should appear in your experience, you do not attempt to do something about the problem, neither do you ignore it. Something has taken place that has attracted your attention at the moment, thus your attention is focused upon some specific aspect of existence. You cannot bury your head in the sand and just pretend that it will go away if you don't look at it. This would not be intelligent. Thus it would not be intelligence in action. The omnipresent mind you are is omniactive, so it must always act intelligently. Now you may very well be questioning something like this. If I cannot do anything about a problem, and I cannot ignore it, what is the right way to banish the problem? There is a way to realize your complete freedom from any difficulty. It makes no difference how severe it may seem to be, or how long it may appear to have been in your experience. Indeed, there is a way, but the way is not one of mental treatment. It is not the way of a method or of a formula. The way is an illumined way. It is the way of illumined seeing and being. I cannot give you a method of procedure for this glorious experience. Illumination is a private affair, and no one can tell you how to bring about this experience. No one can have the experience for you, and no one can really explain it to you. I can tell you what constitutes the existence, but you alone must discover why you are what you are. The why must be a revelation of your own consciousness. You see, it is only when you consciously experience being what you eternally are that you can know why you are what you are. In the following chapter I shall share with you the way or ways that have been most helpful in my experience and the experience of many others. Even so, you will realize that no words or combination of words can act as a formula by which illumination may be induced. It simply cannot be done through the use of method or formula. The way of illumination is to perceive that you are the light radiating as its own radiance. You are the light. You are the radiance. You are the one who must be conscious of being what you eternally and infinitely are. As you read the chapter that follows, it would be well for you to consider some facts pertaining to yourself. For instance, consider the intelligence that you are, complete infinite. Then you will perceive that what you are going to read already exists in and as your own consciousness. It will not be new to you. In fact, you will probably realize that somehow you have already known it. Indeed, you have known it, and you will know it throughout the infinity and eternity of your entire being. So do not approach the truth presented in the following pages as if they were entirely new to you. Rather approach them in the full realization that you already know them. You are just reminding yourself of that which you already know. In fact, you may even realize that you knew every truth presented in this book, even as it was being written, or better still, before it was written. Now, as full open consciousness, let us continue in our exploration of the infinite all, which constitutes our entire life, mind, being, and body. Chapter 10, The Perfect Answer. Full illumined consciousness is the goal of every dedicated student of truth. This important goal becomes more and more important as our search continues. Sometimes the way seems long and even arduous, and many obstacles seem to appear in our path. Yet we continue on, knowing inherently that illumination reveals the answer to every question we have ever asked, and the solution to every seeming problem that has ever appeared. This goal is reached when we fully realize that God is all is God. In this realization we must go all the way. There can be no qualification and no degree in our acceptance of this basic fact. The complete acceptance of the allness that is God precludes the recognition of anything that is not God. For most of us, it is not difficult to accept the statement, God is all. Somehow we know this is to be true. Even so, there are many questions that seem for a while to be unanswered. So long as we are not aware of the answers to these questions, they can appear to act as deterrents to our full realization of full illumination. We discover that the answer to every question already exists within and as our own consciousness. We also discover that the question of itself is nothing. We become aware that the question can only appear to be because the answer is present and insisting upon being revealed. There is one question that seems to recur interminably. It is so persistent that it can seem to act as an obstacle to our complete spiritual perception. This question pertains to the appearance of evil. We have been told that evil is unreal. We have been told that it is a dream or an illusion. We can accept these answers because we have acknowledged the fact that God is all. Yet this one question continues to harass us. If God is all, why does evil appear to be real? If there really is no dreamer and no deluded mind, how can a dream or an illusion appear to be present in the experience of anyone? It is not surprising that these questions should seem to be so persistent. In fact, it would be surprising if they did not continue to present themselves. You see, it would appear that every unanswered question indicates an absence of some aspect of the complete perception that God is all. Naturally, then, the question is going to continue to be in evidence until the complete answer is revealed. Once the allness, that is God, is revealed fully and completely, it is impossible to be aware of further questions. This does not mean that all revelation has ceased. Quite the contrary, revelation is greater and more glorious than ever. But these revelations are simply an ever greater awareness of facts that have already been revealed. We have had some answer to the question as to why evil should seem to be real, but for the most part these answers have not been complete. The complete answer may be stated very simply in very few words. There is no evil, and there is no one who is conscious of evil. There is not even a seeming evil condition or situation. Neither is there an identity who appears to be aware of an evil condition or identity. Now let us proceed to discover just what takes place and why it takes place when something appears to be evil. Let us begin with our basic statement, God is all. All is God. The allness that is God precludes the possibility of an evil presence, activity, or power. This is why there is no evil. This is basic truth. But we must perceive something more if we are to experience the complete revelation of this fact. Now we must realize what this appearance of evil is, and why it appears to be seen, heard, known, or experienced. There is no universal imperfect fact. There is no omnipresent imperfection. Therefore, there can be no specific imperfect fact. There can be no presence that is an imperfect fact. Only that which is true or a fact can be evidenced. So there can be no evidence of imperfection. There can be no evidence of that which is not true, genuine, and perfect. Any evidence of imperfection is imperfect evidence. It is faulty, misleading, and if it is not perceived to be false, it can be deceptive. In short, it is a mistake to accept it or believe it. However, even the appearance of imperfect evidence serves a purpose, and this purpose is not evil. If there is no evil, certain it is that no evil purpose can be served. Let us now perceive how it is and why it is that any appearance of evil is not evil, that it really serves a good purpose. If the fulfillment of any purpose is good, the impulsion behind this purpose has to be good and not evil. The mistake lies in our misconception of the meaning of that which we have called evil. A mistake in mathematics is due to momentary ignorance of the perfect fact or principle of mathematics. An awareness of the perfect principle instantly corrects the mistake. The mistake has served to call your attention to the figure or figures that are right. For instance, in solving a mathematical problem, it is possible to mistakenly write the figure 5 when the figure 4 should be written. This mistake will be evident throughout the entire procedure. Thus the answer will be false or untrue. Once the mistake is discovered, you are no longer concerned with it. Rather, you are concerned only with that which is right and true. The figure 4. But the mistake has called your attention to the perfect mathematical principle. Thus the mistake has fulfilled a definite purpose. Just as a mistake in mathematics calls your attention to the perfect mathematical fact, so it is that any appearance of evil serves to call your attention to some specific aspect of good or God. God is perfection. Thus perfection is a universal as well as a specific fact. Any appearance of imperfection serves to call your attention to the perfect principle, which is perfection. A mistake can seem to be troublesome or evil only so long as it is mistaken for a fact. Once your attention is focused upon the perfect fact, the mistake is canceled. It simply vanishes. Perfection is a universal fact. Imperfection is not a universal fact. Perfection is the specific fact. Imperfection is not the specific fact. Any appearance of imperfection but serves to focus your attention upon the perfection which does exist. You know that only that which is a universal fact can be a specific fact. You do not resist the mistake. You do not attempt to overcome it or to oppose it. You know it to be a mistake, and that ends as far as you are concerned. The mistake has served its purpose, and your attention is now focused upon the perfect principle. You keep your attention focused upon the universal and the specific fact until the evidence of this fact is apparent. You can never make a figure 5 become a figure 4. Neither can you make an appearance of imperfection become perfect. Your awareness of perfection is the revelation and the evidence of that which is revealed. Sickness, pain, disease, discord of any kind are not existence. They are not evidence of the perfect fact. Each is only an illusory appearance which serves to call your attention to the omnipresent fact which does exist. In this same way, apparent lack, trouble, or discord of any nature calls your attention to the universal principle of supply, peace, joy, or harmony. If you continue to be concerned with the appearance of discord, your attention remains focused upon a mistake. It is focused upon that which has already served its purpose and should be dismissed. So long as your attention continues to be focused upon a discordant appearance, that illusory appearance will continue to appear to be genuine. When you are constantly and consciously attentive to the perfect fact, and only this fact, the evidence of its presence is inevitable. Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee, because he trusteth in thee. Isaiah 26:3. To keep the attention constantly stayed on God is to hold firmly to the perfect principle or the existing fact. It is necessary to keep the attention focused upon the perfect fact if you are to have complete trust in God. God is the perfect fact. God is the entirety of your existence. So the perfect principle is your own identity, your life, your consciousness, your intelligence, and your body. If you keep your consciousness stayed on God, you are continuously aware of the perfection, which constitutes all there is of you. Perfection is omnipresent, so it remains present right where and when any appearance of discord calls your attention to its presence. If apparent evil serves to draw your attention to God, or good, then apparent evil is not evil but good. It is God who comprises your entire existence, revealing its omnipresence. It makes no difference what the specific appearance of evil may be. The specific fact is already established in and as your own consciousness. Your attention is simply being called to the specific fact. Thus any appearance of evil must be but a signal signifying the presence of God, good, perfection. Now you perceive the truth of the statement, there is no evil. You also realize why this statement is true. The appearance of a material universe signifies the presence of the universe of light, spirit. The appearance of solidity signifies the presence of the essence which is spiritual. An appearance of density or darkness signifies the presence of light. The appearance of stupidity signifies the presence of intelligence. In like manner, any appearance of temporal life, mind, consciousness signifies the presence of eternal life, intelligence, consciousness. The appearance of a personal I, assumptive man, signifies the presence of God evidencing itself as the identity. The assumptive born body signifies the eternal body comprised of life, mind, consciousness. The assumption that there is a human mind centered in a brain signifies the presence of infinite intelligence specifically identified. The appearance of a human consciousness or life is the signal announcing the presence of the infinite eternal conscious life, identified as a specific conscious life. That which is called human activity signifies the infinite universe in action or omni-action, identified as specific activity. Our task is to keep the attention centered upon the universal as well as the specific existence which is being signified. Now let us perceive in what way this explanation of the signal, miscalled evil, may be helpful in our experience. We know that it is impossible to follow a method in this approach, so we will not consider the following to be a formula. Nevertheless, we can base our general contemplation upon the truth that are here revealed, and we know that the right answers will be revealed within and as our own God consciousness. Certain it is that every statement you have read, or are going to read here, is absolute truth. We have said that any appearance of discord is but the signal for the infinite eternal perfection, which is forever an established fact. We have realized that any fact that is a universal fact is a specific fact. We can now perceive the natural revelation and the evidence of the universal yet specific fact in the following way. Suppose, for instance, you seem to be the victim of hatred or injustice. You know that any appearance of hatred would be the opposite of love. You know that love exists, thus hatred does not exist. So the illusion called hatred is but the signal calling your attention to the presence of that which does exist, vis-a-vis love. You do not dwell on the illusion, the signal, because of itself it is nothing. But you do not resist the signal, neither do you oppose it. Rather you focus your attention entirely upon the universal and specific fact, which does exist. And this fact is, God is love. Yes, God is love universally. God is love specifically. You contemplate the innumerable and various ways in which His infinite love is apparent as the perfect harmony of this universe. You consider the wonderful way in which each star and planet fulfills its purpose, in perfect harmony with the stars and planets which constitute this galaxy. You realize that this perfect harmonious activity is love in action. You also realize that love is intelligence. Therefore, this universal activity is intelligence acting lovingly. In this way, you have perceived the impersonal nature of love. You have also realized that love is a universal truth or fact. Now you may consider the perfect way in which our own Earth planet functions. The harmonious activity of this planet is perfect love in action. This same love in action is all that is active in and as your experience. This is being specific. This is realizing that universal perfect love is active in and as your specific existence. There is nothing to oppose this omnipotent, omniactive perfect love, and there is no one existing who can resist it. But this is not all. There is no one who is genuinely conscious of anything that is contrary or opposite to this perfect, universal, infinite love. Your consciousness is your universe. This means that only that which comprises your consciousness can be present or evident in or as your life, your consciousness, and your daily experience. Love alone is revealed as your consciousness, so love and only love can be evidenced as your specific existence. This means that you are not aware of a supposititious opposite of love called hatred in your daily affairs. During this contemplation you are intently alert. You do not permit an illusion of inactivity seemingly to put you to sleep. Neither do you aimlessly drift into an indifferent, indolent attitude. This is an active truth. During your contemplation of infinite love will come to a point at which a tremendous sense of peace and joy floods your entire consciousness. But don't cease contemplating at this point. Joy is the harbinger of love. Continue in your contemplation until you experience that great omnipotent surge of infinite love. This is the apex of all your seeing. Having reached this glorious height, you may now rest assured that you are truly seeing things as they are. You may rest in this true perception, but you will not let your attention be distracted. You will not investigate to see whether or not the perfect fact, love, is completely evidenced. You will not concern yourself with the signal, the seeming evil again. You will keep your mind stayed on God. You will discover that the truth you have been perceiving is present. It is all that is, ever has been, or ever will be present. But best of all, you will discover that the truth you have perceived is evident right here and right now. Furthermore, the evidence will be all that is apparent, and it will be all that you are conscious of seeing or experiencing. Then it will appear that a healing has taken place. But you will know better. You will know that you have simply seen existence as it is, and the signal to draw your attention to this fact need never again appear. You have noted that we have gone quite thoroughly into the basic approach to the realization of love, harmony, justice, perfection in your experience. There is nothing nebulous about this approach. It is most clear-cut and definite. Yet it must be revealed within and as your own consciousness, and it will be your own revelation. However, it must be said that the same basic approach can be followed in every situation wherein harmony of any kind appears. It may be that an appearance of lack seems to be present. This is not evil. Rather, it should be considered as merely the signal signifying the presence of infinite, omnipresent supply. You will not approach this aspect of existence from the standpoint of the specific. Instead, you will immediately contemplate the universal fact, which is omnipresent supply. This is the complete universe. Its completeness precludes the possibility that anything could be missing that is necessary to its allness, its entirety. The realization of completeness is of vital importance in every situation where incompleteness or lack appears to be evident. Actually, incompleteness or lack would seem to prevail in any illusion of trouble, disorder, and harmony. It may appear as a lack of health, a lack of strength, a lack of joy or peace, or a lack of supply in the aspect called money. In any event, realization of the presence of that which appears to be absent is necessary if you are to experience the evidence of complete supply. Thus it is apparent why the word completeness is of such vital importance. Completeness is a universal fact. Thus supply is a universal fact. It is present everywhere, and it is present eternally. There are no vacuums in this universal fact, and there are no interruption of its presence. It is indivisible. It is the principle which is omnipresent and inseparable from the specific identity which is God identified as you. It is within your consciousness because it is constituted of your consciousness. If you will realize that supply in any aspect is an omnipresent as in love, you will perceive the true nature of supply. If you will keep your mind stayed on the presence of supply, God, you will surely be aware of the evidence of this presence right here and now. Suppose a feeling of frustration or inadequacy seems to persistently present itself. It may appear that you are not fulfilling your purpose. It may seem that your activity is too limited, or that your supply is limited by your present work or profession. Here again it is essential to recognize the signal, then immediately to perceive the universal fact. This is an intelligent universe. The intelligence which comprises this perfect universe is omniactive. Omniactive intelligence acts intelligently, and thus it constantly fulfills its purpose. The universal purpose of omniactive intelligence is the eternal, infinite maintenance and sustenance of absolute perfection. God, the universe, is self-maintained and self-sustained. God, omniactive intelligence, is ever active, maintaining itself as eternal perfection. Your activity is inseparable from universal omniaction. It can no more be an isolated activity than the activity of a wave can be isolated from the ceaseless movement of the ocean. The fulfillment of your purpose and being can never be divided from the purposeful fulfillment of the universal purpose. The fulfillment of purpose is universal, but it is also specific. The specific activity is essential to the completeness which is omniaction. Therefore, your activity is absolutely necessary, and the fulfillment of your purpose in being is essential to the complete fulfillment of the universal completeness, the totality, which is God. If it appears that you are not adequately fulfilling your purpose in being, this appearance can mean only that your attention has been called to the specific aspect of your completeness. The appearance of frustration signifies the presence of infinite fulfillment. It means that right here and now you are to perceive and to evidence the limitless fulfillment of your purpose in being. Consider these truths. Consider them from the universal standpoint, then from the specific standpoint. If you will continue in this contemplation, you will find that your opportunities are limitless and your profession or work is satisfying and fulfilling. Sometimes it will seem that a decision must be made. It will appear that you do not know what course to pursue in some situation. This merely signifies that infinite intelligence is present right here and now. It means that this omniactive intelligence knows how to act and acts intelligently. This is apparent when you consider the perfection manifested as the omniactive universe. There is no indecision, no wondering what to do, evident in the universal intelligent activity. The infinite mind which acts knows how to act, when to act, and it does act. The universal mind in action is the mind which is your intelligence. The intelligence that knows what activity should be and is in full and complete operation as your own intelligence right here and now. Had the answer not been already present, no question as to what course you should take would have arisen. In other words, the question is the signal that the answer is present within and as your consciousness, insisting upon being revealed and evidenced. Suppose that which is miscalled evil appears as symptoms of age, of change, of deterioration, or something that has to do with an aging mind or body. This appearance is exceedingly significant. It signifies the presence of beginningless, changeless, endless existence. It signifies the universal fact that God, the universe, is without beginning, change, or ending. It signifies the universal consciousness of this fact. It signifies the fact that life is eternal and imperishable, and that the perfect essence of all existence is indestructible. It is a signal for you to recognize the eternality of your life, being, and body. It means that eternity is now and infinity is here. It means that the universal, imperishable identity is being revealed as your identity. But this is not all. The signal has announced that you are the presence of the beginningless, changeless, endless essence, and you are conscious of being this essence. Therefore, you are aware of being the evidence of the universal fact which is revealing itself as all there is of you. The universe is not aged. The universe has not deteriorated. Neither is it in the process of being destroyed. That which has been revealed as a universal truth is true as your very existence. You are this truth, and you know it. Your knowing of this fact is the evidence of the truth you know yourself to be. Any unsatisfied longing signifies the presence of the satisfied and perfect fact. It may appear that you yearn for human satisfaction of some kind, but this seeming yearning is but the signal drawing your attention to the presence of the spiritual fact which satisfies. The presence of that which satisfies is your own divine consciousness, aware of being eternally complete, lacking nothing that is essential to its completeness. A dinner bell is the signal announcing the food is already prepared, and you are free to partake of it. In the same way, any appearance of inharmony is but a signal announcing the presence of any perfect fact that is necessary to your complete harmony, perfection, and freedom. The dinner bell is not important of itself. It is not the food, yet it signifies the presence of the food. You do not resist or resent the sound of the ringing of this bell. Rather, you welcome it and act accordingly. Suppose you misunderstand the sound of the bell. Suppose you misinterpreted it, and to you it signified danger or some horrendous event. In this case you might appear to be fearful, angry, or resentful, yet if you were to discover the true meaning of the signal, the fear, anger, or resentment would immediately disappear. Furthermore, the illusion of danger or anything of a catastrophic nature would have vanished. Above all, you would have discovered the genuine presence and the nature of the presence of that which a dinner bell signified. In other words, enlightened consciousness reveals the perfection which is, rather than the assumed imperfection which is not. But I say unto you, that ye resist not evil, but whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. Matthew 5:39. Jesus was well aware that evil was not what it appeared to be. He knew that resistance to that which appeared to be evil is failure to perceive the glorious presence which is announcing itself. He knew that evil of itself is nothing, but that the attitude toward it is exceedingly important. You will remember his admonition pertaining to the adversary. Agree with thy adversary quickly, whilst thou art in the way with him, lest at any time the adversary deliver thee to the judge, and the judge deliver thee to the officer, and thou be cast in prison. Matthew 5:25. Yes, indeed, it is well to agree with that which seems to be an adversary, and this agreement should be simultaneous with the first appearance of inharmony. If you resist or attempt to struggle with the so-called problem, you may seem to have to continue the struggle until you are bound tighter than ever, cast into prison. Jesus did not struggle when they came to arrest him in the Garden of Gethsemane. Neither did he attempt to defend himself against Pontius Pilate and his accusers. Jesus was and is a fully illumined being, and he knew and knows the true nature of that which seemed to be evil. Furthermore, he knew why it apparently came into his experience. Let us examine some other aspects in which the adversary may appear. Suppose, for instance, that you seem to suffer excruciating pain. This does seem to be your trial by fire, yet once you are free of this illusion, it is quickly forgotten. When the very first intimation of pain appears, it is well to realize instantly that it is not evil. It is not what it seems to be. Above all, do not resist it. Do not deny it. Do not struggle with it. Agree with thine adversary. Acknowledge the signal, but know what it signifies. Consider the fact that evil is supposed to be the opposite of good or God. You know that all is God and good, and there is no evil. So the seeming adversary is but a signal announcing the presence of good. If there were such a thing as evil, good would be its opposite. So the appearance of pain signifies the presence of perfect harmony. So here's the paradox. Pain certainly seems to be the opposite of good, yet it acts as a signal signifying the presence of the opposite of that which it appears to be. Thus that which seems to be pain is not really evil. It is the exact opposite of the pain which it appears to be. I know this is most difficult to perceive. It is particularly difficult when one seems to be experiencing great suffering. But I also know that the realization of the foregoing fact, as stated, is evidence, is freedom from pain and imperfection. Here I speak from experience. Thus I can speak with solid conviction in sharing this revelation with you. Study and contemplation of the beginning statements in this paragraph will be most helpful and enlightening. As you now perceive, apparent pain signifies the presence of perfect harmony. By the same token, that which seems to be weakness signifies the presence of strength. A mind that seems to be afraid signifies the presence of perfect mind that has no awareness of fear. The mind that is perfect love knows nothing of fear. Rather, it is unremittingly aware of perfect peace. Suppose you seem to be suffering some so-called after-effects of a former accident or illness. Right here is a tremendous truth announcing itself, ready to be revealed. This is the truth which reveals the body of light. This body is comprised of living, conscious, perfect mind. This is the only essence of the body of light, and there is no other body. The eternal body of light is immutable. It does not change, and nothing has happened or can happen to change it. It was never invaded by an illness of any nature. Never did it experience an accident. Its essence is immutable, eternal light, spirit, and it could not be injured in any way depleted. Being eternal by its very nature, it is incapable of beginning or ending. It can never suffer. It can never perish or be destroyed. In the perfect, orderly, harmonious, universal light, no accident could ever happen. Thus the body of light could never suffer as a result of something that never took place. It is not subject to the spurious laws of man. It is free from the cruel but fallacious laws which call laws of nature. Its only nature is the nature of infinite, eternal, immutable existence. Never was it born. It is completely free from any illusion pertaining to heredity or to non-existent prenatal causes. It is conscious, living light. It is constantly aware of the perfection which it is. Its awareness of being perfection is without a vacuum and without an interruption. That which is called evil may appear as abnormal activity of the body. It could appear as retarded or accelerated activity. It could appear as obstructed activity, or it could appear as activity that had ceased entirely. Anything that has to do with activity signifies the presence of omni-action. Right here and right now, the universal, rhythmic, omnipotent omni-action, which is God in action, is announcing himself. Can the drop of water act contrary to the wave? Can the wave go against the tide? Can the tide go against the ocean? Can the earth planet retard or accelerate the rhythm of its activity? Can the stars and planets change the rhythm of their orbiting? No, no, no. Neither can the body or any aspect of the body act or react in any way that is opposed to the omniactive omnipotence which is God in action. Perhaps it may appear that something has been added to the body. This illusion signifies its opposite, the presence of immutable completeness. The changeless, birthless, deathless body of light is here and now being revealed. The body is complete as itself. Every aspect of the body is complete. There is nothing existing in or as the body that is not essential to its completeness. There is nothing included in or as the body that is not essential to the perfect fulfillment of its purpose. There is nothing present as the body that is not necessary to its eternal harmony and perfection. Nothing can be added to or subtracted from the eternally perfect body of light. And there are not two bodies, there is one alone, and this one body of light is as complete and as immutable as in the universe of light. It is not subject to invasion. In fact, there is nothing of an inharmonious nature to invade it. Its essence is conscious, living, loving mind, and this is the essence that comprises the universe. An abnormal growth is unknown. There is no awareness of a blemish or a flaw. There is no mind that can know an abnormality of any kind. God knows what God is. Even God could not know what God is not. Thus the mind that is God knows itself to be immutably perfect. The body of light is self-conscious. It knows what it is. It can know nothing other than that which it is. And it can know nothing that is unknown to God, the only mind that knows anything. Oh, there is power in this realization. I know of no truth that is more powerful than is the truth that God knows only its eternal, immutable perfection. Consider this truth. Welcome the signal that brings your attention to this dynamic truth. In other words, agree with thine adversary. It may seem that the vision is impaired or the hearing inadequate. Right here, the all-seeing eye or the all-hearing ear is revealing itself. The vision that is God is not dimmed, neither is the all-hearing ear impaired. Vision is consciousness, infinitely perceiving its own perfection. Hearing is the same consciousness, hearing the beauty of its own perfection. The eyes are not vehicles through which the infinite vision is strained. Rather, they are the very vision itself. The ears are not vessels through which the infinite ear hears. Rather, they are comprised of the essence, which is the all-hearing ear. Never attempt to divide vision into personal visions. Never consider hearing to be separated into little personal blocks of hearing. Vision and hearing are the one infinite consciousness actively aware of itself. There is one who sees and one who hears. And because there is no other, your seeing, your hearing is this one hearing and seeing itself. It is not I that sees, but God who sees as my vision. It is not I that hears, but God who hears as my hearing. That which I see I am. That which I hear I am. I can never be separate from or other than myself. Therefore I can never be separate from or other than my complete, conscious, perfect vision and my perfect hearing. That which I am I see. That which I am I hear. For I am that I am. The vision infinite is the only vision I know. The hearing infinite is the only hearing that I am. Can the signal which has drawn my attention to this universal fact be evil? Indeed, no. The signal is the consciousness that I am, saying, I am the vision that faileth not. I am the hearing that can never be depleted. I welcome the signal because I welcome God's revelation of itself as my seeing and my hearing. Perhaps it may appear that some aspect of the body is infected. Is the body of the universe infected? Does God infect itself? The essence of the body of light is not separate from the essence which comprises the body of the universe. The universal essence does not stop at the outline of the body of light. The consciousness, which is spirit, knows nothing of infection. The false appearance has but focused my attention upon the immutable, eternal spirit which constitutes the entirety of my body of light. This is also your body of light. If the body could be infected, God would have to be infected. But this is not all. God would have to know itself to be both the infection and the infected body. This is of course ridiculous, but it would have to be the situation if infection were genuine. After all, God is all. All is God. It may appear that some aspect of the body is deteriorating or that it is decayed. Perhaps it could be called tuberculosis or tooth decay. Right here and right now, the pure, changeless wholeness which is God is announcing itself. And what agreement hath the temple of God with idols? For ye are the temple of the living God, as God hath said, I will dwell in them and walk in them, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. 1 Corinthians 6:16. The temple of God is not desecrated. Jesus knew that the temple of the living God was his body. He even referred to his body as being the indestructible temple. Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up. John 2:19. The essence which comprises the temple, body of light, is imperishable. It cannot be destroyed. Neither does it destroy itself. Living intelligence is not self-destructive. It would not be intelligent for life to destroy itself. Neither would it be love in action. The body of light eternally remains holy, holy, perfect, and immutable. The wholeness and the inviolate allness which is God comprises the wholeness and the entirety of the body of light. There is no body of darkness overshadowing the body of light, neither is there a shadow of density that can conceal this glorious, whole, complete, immutable body of light. It can no more decay or deteriorate than can the universe itself. There can be no knowledge of destruction or impairment. There is no mind to know such phantasmic illusions. That which is unknown to God remains unknown. There is no intelligence other than God to know anything. The signal has focused your attention upon the indestructible, imperishable nature of your body of light. It also meant the opening of your eyes, that which you might see, perceive, the immutable wholeness which is God revealing itself as the only essence of the form. It has signified the glory that is God revealing itself to be the glorious body of light. Sometimes it may seem that the body is arthritic. This would seem to be a condition that is painful and that interferes with the freedom of the body. Here again the attention has been drawn to the perfect freedom of universal consciousness. Living conscious intelligence is never hampered. Its activity is never curtailed. Most important of all is the fact that the unconditioned infinite mind knows nothing of conditions. Neither does it know aught of degrees of perfection and imperfection. It knows only itself. There are no conditions in this universe. God, the universe, is unqualified, unconditioned perfection. Any difficulty that seems to be apparent in or as the body would have to be considered a condition. But the forever established perfection which constitutes the body of light is its own immunity to any and all illusory conditions. A condition would imply change. God, the universe, is eternally immutable. There can be no change and no condition which implies change in the everlasting, living, conscious mind which is God. That is why there can be no change and no condition in or as your body of light. The universal unconditioned consciousness can have no awareness of change. It can be conscious only of its unconditioned, immutable self. This is your consciousness. This is the essence that constitutes your body of light. The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thy eye be single, the whole body shall be full of light. Matthew 6:22. Yes, the body of light is apparent when the enlightened consciousness is aware of only the body of light. Once his perfect body is seen, known, and experienced, you can never be deceived or deluded as to its essence. You know beyond any doubt that the perfect, eternal, immutable body of light is the only body. Furthermore, you know that your body of light consists of the consciousness you are, fully aware of being the eternal, changeless perfection which you know yourself to be. And so it is, and thus it remains. Chapter 11. The Ultimate Answer. And he shall judge among many people, and rebuke strong nations afar off, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up a sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more. For all people will walk every one in the name of his God, and we will walk in the name of the Lord our God forever and ever. Micah 4:3-5. In these verses from Micah, we perceive the ultimate answer to the seemingly hopeless problems of the world today. These verses are often quoted and written as a sign of hope for a fear-ridden world. However, the hope is for a future world of peace. Thus, these quotations are considered to be prophetic. But are they a prophecy? Indeed, they are not, and a careful study and contemplation will reveal the fallacy of this misconception. Micah was experiencing illumination when he made these wonderful statements. He was not prophesying something that would come to pass in some distant future. Rather, he was actually seeing things as they were and are. His eyes were opened, and he perceived the actuality which appears to be hidden from the mind and vision of assumptive man. It is not surprising that these words of Micah should be considered prophetic. What is seen in illumination is diametrically opposite to the world as it appears to be. That explains why so many wonderful statements in the Bible are interpreted as prophecies. No doubt the appearance of a troubled world was just as apparent to the people of biblical day as it is today. As we have stated, throughout the ages there have been those who experienced illumination. They too saw the world of peace and perfection, even as did Micah. Yet the world has gone right on pursuing its own illusions, and there has been no genuine enlightenment among the general public as to how this phantasmic situation can be obliterated. But Micah gives us the answer to this. It is found in the last sentence of the quotation, "And we will walk in the name of the Lord our God forever and ever." Indeed, we will walk in the name of the one and only identity. We know the name of our Lord. It is I Am. We will walk, live, move, and have our being as the one I Am identity. This is the answer to the entire appearance of the world filled with trouble, war, and rumors of war. This must and will be the realization and the experience of each and every one of us, because enlightened consciousness is the only consciousness right here and right now. To walk in the name of the Lord our God means to walk as illumined beings. This does not mean to experience only an occasional flash of illumination. These occasional experiences of enlightened consciousness are wonderful, but something more is required if we are to realize constant peace and perfection. This something more is the steady, uninterrupted experience of illumination. Our first conscious experience of illuminations are usually brief. More often than not, they last but a moment or two. Sometimes they may seem to appear and disappear so quickly that we wonder whether or not the experience is genuine. Then, too, a period of great illumination may be followed by that which seems to be great depression, frustration, or even inharmony. It is as if one had been in a brilliantly lighted room and had suddenly stepped out into a very dark night. The light was so bright that the darkness seems darker than ever. Of course, this later experience is not genuine. It is just that in illumination the ecstasy has been so tremendous that any seeming descent from this ecstasy seems very dark indeed. There is one certainty in any experience of illumination. Having seen actuality as it is, you can never again be satisfied with the world of appearance. For this reason you will keep right on and eagerly await the next illumination. This is good, because all the while you are experiencing longer periods of enlightenment, and you are approaching the steady, constant, uninterrupted realization of the universal light, which constitutes your being and the being of all. Aware of seeing and being this universal light, you are aware of uninterrupted perfection. It makes no difference how real the illusion of imperfection may appear to you. You are not deceived. You know, and you know that you know. You live perfectly normal lives. You do nothing that is irrational or foolish. It is just that you go quietly on your way, seeing what you see, and being what you see despite all appearances of discord or inharmony. Living as an illumined being is very much like walking around in the midst of a dream world, yet being wide awake. This does not mean that you are blind to the seen troubles of others. Always you are understanding and compassionate. Love is ever compassionate. It is true that you recognize the appearance of trouble and of seemingly troubled ones. You know how real it seems to them. You know the seeming nature of the trouble, whether it appears to be illness, lack, or whatever, but you also know that it actually is not an experience. Furthermore, you know that the seeming troubled one is untouched by the dream of illusion. This is what it means to walk in the full realization of our eternal, immutable, infinite identity, I am. It is paradoxical that this great wealth of light should abide right here, where an impoverished world of darkness appears to be so real. Yet that is the way it appears, and we do not ignore this appearance. To do so would be to unlovingly and without compassion. Being love, we act lovingly. This being true, let us calmly and intelligently consider this world of appearance. Let us discover what it is and why all the effort to bring peace and harmony into it have apparently failed. Many and valiant have been and are the efforts to bring peace to the world. This is true because inherently we know that peace and harmony are normal, while war, unrest, and inharmony are abnormal. We have no quarrel with those who are trying to improve world conditions. On the contrary, we commend them, knowing the sincerity and unselfish motives inherent in most of their efforts. Yet we cannot ignore or be blind to the fact that all efforts to improve the world of appearance have failed to produce any permanent improvement. On the contrary, the situation as it stands today seems to be more troubled and more dangerous than ever before. This despite the honest, sincere work of the United Nations, of the religious organizations of the world, and of certain unselfish individuals. If any organization or individuals could have brought peace to the world of appearance, the League of Nations would have accomplished this years ago, but such was not the case. Now let us see why it has proved impossible to bring peace to the world. No assumptive human being and no group of organization of human beings can solve the problems of a world of their own making. You see, this seemingly troubled world is comprised of a very same illusory mind of man that is attempting to solve its problem. No problem can be solved from the level of the problem. Let them alone, they be leaders of the blind, and if the blind lead the blind, both shall fall into the ditch. Matthew 15:16. What Jesus was really saying here is that no dreamer can awaken another dreamer from his dream. No deluded one can arouse another from his illusion. Jesus was well aware of the fact that the dream and the dreamer are the same one, and this one is completely devoid of life, consciousness, mind, actuality. He used words, as all of us do, to try to explain what did not exist. Negotiations are futile because they are based upon a false premise, the premise of getting. Each negotiator approaches the negotiating table with the hope of obtaining advantage over the one or ones with whom he is negotiating. Even the churches cannot bring peace and harmony to the negotiating table because they are not at peace with one another. Any human government must be faulty. This is true whether it pertains to the government of a city, state, nation, or whether it pertains to the government of the world. The attempt to dominate and enslave the entire world is but the fallacious little I swollen to its greatest misconception of itself. Centuries ago, Lao Tzu, the great illumined Chinese philosopher, stated, "A leader is best when people barely know that he exists." This is a tremendous truth, and it has its basis in the fact that the less of the little I there is in evidence, the more the genuine and only I is being realized and manifest. The little I is incapable of governing intelligently because it is not the one and only intelligence which is God. God makes no mistakes. The root of all difficulty between nations, states, or cities is dualism. It is dualism that draws imaginary lines, calling them boundaries between nations and people. It is dualism which separates religion into religion and sets churches and their leaders against one another. It is dualism that makes one assumptive man consider himself to be a leader. This, of course, means that those who look up to a leader must of necessity consider themselves to be followers. Thus they limit themselves, even to the point of considering themselves to be inferior to or beneath the so-called leader. It is small wonder that primitive, savage cruelty has seemed to be practiced and still seems to be in evidence today. You see, dualism enters into the earliest records of primitive man. In the illusion of materiality, he is recorded to have feared anything which he considered to be outside of him, or other than himself. Thus he feared the sun, the moon, the rain, the night, and the wind. His first reaction was to propitiate these unknown powers, so he made images of them and imaged them to be gods. Later he is recorded to have become more enlightened and to have offered sacrifices to but one God. Still, this one God was a power and a presence that was separate from himself. As they apparently feared God, it is not surprising that assumptive men should fear and distrust each other. Neither is it surprising that boundary lines should be established, and these assumed boundaries were to separate tribes, nations, and continents. It is in the same way that those of religious convictions apparently inaugurated separate churches, separate faith, and separate practices in their worship of God outside and other than their own infinite selfhood. Of course, the foregoing is only an illusory concept of existence, and it is futile to pursue it any further. It is sufficient to explain the fallacy of dualism and to perceive that it is the basis of our seemingly troubled world today. Before we can continue, there is another important fact that must be perceived. If the perception of this fact is not perfectly clear, and the realization of omnipresent freedom, perfection, and peace will not be complete. Let us pinpoint that which seems to be the greatest fear of assumptive man. This illusory fear is based on the false premise that the body is temporal, and it can be destroyed. It is also assumed that the destruction of this born body means death, or an end to the life which is supposed to be born into this body. It is true that most religions assure their followers that the soul survives the death of the body, thus most members of any religious group have at least a hope of survival. But somehow life seems to be inexorably associated with the born body of man with breath in his nostrils. So the illusory fear is that the body will be destroyed, thus depriving the identity of the only kind of life he seems to understand. Of course, this hallucination includes the fear that all life will be destroyed. If the genuine nature of the eternal, imperishable, indestructible body were known, there would be no illusion of fear that it could be destroyed. If the essence of all life were known to be spirit or consciousness, it would also be known that any attempt to destroy life would be futile. Thus the fear or dread of a threat to life would be obliterated, and the power-mad assumptive little men would see the futility of war. In other words, when it is known that life, consciousness, intelligence, love constitute the entire essence and activity of the universe and the body, there will be no more incentive for war. Now we have presented much, too much, about what seems to exist. Let us now consider the genuine and only existence which does exist. We have stated over and over that God is all is God. We have also said that God is the universe, and this means that the universe consists of God. We know that God is indivisible and cannot be separated into sections of himself. Thus is an indivisible universe, and this indivisible universe is completely free of boundaries. The infinite life that lives continues to be the same inseparable life, whether it is evidenced in China, in England, Russia, Germany, or in the United States. The indivisible consciousness remains identically the same consciousness, regardless of where it is evidenced. The inseparable, intelligent love, which is God, remains the same loving intelligence, no matter where it is in evidence. Wherever there is intelligent love, there is conscious life. And where is there not conscious, living, intelligent love? Where is there no God? The inseparability of universal, conscious, intelligent living life is evidenced as the inseparability of nations and of people. Right now it would be well to remind ourselves of one salient fact. There is no such thing as space or time. Even though we've referred to other nations and peoples, let us not be deceived. There can be no other nations and people because there is but one indivisible, omnipresent consciousness. There is no other consciousness to be your consciousness. Furthermore, the consciousness you have and are is equally present and simultaneously present universally. Thus there can be no there to you. There is no time involved in the focusing of your attention anywhere. Thus there can be no time to you. Right now your attention is focused upon the words you are reading, yet your consciousness does not end abruptly at the page. In fact, it does not end at all. The page does not act as a line of demarcation that separates your consciousness. Furthermore, you are just as conscious right where the page is as you are conscious right where your eyes are. You are equally as conscious throughout the entire room, and the walls do not enclose or partition the consciousness that you are. Thus you can actually recognize no genuine space separating you from the page you are reading or from the entire room. In the same way, you can realize that there are no lines of demarcation that separate you from any nation in the world. Your consciousness is conscious simultaneously where your attention is focused on the page and throughout the room. It is also present simultaneously throughout the world and the timeless, spaceless universe. Never imagine that you can confine the consciousness you have and are. Even though it may appear that you draw imaginary lines of demarcation around your consciousness, it is impossible to confine the unconfinable. It appears that your consciousness is confined only so long as you imagine this to be true. Let us consider a simple example of this fact. Once during a sojourn in a small town in Nevada, I noted the cowboys and their horses. When they dismounted prior to entering a store, they never tied or hitched their horses to a post or rail of any kind. Rather, they just dropped the reins to the ground and walked away. The horse would stand quietly for the most part, and even when it would move only in a very small circular area. After having observed this phenomenon on several occasions, I asked a cowboy, "How does it happen that your horse does not run away? It's not tied to anything and it is free. What holds it right at this point?" The cowboy smiled and replied, "No, ma'am, he isn't tied. He certainly could walk or run away at any moment, but he has been trained this way. You see, he thinks he is tied right here, and that he can move only in this small circle." Well, it would seem that we too have been trained. It would seem that our entire training was based upon the fallacy of limitation. The illusory misconception of dualistic division and separation has seemed to act as lines of demarcation to us. These imaginary lines of demarcation have apparently deceived us. They have made us imagine that our activity is confined to a small enclosed circle. Thus we have not been cognizant of our own undivided, omniactive consciousness, which is universal, omnipresent, and eternal. Of course, this is understandable when we consider the seeming world of appearance. Everything that appears to be material substance seems to be separate from its surrounding. It would appear that life existing as a living tree is confined within the outline of the tree. It would also appear that life existing as a living body is confined within the outline of the body. The living body is a conscious, intelligent body, so the illusion would have us believe that living, conscious intelligence is blocked off, encircled and separated by the outline of the body. However, we know that the conscious, living, loving mind, which constitutes the essence of the body, is unconfined. We know that the outline or the delineation of the form does not separate life into lives, consciousness into consciousness, mind into minds, or love into loves. There is a definite purpose in this reminder at this point. The purpose will become apparent as you continue to read and to contemplate the truth you are reading. Ye are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hid. Matthew 5:14. The enlightened consciousness you are is the light of the world. It is inevitable that this illumined consciousness be recognized and accepted universally. It has to be thus, you see, for God, this consciousness cannot be hidden. The enlightened consciousness you have and are is universal and indivisible, and you are aware of this fact. It is in your awareness of that fact that the light which you are is the light of the world. If the enlightened consciousness you are could be divided and confined with a given area, you could not be the light of the world. But you know that the consciousness you are is unconfined because it is not blocked off in blocks of non-existent time or space. Beloved, it is you, knowing your indivisible universal nature, that makes you the light of the world. Never limit the power of your enlightened consciousness. Recognize the fact that the universal impersonal love you are is omnipotent, omnipresent love. Accept the glorious fact that the love you are is power, and that it is the only power in existence. Don't try to personalize it. Don't limit it by circumscribing it between imaginary limited boundaries. Let it flow and surge as unlimited joy and peace. There is the entire power of universal love in your realization of being universal and indivisible. The truth you know is true everywhere. Your consciousness, aware of this truth, is equally present everywhere. Therefore, there's an awareness of this truth everywhere. You cannot contemplate selfishly. You cannot really draw a line of demarcation around your contemplation, hugging it into yourself. Your consciousness in contemplation is too big for that. As you know, it is infinite. By the same token, you cannot use the truth you perceive in silent contemplation. Least of all can you use it selfishly. Your only power lies in the fact that you are every truth you know to be true. If you were to attempt to use the universal intelligence that you are, the mind you would be incomplete. It would not be loving to the limit power of this truth, if this were possible, through a selfish attempt to use it for your own little personal purposes. But the infinite conscious love you are will know better than to make such an attempt. No, you do not attempt to confine your contemplation to your own affairs. By the same token, you do not attempt to confine your contemplation to the affairs of your immediate vicinity, your city, your state, or your nation. Rather, you recognize the universal, indivisible nature of every truth you are perceiving, and you know that this truth is equally present and equally active as the consciousness of each and every identity in the city, the state, the nation, and the world. You are fully cognizant of the fact that this is not the way the world appears to be, yet you remain steadfast in your realization that this is the way it is. Now, you may wonder just how this universal approach can be helpful to a world in such great turmoil and strife. You may question its practicality or its efficacy. In fact, you may ask, does it work? Is it provable? Well, indeed it does work. It is provable. But you do not prove it. Rather, it proves itself just by reason of its being true. Any truth can be proven. It can be proven because it is true. Any untruth cannot be proven because it is not true. Oh, it can temporarily be made to appear to be true, but an appearance of an untruth cannot prove that which is true. The proof of any truth lies in the evidence of existence. There is such abundant evidence of the truth of this approach that an entire book could not state all the testimony that has been offered as proof of its practicality. If this were just a beautiful theory, it should be written as a myth or a fairy tale. If this truth were merely an impractical theory, this book would not have been written. Now let us perceive just how this truth proves itself to be true. Let us perceive why its truth is evidenced in and as the affair of the world, the nation, states, cities, and the affairs of the specific identity. The following reports will reveal the how and the why of this practical approach. The textbook on this particular approach is entitled The Ultimate, and it was published in 1957. Here in California, we have conducted 4 seminars. There are students of the Ultimate in almost every country in the world, and of course throughout the United States. Notices of the seminars were mailed to these students on our mailing list. Of course, it was not possible for many of them to attend the seminars, and we knew that those who could not attend could also be inspired and enlightened during our sessions. So we invited them to tune in during the hours when we were in session. Many of them did tune in, and their experiences were glorious proof of the universal inseparableness of consciousness and of the truth we were perceiving. Almost immediately following each seminar, letters arrived from students of the Ultimate in this country and in other countries of the world. They had checked the hours of the session and had tuned in during those hours. Some of these sincere students remained awake most of the night, and others did not sleep at all during the night of the seminars. Their experiences were tremendously inspiring and rewarding. For instance, many students who had never before consciously experienced illumination suddenly discovered that they were illumined. But this is not all. Many of the very revelations we were experiencing were being experienced by those who were tuned in. An interesting point in that sequence of the revelations was exactly in order in which we experienced them. One student wrote that what was revealed as it was being revealed. Our records show that the words and the sentences she was hearing were identically the same words and sentences that were being spoken at the seminar. Furthermore, each word and each sentence was in its right context and in its right sentence. Herein is proof that the enlightened consciousness is indivisible and that there is neither time or space. It is exceedingly important that you realize how these wonderful experiences took place and why the students were able to have them. But first it is necessary for you to know what did not take place and why it could not have taken place. This was not mental telepathy. We did not project thoughts. We did not mentally reach out to anyone. Those who tuned in did not reach out to us. We did not concentrate. We did not meditate. In fact, what we did was the exact opposite of mental telepathy, of concentration, of meditation. Knowing that consciousness is infinite and indivisible, we knew that we could not send out thoughts. Knowing that the same consciousness is equally present everywhere, we could not project revelations. We knew that concentrated meditation is an activity of the assumptive mind, and that this assumptive mind is illusory and necessarily limited. So in full open consciousness we contemplated. To contemplate is to calmly, consciously consider existence as it is. That is what we did, and that is all that we did. Now let us perceive how it was and why it was that our contemplation and our revelation during contemplation were revealed throughout the world and throughout our own country. It was all a matter of consciousness. It was a matter of awareness, of being boundless, indivisible, universal, omnipresent consciousness. The term tune in may give a false impression of what took place. Actually, it was not a matter of tuning in at all, but we have used the expression for want of a better way of explaining this experience. In order to explain the foregoing glorious experience further, we will now record what was realized prior to the seminar and during the hours of the session. Those students who could not attend were told that it was possible for them to experience the revelations we were experiencing in the following way. Each student should reflect upon the infinite universal nature of consciousness, mind, intelligence. He should consider that boundless heavens and the fact that this universe was, and is, the omnipresence called God or consciousness. He could contemplate the inseparable nature of conscious intelligence. He could consider the fact that this boundless, indivisible consciousness is conscious as his consciousness, and that therefore his consciousness is not limited to or bound by oceans, continents, or countries. He could reflect upon the timeless, spaceless, boundless consciousness which comprises this universe and realize that this is his own consciousness. In this way he could realize that he was unconfined and that we also were unconfined. He could realize that the conscious we were, contemplating existence, was exactly the same consciousness he was in the same contemplation. He could know that because consciousness is indivisible, the consciousness we were and are was where he was, and the consciousness he is was where we were. How then could he fail to be aware of the revelations which we were experiencing? He could not, and the fact that he did not fail is evidenced in the many letters we received reporting his revelations. Instead of concentrating and meditating, our consciousness was completely open and free. Instead of sending or projecting thoughts, we were aware of the inseparability of the truth we were perceiving. Instead of mental effort, we experienced completely effortless revelations. In this way, there were no mental manipulations and no mental gymnastics, and this is the way it must ever be in our particular approach. I have explained as thoroughly as possible just how it was possible for us to have exactly the same revelation simultaneously, although to all appearances we were supposedly separated by states, continents, and oceans. Why this was possible is easily explained. It was possible because we knew the genuine nature of our being. We knew that we were inseparable, and that there could be no lines of demarcation where one of us left off or ended and another one of us began. We knew that truth is a universal existent, and that every truth is equally present everywhere. Furthermore, we knew that the enlightened consciousness, which is aware of all truth, is the only consciousness that could be conscious as each one of us. All of this we knew without effort or meditation. We simply knew it as full, open, infinite consciousness. There is definite purpose in this presentation of our experiences during the seminars. This purpose is to enable every one of us to contemplate lovingly and intelligently upon the affairs of the world today. The very same procedure that has just been presented pertaining to the seminars can be followed when contemplating the world and its activities. It has been said that no nation is higher than the intelligence of its people. I can assure you that the enlightened consciousness of the people is the only means of freedom, peace, and perfect government. That which is true of a nation is also true of a world. That which is true of a world is true of each identity. Above all, it is a universal truth. Thus its truth must be universally perceived and evidenced. Those of us who are consciously illumined or enlightened really are the light of the world. The consciousness we are, and we know ourselves to be, cannot be hidden. The city that is set on a hill is our enlightened consciousness. The light we are must be the light of the world. Enlightened consciousness dispels all seeming darkness and ignorance. Intelligent love cancels all selfishness and hate. Principle obliterates all assumptive, unprincipled forces, and the perception that God is indivisibly all dispels all illusions of separateness, of division. Indeed, we are the light of the world, but we must be conscious of this fact, and we must be actively engaged in our contemplation of this fact if we are to fulfill our purpose in being this light. So let us continue our explanation of just how to fulfill this tremendously important purpose. From our wonderful experiences during the seminar, it is apparent that our revelations were not confined to what would be called our immediate vicinity, to the state of California or to the United States. In this same way, you can realize that your awareness of truth is not confined to your state or to your country. You can be sure that the truth you are perceiving is being revealed throughout the entire world. Furthermore, you can be assured that the consciousness that you are, being actively conscious of this truth, is the consciousness of every identity in existence being aware of this truth. Oh, there is power in this realization. There is the power of infinite love, and the power is as limitless as is the love that engenders it. Now it may occur to you that those who tuned in during the seminars were actively seeking the light, and that they were deliberately maintaining a full open consciousness. Never limit anyone. No matter how far from the light of consciousness may appear to be, remind yourself that the only consciousness being conscious is enlightened. Furthermore, you have no way to know how many identities there are throughout the world who are seeking the light. Everyone whose consciousness is open will be aware of the truth that you are actively perceiving. And you do not know how many there are who are already actively consciously enlightened or illumined. It is a well-known fact that what is called distance is no barrier in consciousness. Often a practitioner will receive a call for help from someone who is supposedly thousands of miles distant, perhaps on the other side of the world. Furthermore, the one who calls for help almost always receives and acknowledges his help. This is called absent treatment, but because consciousness is indivisible, there really is no absent treatment. The consciousness of the one called practitioner and the one called patient remains the same inseparable consciousness. Therefore, there can be no line of demarcation that would act as a dividing line between them. It is true that there really is but one consciousness, and no illusory sense of existence can change this fact. Neither can an illusion called man with breath in his nostrils usurp the existence of this one enlightened consciousness. This may perhaps be your first realization in contemplating the world. First, the indivisible omnipresence of enlightened consciousness, then the fact that this enlightened consciousness is the only consciousness. In our contemplation, we will never descend to the level of that which appears to be the problem. There are many sincere Christians who are earnestly praying for peace. They have faith in God as they understand God, and sometimes this great faith of itself does wonders. We do not discount the efficacy of their prayers. Then, too, there are many metaphysicians who are daily doing mental work for the world. They, too, are sincere, and we know that oftentimes wonderful things take place through the mental work of those who practice metaphysics. We place no limitations upon the prayer of the Christians or upon the mental work of the metaphysicians. When we refer to Christians or metaphysicians, we are referring to those of all religious faith, those of the Orient, those of Asia, as well as those of the Western world. We recognize the fact that every prayer is a prayer for the good of the world. We are also cognizant that all metaphysical work is based on the omnipotence which is God, and we consider all of this to be good. We welcome it, and we are happy that it is going on. However, they pray or work from the standpoint that there is a problem to be solved, and this is not our way. The entire basis of our contemplation is the allness, the onlyness, which is God, good, perfection. And we pay no attention to the illusory problem. To us, there cannot be God in a problem which is not God. We contemplate from the standpoint of the perfect harmonious universe which is God. We consider the infinite intelligence which is evidenced as the orderly activity of the galaxies, the stars, and the planets. We perceive the harmony and the peace which is manifested as the perfect universe. We know that this peace and this harmony indicates the presence of love. Our consciousness is full open. We consider the fact that our galaxy is but one of the innumerable galaxies, that our sun is but one of countless suns, and our Earth planet is but one little pinpoint in the illimitable, immeasurable, boundless universe. Thus our perspective is universal. Furthermore, the universality of our perspective of existence includes the eternality of it, and the eternality of it all that is necessary to its completeness. Thus we are aware of the eternality of every galaxy, every star, planet, and our Earth planet. That which is eternal is, by its very nature, immutable. So the word immutability may now be important in our contemplation. It is noteworthy right here that any word that is necessary at the moment will appear in and as our consciousness. Now we have been and are aware of many universal truths. For instance, we are aware that this universe consists of indivisible consciousness. We have also perceived that it consists of intelligence and love. We have realized that it is complete, eternal, and immutable. We have perceived that these are not qualities or attributes of this universe, but that they constitute this boundless immensity. Thus, they are inseparable. You will note that we have not taken the illusion called matter into consideration at all. We have not considered the stars and the planets to be bodies of matter. There is nothing material about mind, intelligence, love, or consciousness. Neither does eternality, universality, or immutability have any connotation of materiality. In other words, we have kept our consciousness stayed on God, the actuality, and this is what we continue to do. In our contemplation, the word omni-action appears increasingly, and it becomes more and more important. Being full open, we accept the vital importance of this word omni-action, and we hold it in contemplation, letting it reveal whatever is necessary at the moment. The omnipotent, irresistible, rhythmic, surging omni-action, which is the universe in action, will be apparent. Then the perfect activity of the planets in orbit may be realized. We are cognizant of the universal activity which we call omni-action. If our perception of omni-action is great enough, we may very well sense and experience this surging, irrepressible, rhythmic activity. Inherently, we know that there is no resisting, and nothing existing to resist, this glorious, omnipotent omni-action. The contemplation and experience of omni-action inevitably brings forth in consciousness the word life. And this is a vitally important word in our contemplation. We consider the uninterrupted, omnipresent, living, loving, conscious mind which constitutes this universe. We contemplate the irresistible surge of this universal essence, and we realize that this activity is life itself. Thus we are aware that life is omnipresent and omniactive. We know that life is light, and that light is life. As we sense and experience this omniactive rhythmic surge, we are aware of the life that is light. We perceive that this light is the essence of all form, and we realize that the activity of the essence is the essence in action. Thus we actually see, as well as experience, being the living, omniactive life that is light. And the peace of this experience is indescribable. Oh, it is an active peace. There is nothing static or inactive about it. In fact, the awareness of activity is most intense, but it is also gentle. Then we realize the gentle, living love which is in action everywhere. Now, our contemplation of the universe is quite satisfying because we have actively contemplated the omniactive, living, loving, conscious intelligence which constitutes the universe. No doubt the word perfection has also entered into our contemplation. Whether or not it has been apparent, we have inherently realized that perfection is a universal necessity, thus a universal fact. In all this contemplation, we have not specifically considered the Earth planet. Yet we have known that every universal truth we have perceived is true in and as the Earth planet. However, now it may be that we will find our attention focused upon our planet. Here so it is that we should be, because it means that we should be specific as well as universal in our contemplation. So we continue our contemplation, but now our attention is focused upon this planet. This does not mean that we consider the seeming problems of the world. Quite the contrary. We consider the world in which there are no problems. We do not try to change an apparently troubled world into a peaceful world. We do not try to change a sumptive human being into genuine spiritual beings. We know the futility of this way. We know that the earth is heaven when it is rightly seen, and we stand firm in our knowing. Now every truth that we have seen to be universal truth is perceived to be true right here and now, and of this earth planet. Thus the life consciousness, love, intelligence, which comprises this earth planet in its entirety is inseparable. Conscious, living, loving, intelligent life is indivisible right here and now. Continents, oceans, national or international assumptive boundaries cannot separate the universal oneness which is this planet. Most important of all is the fact that the earth planet is inseparable from the universe itself. The outline of our planet does not confine its essence from its form. Neither does it exclude the universe from its own essence and activity, which is this planet. If the infinite essence, living, conscious intelligence could be barred from the body of the earth planet, God the universe would have to be divided into bits and pieces of itself. And of course, this is impossible. This brings us again to the most important word, omni-action. We have perceived the infinite, omnipotent universe in uninterrupted action. We have been aware of this glorious activity in, through, and as the universe. We have experienced this perfect omni-action in and as our own being and its essence. We have realized its inseparable nature, and we have gloried in its intense but peaceful rhythmic activity. Now we can perceive this omni-action to be omni-active in, through, and as the entire earth planet. This being true, how could there be such terrible events as earthquakes, storms, floods, and fires? There cannot actually be such destructive events. You see, there is nothing existing in or as this universe which can act in such a terrible way. There is nothing existing in or as this universe that can act contrary to the perfect omni-action which is the universe in irrepressible activity. Omni-action has to act lovingly because it is love in action. Mind, life, consciousness must act lovingly and perfectly because this is God, perfect living, loving, conscious intelligence in action. Thus there are no evil, destructive elements in action. In fact, there are no such elements to act. By this same token, how can there be such a thing as nuclear warfare? Is there actually a nuclear bomb with activity and power to destroy living, conscious mind? If this could be genuine, where would God be in all this? Could God have absented himself from itself? No. Furthermore, what would supply such an atrocious illusion with power or activity? Mind does not act in a way that will destroy itself. If it could act as a self-destructive power or presence, it would not be intelligence. Intelligence always acts intelligently, even as love always acts lovingly. There is no presence or power operating in, on, or as this earth planet which is not the universal, omnipotent, intelligent love in action. We do not try to bring this one and only activity into being. We know it is already existing right here and now. Furthermore, we know that no one exists which could stop it from being what it is. This glorious, perfect act of love exists not because of assumptive man, but despite the illusion called man and all of its delusions. We know that this world cannot really be governed by despotic little power-mad men. We know that the mind which is love is the only intelligence, and that this mind governs lovingly and intelligently. Most important of all, we know that each identity is his own intelligent, loving governor, and his government is principled and unselfish. We do not look to assumptive man for help, neither do we fear harm from this misconception. We know that perfect government is a universal fact, and that nothing can change this fact. We are aware that the only government is self-government, and that there is a principle governing itself. We know that there is no law of injustice. There is only the law of justice and love. We know there are not many laws, and that there is but one law. We know that this one law is the law of eternal, infinite, perfect, intelligent love, and that it governs infinitely as well as infinitesimally. Perhaps the ringing words of Isaiah will appear within our consciousness, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Isaiah 9:6. In the light of our illumined contemplation, these wonderful passages have a new and glorious meaning. Now we know what it means to say that his name shall be called Wonderful. We know that his name is the name by which each one of us is identified. We know that his identity is eternally established as I am. We perceive that the I am, which is God, is the only identity in existence. Thus the I am identity is the identity of all people, the nation and the supposed nationalities of the world. Best of all, we know that God does not oppose itself, war against itself, or misunderstand itself. Thus there can be no warring leaders, no warring nations, and no warring people. Now we have arrived at the indestructibility of the eternal body of light. We perceive that this perfect essence and form never came into existence. Neither can it go out of existence or be put out of existence. We comprehend the fact that the body of light really is known to be the only body. Therefore, there is no mind that knows anything about a body that can be destroyed. It is only the deluded concept of mind which seems to imagine that the body can be destroyed, or that it has the power to destroy it. The one and only mind knows nothing of destruction, neither does this mind know anything about a desire to punish or to destroy. Certain it is that infinite, intelligent love has no awareness of a desire to dominate or to enslave its own identification of itself. Illumined consciousness reveals every truth that has been stated here, and it will reveal greater and more glorious truth as your contemplation continues. What has been presented in these pages is not a formula to be followed. Rather, it is merely a presentation of the experience of numerous illumined ones when their attention, when in illumination, has been called to the earth planet and its activity. Nevertheless, we realize that each identity is its own revelation and its own revelator. And the enlightened consciousness which you experience, being, must reveal itself in its own way. Of one thing you can be very certain. Your enlightened contemplation is powerful indeed. In fact, it is omnipotent love in action, and it does prove its practicality in your experience, in the experience of others, and in the experience of the whole world. So it is apparent that we do not ignore the seeming needs of the world. Although the world appears to be immersed in turmoil and fear and darkness, the everlasting light is a constant universal existent. Although the seeming dream of assumptive man has turned into a nightmare, God is all, and God is neither a dream nor a dreamer. God, being the only one who can be identified, has to be the only identity of you, of me, of all. So actually there is no one who is genuinely conscious of darkness, of trouble, or of fear. It is your awareness of this truth, my awareness of this truth, and the awareness of everyone who is consciously enlightened that reveals it to be true here and now. Let us no longer live on promises. Let us no longer live in the hope of a better world to come in the future. Let us realize that God is all now. Let us perceive that God is all here. It is our acceptance and full realization of this truth that does and must be evidenced as the world as it is, not as it appears to be. We know that whatever God is, the universe is, because God is the universe. Whatever the universe is, our earth planet is, for God is the earth planet. Whatever the earth planet is, the identity is, for God is each and every identity. The people that walked in darkness have seen a great light. They that dwell in the land of the shadow of death, upon them hath the light shined. Isaiah 9:2. Truly here speaks enlightened consciousness. Here is no promise of a future awakening, neither does Isaiah envision a future in which life will become eternal. As illumined consciousness, Isaiah perceives that those right here and now who seem to walk in darkness are aware of the light. Yes, they are aware of more than that. They perceive that they are the light right here and now. They cannot live in the shadow of death, for they know there is no death. They know that life is eternal and immutable. What we know, they know. What they know, we know, for we are one consciousness, one mind, one life, and one love. If we know this truth, they must know it, for there is no division between us. Truly, the undivided light is come, and we are the light. Chapter 12. The light is come. Arise, shine, for thy light is come, and the glory of the Lord is risen upon thee. Isaiah 61. Enlightened consciousness is your consciousness, right here and right now. Illumined consciousness is your only consciousness. Nothing is conscious but consciousness, and God consciousness is light. The light is ever radiant as its own glory, and you are the light. Illumined consciousness cannot be attained. If it were attainable, it would be apart from your own consciousness. It would be outside or other than the consciousness you have and are. If this could be true, you would not be conscious this moment. The one universal consciousness is not divided into separate compartments. You are not a vehicle or a receptacle into which the light enters and from which it can depart. Neither are you a channel through which the light flows. Because you live, it is radiantly alive. Indeed, the light is come. It is gloriously conscious because you are conscious. Beloved, behold thyself. Dare to accept and to claim thy eternal enlightened Christ identity. Dare to reject the illusion that thou art a weak, unworthy, frail mortal, abjectly pleading to become worthy. Is consciousness unworthy of being conscious? Is life unworthy to be alive? Is mind unworthy to be intelligent? Is love unworthy of being loving? Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus, who being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God. Philippians 2:5-6. You have accepted the fact that of yourself you can do nothing, know nothing, have nothing, and be nothing. Thus you have realized the true humility. In this humility you have recognized the fact that only because God is, can you be. In this same humility you have rejected all fictitious human pride, human ambition, and human avarice. You are free of mortality, with all its fallacious longing, yearning, struggle, and strife. You are immune to the illusions of pseudo-mortality. You are untouched by the illusory world of appearance. You are in the world, but not of it. You are not attracted to the things of the world, neither are you repelled by them. Yea, the darkness hideth not from thee, but the night shineth as the day. The darkness and the light are both alike to thee. Psalm 139:12. Yes, the night and the day, the darkness and the light are both alike to you. All is light, and there is no darkness. And you love. Oh, how you love! You love because you are love. You have no choice but to love. You have no choice but to be the love you are. The love you are is steadfast. It does not come and go. It does not ebb and flow. It loves equally everywhere, everyone, and everything. It knows nothing that is not worthy. It sees nothing that is not beautiful. The love you are knows nothing of giving or withholding. It loves because it is perfect love. Your love is perfect because you are perfect love. Jesus said, "My kingdom is not of this world," John 18:36. Now you too can say, "My kingdom is not of this world." Your kingdom is your consciousness. The consciousness you have and are is not concerned with an illusory world. Therefore you are not subject to its fantasies or its fallacies. You are not subject to its assumptive laws of birth, change, and death. You are free of its illusion of sorrow, sickness, and pain. You are immune to its phantasmic laws of cause and effect. You are untouched by its delusions of cruelty, malice, greed, ambition, and avarice. Your consciousness is not of this world. Therefore you are not moved by any appearance of sin, guilt, or self-righteousness. Your kingdom, consciousness, is your world. You, the enlightened one, are the king of your kingdom. You are not a ruler or a power over anyone or anything. You are the power of love. You are the power of being love. You are the power of being living, loving, conscious intelligence. In this way only, you are the king of your kingdom. Your consciousness is your universe, because you see your universe is your consciousness. Who is the author of this book? You are, because you is only a word that has been used to signify the I that I am. If the one called you had not existed, this book would not have been revealed or written. Every word of truth in this book you already know. Every truth revealed within these pages you are. For this reason, when you reread this book, you will say, I, wherever you find the word you. You will say, I am, wherever you see the words you are. I am is your name. I am is my name. I am is the only name by which anyone can be identified. And now, beloved, the light is come, and you are the light. Now you can, with humility, joy, peace, and ecstasy, claim your eternal identity in your own name. I am. I now claim my identity as the infinite, eternal I that I am. I am the life that is light. I am the light that is life, for I am that I am. I am the love that loves. I am the intelligence that is intelligent. I am the consciousness that is conscious, for I am that I am. I am infinite, for I am infinity. I am eternal, for I am eternality. I am immutable, for I am immutability. I am omnipresent, for I am omnipresence. I am omniactive, for I am omniaction. I am equally present everywhere, for I am the everywhere. I am the light. I am the essence of the light. I am the light in action. I am conscious of being the I that I am. I am conscious of being only the I that I am. I am the all-knowing mind. I am the all-conscious consciousness. I am the all-living life. I am the all-loving love, for I am that I am. I am the all-seeing eye. I am the all-hearing ear. I am the all-acting universe, for I am that I am. I am irrepressible living mind. I am unobstructable conscious life. I am inexhaustible living conscious mind, for I am that I am. I am imperishable. I am indestructible. I am boundless, immeasurable, and indefinable. I am unconditioned existence, for I am that I am. I am truth. I am all that is true. I am reality. I am all that is real. I am principle. I am all that is principled. I am life, for I am all that is alive. I am consciousness. I am all that is conscious. I am intelligence. I am all that is intelligent. I am love. I am all that is loving, for I am that I am. I am the perfection of all that is perfect. I am the beauty of all that is beautiful. I am the vision of all that sees. I am the hearing of all that hears. I am the experience of all that experiences. I am the all of all that is perfect. I am the all of all that is beautiful. I am the all of all that sees. I am the all of all that hears. I am the all of all that experiences, for I am that I am. I am the experiencer and the experience. I am the activity and the actor. I am the knower and the known. I am the consciousness and the one who is conscious. I am the impulsion and the impelled. I am the self-maintained. I am the self-sustained. I am ever new, ever whole, ever entire. I am newness, wholeness, entirety, for I am that I am. I am beginningless, changeless, endless. I am birthless, ageless, deathless. I am pure spirit. I am soul. I do not come, I do not go. I remain because I am. I am the seer and the seen. I am the beer and the bean. I am the only essence. I am the only activity of the essence that I am. I am the only one who acts. I am the only essence in action, for I am that I am. I am the universal all. I am the galaxies, the stars, and the planets. I am the sun, the moon, and the earth planet. I am the ocean, the tide, the wave, and the drop of water. I am the beach and the very grain of sand. I am the mountain and the valley. I am the rose and the thistle. I am the desert and the forest. I am the field, the harvest, and the harvester, for I am that I am. I am the bird and its song. I am the tree and its blossom. I am the vine and the husbandman. I am the seed, the root, and the fruit of the vine. I am the snow, the rain, and the green living grass. I am the perfume of the flower. I am the sign of the wind in the forest. I am the roar of the ocean. I am the soft cooing of the dove. I am the universal symphony. I am the music of the spheres, for I am that I am. I am indivisible. I am inseparable. I am timeless, spaceless. I am unconditioned. I am free. I am invulnerable. I am immune to all illusions of phantasmic mortality. I am the only one who knows. I am all that is known. I know only that which I am, for I am that I am. I am the inspiration and the inspired one. I am the revelation and the revelator. I am of movement and arrest. I rest in action. I am unlabored, effortless omni-action, for I am that I am. I am fetterless. I am weightless. I am immune to any assumed law of gravity. I am free of suppositional density. I know nothing of solidity. I know nothing of restriction or limitation. I am free of all assumptive bondage to person, place, or thing, for I am impersonal, infinite, conscious love. I am free of all fruitless planning, scheming, or thought-taking, for I am consciousness, and I am conscious now. I know nothing of cause and effect, for I am that I am. I am all existence. I am the here and now of all that exists. I am completeness. I am supply. I am the completeness that comprise the supply I am. I am self-governed. I am the universal order. I am omnipresent, omniactive, living, loving, conscious intelligence. I am the surging, orderly, rhythmic omni-action and ceaseless, effortless movement. I am the universal activity, and I am the universe that acts, for I am that I am. I am the beauty and that which is beautiful. I am the perfection and that which is perfect. I am the completeness and that which is complete. I am the radiance and that which is radiant. I am the light and that which is a light. The light that I am is never interrupted. The light that I am can never dim. The light that I am does not falter. The light that I am does not tarry. I am the light. For I am that I am. Truly, the light is come, and I am the light. I am the one. I am the only one in all. I am the one upon whom I call. When darkness doth appear, or when I seem to fear some presence, power, or blight that could obscure the light, I am the heaven and the earth. I am the life that knows no birth, no change, no age, no death. I am the one, the only mind, the one it seemed that I must find, till I awoke to see the I am that is me. End of chapter, end of book. This audio presentation of You Are the Splendor, The Way to Spiritual Illumination by Marie S. Watts has been brought to you by audioenlightenment.com. Copyright 2014. All rights reserved.